two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
The wait is over. The season is here with an all-new Lancs TV experience. Watch every six, every wicket, every lightning-fast delivery. Streamed, live, all in one place. With expert commentary, exclusive behind-the-scenes access, and no paywalls. This is the Red Rose. This is Lancs TV. This is cricket.
Well, we've not seen much cricket so far in this game, just 44 overs, but what we witnessed yesterday was actually quite good fun, wasn't it? With Middlesex in the end closing on, well, effectively the first day. It's day 2 yesterday, so day 3 today, on 189 for 8. A couple of half centuries for Josh de Carey's, he made 52, and Ben Geddes also making 52, and as we saw there on the highlights package, 4 wickets for Tom Bailey, including with the final ball of the day, 4 for 60 for Bailey, and a first wicket for 5 years for Josh Bohannon. And what a delivery it was. So there were plenty of highlights on the second day. 44 overs played in the match, so we're dreadfully short of time remaining in the fixture unless something can be conjured up over the next couple of days. But Middlesex 189 for 8. However, outside is looking a little grim. That's a familiar looking scene, isn't it, from what we've seen across the first couple of days. Didn't have a single ball bowled on the first day, and then that kind of truncated second day where we had interruptions, we had a delay to the lunch break, we had an early tea, an extended lunch, all the rest of it, as rain kept sweeping in every now and again, and in the end reducing us to 44 overs. But it was decent fun. That is the scene at the minute. So nothing imminent. I mean, look, you can see the puddles on the outfield forming. It's been tippling it down all morning. The forecast is for rain for most of the morning. I mean, it does seem like it's a little brighter later on today, but I guess it depends on how much rain has fallen. There were certainly areas of concern yesterday for the umpires. The outfield a little soft in places, and there's a lot of water there. So even if it was to stop raining now, there is some time before the ground staff could get the outfield ready for play. So nothing imminent here for the third day. There's no word about any inspections or anything like that. It is still raining now, so until that stops and until the umpires can get out there, we're looking at quite some time before any possibility of any play on this third day, with Middlesex 189 for 8. So that's the current state of things here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's all looking rather bleak, but hopefully at some stage later in the day we might see some play. Yesterday, as we were bringing you the live play from here, with Lancashire taking wickets at the back end of yesterday, we're also keeping right across what was happening at Trent Bridge, and bringing you some live pictures from Trent Bridge yesterday, because it was a fabulous day for Lancashire's women's side. They've reached the final of the Metrobank one-day cup, a victory against the Blaze at Trent Bridge yesterday. So this is how it kind of unfolded. Some of the highlights, if you missed it from yesterday. Lancashire in a spot of bother, losing some early wickets until half centuries for Ailsa Lister and for captain Ellie Threlcold. So at this stage, when Lancashire were batting, they were 30 for 3 and then 50 for 4 until the captain and Ailsa Lister came together. So the score was 55 for 4. And then Lister, to begin with, look at some of her highlights, set about trying to rebuild, really, for Lancashire, and playing some powerful shots, as we know she can, and just starting to piece things back together after a shaky start. Lister motoring forward and getting herself a very, very timely half century. So the 55 for 4 when they were coming together. Now this is taking them up to 140 for 4, and Lister making a very, very good in the end 96 for Lister. She got to 50 off 56 deliveries. So that was kind of the first part of the rebuild. Batting there alongside her captain Ellie Threlcold. So Lister making 96, falling in the end 4 short of what would have been a fantastic century in a semi-final of a competition. And alongside her captain Ellie Threlcold, they So they managed to rebuild for Lancashire. They were batting first in this game at Trent Bridge, and I guess in a semi-final, kind of what are you looking to try and set? What do you think could be a defendable score? Never an easy thing to work out, especially when you're the away side on a pitch that's been used and a pretty small boundary to one side, which is not unfamiliar for Trent Bridge. But Ellie Threlkeld here reaching a very fine 50, coming off 82 deliveries with a couple of fours in there, and Threlkeld going on to make 92 in her innings. So that partnership was absolutely terrific for Lancashire. They managed to get themselves up to a score of 241 for 6. Let's look at some of the highlights of that partnership, shall we, between Threlkeld and Lister. Because the pressure on here, I guess, when they come together with a score at kind of, what was it, 29 for 3 and then 52 for 4, there's quite a bit of work to be done, but the rebuild between these two players was absolutely fantastic. Must be sweet for the captain to be there in the middle as well, playing some lovely shots down the ground for 4 on that occasion. I know what Lister's abilities like to score all around the park and finding plenty of boundaries. In the end, Lister hitting 11 fours and Threlkeld 4 fours in their respective scores of 92 and 96. So that was the half century for Threlkeld, and the partnership continuing to build. I mentioned earlier there were scores of 9 and 5, 0 and 17 from the 4 batters before these two came together, and Lancashire in real trouble trying to put something on the board to try and build from. They knew that victory would secure them a spot in Sunday's final. So this partnership between Lister and Threlkeld had quite a bit of pressure riding on it. Basically the game was here for Thunder. Without a partnership from somewhere, in danger of falling well short, and given a strong looking Blaze attack, we've got plenty of batting, not a great deal to chase. So Threlkeld and Lister, 166 run partnership, fabulous effort by those two, and that pushed Lancashire to a total from their 50 overs of 241 for 6. So that was the target to win, was 242 for the Blaze. They have a very strong batting lineup, and 2 batters in particular that stood out for the Blaze. Catherine Bryce making a fabulous century, 124, and Georgia Elwis making 55. Amongst the wicket takers for Lancashire Thunder, Kate Cross, Mahika Gore and Grace Potts. Let's take a look at some of the wickets from Kate Cross, shall we? She bowled 10 overs and picked up 3 for 47. Good work off her own bowling there to dismiss Georgie Boyce. Corton bowled for 0. Also trapping Prendergast LBW without scoring. And then returning a little later to pick up a 3rd wicket, Lucy Hyam. Again, she trapped LBW. So 3 wickets for Cross, finishing with 3 for 47. And also 3 wickets for Grace Potts as well. She bowled 8 overs and picked up 3 for 32. Dismissals of Bryce, bowled by Mahika Gore for 5. Early breakthrough by Mahika Gore. Just look back at some of these wickets again from Cross. Picking up the first of her 3 dismissals. Started well with the ball, actually, did Lancashire. reducing the Blaze to 37 for 3. With that second wicket of the day there for Kate Cross. So at this stage, Lancashire are right across the Blaze until this partnership came together. 150-run partnership eventually ended by Fee Morris getting rid of Georgia Elwes, who made 55. This was an absolutely massive wicket for Lancashire to get, just to break the fabulous effort between Bryce and Elwes. Morris picking up another one there, finishing with 2 for 40 from 7 overs. So at one stage the Blaze looked well on course to win, and when Lancashire found a way to break the Elwes-Bryce partnership, which looked like taking the Blaze to victory, Lancashire able to rattle through the remaining wickets. In the end, the Blaze finishing on 236 for 9. So a victory for Lancashire by 5 runs. So they've booked their place in Sunday's final. They will take on the winners of this game, which is taking place now between Hampshire and Surrey. So this match is taking place at the Utility Bowl, which is where Sunday's final will take place. And as we can see, the live pictures now from the south coast, where Surrey are batting first. What was the news from the toss? Well, they won the toss, Surrey, and decided to bat first. They have lost 1 wicket with opener Bryony Smith, their captain, bowled for 4. So this game taking place, they're on the attack there, aren't they? Hampshire, a couple of slips in place in the power play. So 10 for 1 in the 4th over. And the winner of that fixture will take on Lancashire in Sunday's final. Of course, Hampshire finished top of the group in the One Day Cup competition. Surrey finishing in 4th position. So that's why those two are meeting, top versus 4th. And yesterday we had 2nd versus 3rd in the Blaze against Lancashire. So that's what's awaiting Lancashire this coming Sunday. Looking forward to heading down to the south coast to watch that game. And we'll see who Lancashire face this coming weekend, either Hampshire or Surrey. You can keep across that with that live stream coming from the south coast, and there's also commentary on the BBC Sport website and app as well. And of course, Lancashire Thunder looking to make it a 2nd trophy of the summer, having already picked up 1 trophy in the T20 County Cup right at the start of the season. This trophy here for Lancashire in the T20 County Cup. So they've already picked up 1 silverware and trying to get themselves 2nd trophy. Lancashire's women's side this coming Sunday. So we're looking forward to that. Fingers crossed it will be the Metrobank One Day Cup to join the T20 County Cup for Lancashire this weekend. That's a 10:30 start on Sunday from the Utility Bowl. There'll be a live stream of that game, and there'll be commentary via the BBC Sport website and app as well. So good luck to Lancashire's women this coming weekend, and we'll keep across the situation at the Utility Bowl between Hampshire women and Surrey to see who Lancashire face this weekend. Elsewhere across the country at the minute, we've had loads of rain around this week, haven't we? So is anybody playing? Let's have a look. Well, we know they're playing in Southampton because of the Hampshire game. They're also playing in Taunton, where Somerset are taking on Hampshire. This is in Division 1. Somerset 399 for 7, batting first against Hampshire. Those two sides, of course, face each other in Saturday's T20 Blast final. The other Division 1 games all delayed, I'm afraid. Durham against Worcestershire, Surrey against Nottinghamshire, and Sussex against Yorkshire, and Warwickshire Essex delayed due to the rain. Just a little bit of details on that Surrey game, because this is the top 2 in the Division 1. It's basically a title kind of shootout between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. The winners of this game, if there is to be a winner in this game, almost certainly probably go to win the title. And of course, if it finishes in a draw, if rain hangs around today and tomorrow, then it'll go to the final round of fixtures next week. But in that match, Nottinghamshire 219 for 8 in their 2nd innings. They lead Surrey by 277 runs with a couple of wickets remaining. And in Division 2, only 1 game taking place in Division 2. That's in Bristol, where Gloucestershire are taking on Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire making 206 in their first innings, and in reply Gloucestershire 85 for 3, with delays in the game between Derbyshire and Glamorgan here at Emirates Old Trafford, and also Leicestershire against Kent as well. So you're pretty much up to date. Nice to review what happened at Trent Bridge yesterday for Lancashire's women's side. Fabulous scenes there to see Ellie and the team pick up a victory. But I'm afraid here there's no sign of any play anytime soon. There's a lot of water that's on the covers there and on the edge of the outfield as well. Rain, I think it's still falling, I think, or maybe it's a little bit lighter than what it was, but hopefully we'll see some action. I suspect it's going to be into the afternoon. I don't imagine any play this morning, so I think it's reasonable to say we're going to lose the morning session, and then hopefully things brighten up a little bit later on. Right, we shall leave you for now. I think viewers on Lancs TV, you might be able to follow the action of the Hampshire Surrey game live from the Utility Bowl. So our viewers on Lancs TV, you'll be able to follow the game live from Southampton. If you're with us via the BBC Sport website and app, you can actually follow and listen to commentary of that game as well online, should you wish. We'll check back in just as soon as we have any further updates.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
thorough now. They probably do courses on it or something, don't they? And whoever
ECB course,
whoever gets the highest mark gets the job. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah. That's a good way of keeping yourself in the side, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got a certificate in ball cleaning.
Yeah.
It is Maya Boucher in this particular match. It is Mary Taylor to continue.
The other one of sort of keeping your place in the side is the volunteer to go in at forward short leg, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's
they
the
usually
other
give
one
it
as
to the
well.
youngest player. But
Yeah.
if you can always volunteer in there, it sort of helps your selection.
Yeah, exactly. Taylor in again, bowls, and this time it's full again. Big leg sidey, and they've gone for a quick single again. My Boucher is quite close at mid wicket there, but they still managed to scamper through. I didn't see. Did the umpire
leg bye?
Did give a leg bye. I was too.
I think that's why they could get through, because it didn't go any distance
Yeah.
off the pad really. But yeah, it was a leg bye.
Emma Jones then will face up.
But they're certainly looking positive in the running, these two, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they had to. I think they've got to use that power play effectively to get. What I'll ask you in a minute, Phil. You know, as a keen observer of the women's game, what you think a good score is going to be on a surface like this, as Taylor comes in again to Jones and bowls, and she just covers up, and this time Boucher just does get there in time and stops any chance of a single being taken.
Yeah, it's always an interesting question, Sanjay, and invariably at different grounds, at this stage we sort of say what would be a good score, and we normally too high.
Right.
You know, we normally say a score and then find that it's 40 light, but it's actually enough.
Yeah.
So I'm always wary of saying something too big. Obviously, the higher you get, the better. But let you carry on.
Taylor again in bowls, full again, and a bit more of an aggressive shot this time by Emma Jones, but it goes straight to Georgia Adams, who's fielding at mid-on. I've got a very important task to do, Phil, here, in terms of choosing my lunch. So if you would like to continue, that would be great for me. Thank you.
Just going back to the target. I mean, I think anything around about 240 is. It doesn't sound a lot in the modern game, but it tends to win games more often than not in this competition.
In comes Taylor again, bowls, leg side-ish, and firmly struck to Maya Boucher at mid-wicket, who fires it back to the keeper. But good bowling again by Taylor.
Yeah, they both started really well here. So I think Taunton's one of those grounds where we go there and we always think it's going to be a high-scoring ground because it's quite small.
Yeah, and traditionally has been.
Yeah, and we always say, oh, they need 280, 290, but teams get about 230 and 40 and defend it. So
yeah.
we tend to think too high. Maybe, particularly today, obviously, it's not ideal batting conditions and probably won't be all day. So I think if Surrey get around about 230, 240, I think they'll be well in the game.
And do you think that defending of scores is an improvement in the overall standard of the batting, the bowling and the fielding? Sorry.
Yeah, and the mentality and the way to do it. Yeah.
Taylor in again, bowls, and again it's full, and just cuts back on, just drops back on the back foot. Emma Jones, and just guides it through to a shortish third, and that is a single for. Sorry, I thought it was the end of the over. It's not. There's a ball left. This Hampshire side that you're seeing bowling today, Phil, any sort of England potential candidates you think, apart from the ones who've played already?
Well, yes. There's always potential, obviously, because they're one of the better sides, so the players in it by definition are
Taylor
good
in
players.
again, bowls to covers up, and that's the end of that over. Surrey 24 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, I think
7, sorry.
I'm going to be passing over to Amelia in a sec, but just before I do, to answer the question, I think two that aren't playing today through injury, I'm assuming, are very much so. Alice Monaghan, she's batting for Surrey. Ellen McCacken, I meant to say, who was having a prolific season for Hampshire until she got injured, I think would have been knocking on the England door.
Right.
Had she not got injured. And I think Daisy Gibb, who's had a really good season with the ball, but not playing today, is another one. But also Abby Norgrove, the England 19 captain.
Yeah.
So, yeah, plenty of potential. I'm passing over to Amelia.
Surrey have got off to they've improved their run rate after 7 overs. They were quite slow after the first 2 or 3 overs, and then there was a wicket of Bryony Smith, and since then Emma Jones is on 6 off 9, and Monaghan, who's on 12 of 24, have kind of got Surrey motoring a little bit here. There's Fred Davis is to continue. Hello, Amelia.
Hello, Sanjay, and hello, everyone.
How are you today? Good to see you.
I'm good, thank you. We had some
messing around with some technical bits
some
and
technical
pieces, plugging things in.
Yeah.
Davis in again, bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and there's a quick single. They're running well here. Good tumbling stop in the covers, but they scamper through for that single, and they're running well, Amelia.
Yes, no, they are. It's been a good start here. It's been a watchful start. You know, obviously the early dismissal as well. From a Hampshire point of view, great stuff. But from a Surrey point of view, yeah, it's you know, they've been ticking along nicely. It's building a nice partnership between the two here.
As Fred Davis comes in again from the far end, bowls, and that's outside the off stump and just dug out to a sort of shortish extra cover for no run. The score remains 25 for 1. Have you plugged everything in successfully now?
It wasn't. It was more kind of an up in the ether connecting to.
It's one of those.
Yeah, but we're all good now. We're all good.
It's like when you call the IT director in, it's the plug it, turn it off, turn it on again sort of syndrome, isn't it?
Yeah. You saw me frantically on the phone a few times, so that was pretty much what was the advice I was being given.
Exactly. Davison again bowls, and again it's forward just on the leg side, and again a lovely little just drop into the leg side by Emma Jones, and she scampers through for a single. And this is what they are doing well. They are turning that strike around particularly well so far, the Surrey batters.
Yeah, they are indeed. That's the thing. You know, they're doing well. That they're not looking for the big boundaries or the big risk taking. They're just, as you say, turning the ball, taking a one, keeping that strike rotating, and yeah, just knocking up that total very slowly but gradually, and you know, it's doing well.
Davis comes in again, approaches the crease now and bowls, and that's stump to stump bowling by Fred Davis. Both these two, as I've said a couple of times now, Amelia, have started well. Very full length bowling to the conditions. Haven't tried anything from a sort of a variety perspective, which is shown by the good start that the Hampshire bowlers have had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Freya Davies is always one that you can put in and just rely on to be that consistency, and that's exactly what she's doing here at the helm of this opening of bowling.
As she approaches the crease again now and bowls, and again stump to stump, and Emma Jones, she likes that little shot where she forces it into the leg side. Hampshire, I don't know if they've strengthened that area. Georgia Adams seems to be closer at on the leg side than she was before. She's actually got a towel as well. Phil and I were having a very in-depth conversation earlier about the designated ball wiper in this instance. Yeah, she's definitely positioned herself shorter than sort of a straightish mid-wicket position as Freya Davis comes in again. Bowls on a leg stump, and this time it's to Maya Boucher, who's at a more orthodox cover, square leg, and she fires a ball over the top of the wicketkeeper. No danger there. End of the over. Surrey 26 for 1 off 8.
Yeah, I think Maya might have just sort of picked up. She keeps looking at her fingers as if maybe she just sort of got them trapped under that ball as she stopped it, but I'm sure she'll be absolutely fine. She is one of the other designated towel.
Yes, you can see the towels there.
Carrier.
Like, yeah.
I do have a very fun story about my dad and I were lucky to come along to the England international against South Africa, the brilliant one where we just sort of blew them out the park, very surprisingly. And one of the South African players, we were sat just over by the groundsman's tunnel, and one of the players in the wet, South African players, he kept dropping his towel and not realising, and everyone was shouting, "You've dropped your towel!" And he'd be like, "Oh, thank you, oh yeah," and make everyone laugh. And he did it about 3 times, and then it just became a thing that every time he dropped his towel, the crowd would go, "Way!" And it was one of those that we were just having a great bit of fun with.
There is a change of bowling here.
Yeah, Bex Tyson coming in at the hotel end. She's gonna just waiting to check her field is okay here, but yeah, I think it's a good idea really from Georgia Adams. You know, it's good bowling conditions out here. Let's see if the pitch is turning. Let's see if we can make a little breakthrough, break this partnership early. So Tyson's going to come in, left arm around the wicket, and that's just played into the offside. They'll go for the one again, rotating strike. I think that's Datani out in the deep is just coming in to stop that from getting 2.
Interesting field they've got here as well for the left arm orthodox slow bowler. It's a very tight offside field with Georgia Adams again positioned virtually in front of Freya Kemp as bowls again, and they're tucked into the leg side. My Bouchier, she's been busy this morning. A lot of little sprints here.
She is always busy. She's
okay.
always busy. My Bouchier is one of the hardest working fielders in the women's game, of my opinion. She will be everywhere and everywhere if she could. Yeah. She's normally always in key positions, and yeah, she's seemingly got the most energy of any of the fielders out there. As Tyson comes in again, left arm around the wicket. Good full delivery, and that's played straight back to her. Nice delivery there, nice and straight. Keep those stumps in play.
Yeah, I wonder what Georgia Adams is seeing there. If you look at that field, where she's positioned just on the artificial, on the covers there, at a sort of a short, straightish extra cover, and Freya Adams is virtually right behind her.
As Tyson comes in and bowls again, full delivery, and this is just worked, turned around on the corner, and they'll go for one. Yeah, I think she's obviously maybe hoping that, well, as you said, you know, a couple of them, they like to just sort of force the ball to do something. So maybe if they can force it to chip up and maybe just get a little bit of a mistake going, if they can, you know, just get that little bit of flight on it, maybe take it at full toss and chip to herself or Maya Bouchier, who are very short. As Tyson comes in again, and this is just played exactly to Adams, so she's perfectly placed there, and a bit of turn on the ball.
A bit of drift through the air as well for the left-hand bowler. Again, bowling very full and straight.
Tyson wastes no time, and again, shorter this time, worked into the leg side, and that will most likely go for four if we can't get round for it. Nancy Harmer running hard, but has just gone for four, and that was well worked round.
Yeah, I think she's been a bit too straight that first over with that offside field, and you know, as we've said, with that sort of well positioned short extra cover in case one is chipped up in the air. She's been a bit leg sidey and a bit straight, but first over, we you know, in these conditions we have a bit of leniency. I would have thought if your line isn't what you want it to be. What are we doing at the far end? It looks like Freya MP is going to
Freya Davies,
is going to continue. She is. She's going to take us through to the end of the first power play, so she'll have bowled 5 in a row.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision here. Use her bowling up within the power play, or a few of her bowling overs, and then kind of hold her. Georgia Adams normally does until the later stages.
And she comes into Monaghan now and bowls, and that's short and just dropped. She tried to turn away on the leg side, but the ball just got tangled up around her personage, and no danger there as Rihanna Southby comes and picks it up and just gets it back to a non-designated ball cleaner in Freya Kemp. No towel. It's easy to spot, isn't it, in these conditions?
Yeah.
Fred Davies again then. The end of her march, bowling from the pavilion end here at the Utility Bowl in Southampton. Bowls now, and that's just a good length, and it's covered up by Alice Monaghan for no run. She's on 15. Emma Jones is on 12, and the run rate is
3.5.
3.5. Yeah, needs to pick up, especially given again it was it coming to the end of the first power play with just those 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Be interesting to see what they decide to do for the next power play, which is longer, as Davis approaches the crease again, short this time and pulled away to the leg side, with Nancy Harmon is stationed at a sort of a wideish fine leg, and no danger there of running past the ball that she had done earlier in the innings, and they just run through. And Surrey moved to 34 for 1 with just 3 balls left of this power play.
Yeah, what I am really liking of the Hampshire so far is that there's so much energy within the field. Everyone is energised, everyone is sort of descending on the ball whenever they can, and I really want to see that continue throughout the whole of the innings so far.
Davis again approaches the crease, bustling run, bowls and full, and that's just pushed into a mid-on position, which fielded for no run. Yeah, I mean, they've had a great season, right? You know, in this competition, they've you know, top of the league, and you know, playing well. And even with that rained-off game against Arundel, obviously it didn't have to play that game to get this home semi-final.
And the rained-off game before.
And the rained-off game before, yeah, that's true. So they've had a bit of a lull, but you know, they've come out strong, and as you say, they're a well-drilled, well-marshalled side by Georgia Adams, and you know, they were looking to get to the home final. As Davis again bowls slightly shorter, and that's a misfield in the in that sort of short mid-wicket area by Georgia Adams, but they just come through for one.
Yeah, she got a bit of a bottom edge on that, and really it was a surprising misfield really from Adams there. She rarely does, but I think she was just landing on that netting that is to the left. It's about 2 strips over from the one we're playing on, and I think as she did it, I think she might have just grazed her hand, and it maybe just I think she's just having a look at it, so maybe that was just a bit of a distraction. I wasn't expecting that pain as she skidded in.
Yeah, she is fielding on that sort of matting area as Davis comes in, but she pulls out of her run. Just not sure if she's just missed a mark sort of halfway through, but she does a sensible thing and pulls out. Yeah, Georgia Adams, it is a good fielding position, as you say, because the Surrey batters are trying to play across the line quite a lot, especially to Freya Davis. And you know that there's a good chance of mistiming one up in the air, and as long as she keeps her feet on that matting, we should be good as Davis approaches the crease bowls and straight and just tucked into the leg side by Alice Monaghan, and they scamper through for another single, which is what they're dealing with at the moment due to some tight bowling by the Hampshire players, and Surrey are 36 for 1 at the end of the first power play.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it's a good start from both sides. I mean, obviously the early dismissal of Smith would not have been to the Surrey liking, but these two, Jones and Monaghan, they've come in and sort of rebuilt together. Monaghan on 17, Jones on 30, and we're going to have a change in commentary. Thank you very much, Sanjay.
That's right, and pass over to Wes. There you go.
So, 36 for 1. Going to have a change in the bowling again. It looks like Naomi Datani might be coming in to bowl from the hotel end. And hello, Wes.
Good morning, Amelia. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's lovely to have you on. We've not had you yet this season. Well, I've not commentated with you yet this season.
Some of the listeners have, to their dismay.
No, not at all, not at all. But yeah, how are you liking the look of the Hampshire so far?
It's looking pretty good. It's been a strong start from Hampshire. Just 3.6 runs and over in this power play, which I think, having lost the toss and been put into field, they'd be pretty happy with that. Perhaps would have liked another wicket or two, but to get rid of Surrey's captain Bryony Smith so early on, they'll be very pleased with that.
So Datani's coming in. She's going to come left arm over the wicket, and that's just gone down leg side, so it'll be a wide. Were you surprised at the Surrey decision to bat first?
Slightly, to be honest. Given obviously the conditions, it's very cloudy, very murky here. Floodlights are on here at Utilita Bowl, and I think the forecast, we might be due some rain a bit later on, sort of 4 or 5 o'clock-ish. And yeah, with DLS arguably favouring the chasing side, I think, yeah, I was a little bit surprised.
As Datani comes in once more, again left arm over and delivery there, nice full length. Just batted back, she'll do her own fielding. Yes, I think we were as well, but I suppose Surrey have got their game plan. That's the way they like to do it, and they're going to follow it to the T, which, you know, fair enough. But from a Hampshire point of view, I imagine that might have been a somewhat nice surprise when Smith said, "Oh yeah, we're going to have a bat." Georgia Adams must have been okay. All right.
Yeah, potentially. I didn't quite hear what Georgia said after that. I imagine she would like to have bowled first.
Yeah. Tani once more comes in. Length delivery, and this is swiped at, but doesn't get anything on it. And Tani looks like there was almost an option there on Monaghan, but goes through to the gloves of Rihanna Southby.
But I suppose looking at Surrey's recent scores, they've had a good run into this semi-final. Their last game against Durham, they made 290 for 7 in 48 overs, and then the week before that, 313 for 5 in 45 overs against Essex. So they're certainly doing
capable.
All right with
the Tani once more. Well, at that rate, Hampshire need another wicket. Surrey will be quite happy with the position they're in now. 37's nothing to them. It does feel like there's a bit of, as they were saying earlier, a bit of rain in the air. Looks like it's just sort of spitting and sort of swirling around, but play continues. Umpires seem fine for play to continue. discussion with Freya Davies, with Naomi Tatani. She comes in again. In and bowls. Short delivery, that's gone leg side, it's up in the air, but just drops in front unsafely of Rihanna Southby. That's a bit of a shame, but I do think it might have hit the pads and
just
popped
off
off.
the pad, I think that one.
You can see the angle that Tatani comes in at. It's quite interesting, really. She comes so far from the right and sort of into it. And on the picture feed as well, you can see how far to the left that Rihanna Southby has to sort of mark herself, that it's sort of cutting across the line of the bats. So yeah, it must be difficult to play that. But also, I suppose for a right-handed batter, it would be quite nice to open up the leg side sometimes. I think that's where she needs to just be mindful of, as Tatani comes in once more. Full length delivery, and that was taken full toss, and that's gone absolutely flying out to the boundary, and that's gone for 4. Freya Kemp is out on that sweeper boundary on the offside and jogs over. She knew she wasn't going to get that.
Yeah, great shot from Alice Monaghan. Picked the gap really nicely, timed it well, a bit of power in there too. And yeah, the fielder out there on the boundary, yeah, no chance of catching up with that one.
You could sort of see Freya Kemp in her very sort of calm demeanour, just thinking, well, I'm not going to get that one, so why waste my energy? And she goes back to the square of the wicket. Another quick decision there between Davies and Tatani, as Davies had just polished up the ball for her a bit. Tatani in once more. Last ball of the over. Done well so far, other than that last boundary ball. Shorter delivery. This is work leg side, and that's going to go for a boundary as well. Oh, Nancy Harmon is running around but couldn't quite get there. So a mixed over there. We had 4 dots in that over, but also 2 boundaries. 8 off of that one with a wide as well. So Naomi Tatani will collect her cap and go out to her fielding position. 45 for 1 after 11 overs are Surrey.
Yeah, strong start to the over from Tatani. Obviously that wide down the leg side to begin with, but came up with 4 really good dot balls, and then a sort of slightly fuller one on the offside that Monica could free her arms at, and then a slightly shorter one on the leg side. And that's the shot she played so well here when she was here with Vipers, just clearing that front leg, allowing her to access that leg side. She hit a lot of boundary. I remember there was a game at Wormsley, I think, last year or the year before, and she was batting with Nancy Harmon. It was against Lancashire, and it was quite a close game in the end. I think Vipers won that by 3 wickets, and I think I can't remember if she hit a 6 to win the game, but it was sort of down the far side at Wormsley, opposite the pavilion, and almost towards the statue, if you know Wormsley that well, sort of in that sort of far right hand corner. And yeah, that was pretty big. Wow.
Yeah, it was just what I was saying about as well. It was just that shorter ball that, you know, cuts across, and she just obviously saw it coming and thought, yeah, I'll have this one. Off we go. But yeah, 8 off of the last 2 balls in that Tatani over.
Gonna have Bex Tyson to continue from the pavilion end, her left arm spin. Emma Jones on strike as she's in now, left arm round the wicket bowls. And driven, not timed, down the ground by Jones. Finds, I think that looks like Ava Lee there. It is number 33 on her back. Tyson in once more, bowls to Jones. This one driven out to mid-off this time. Another dot ball to start this from Tyson, bowling fairly wicket to wicket.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, her opening over was somewhat mixed, but it's nice to see that she's changed ends and come in really strong.
Tyson bowls to Jones, was slightly fuller, dabbed out into the offside. Norgrove does the fielding there at point. Another dot ball. Just trying to find how many wickets Bex Tyson's got. She's got 11 so far for Hampshire in the One Day Cup. Had a really strong blast as well. And again, once more, this one's clipped into the onside, and a slightly awkward bounce there for Maya Bouchier, and they will come through for a single. I think that might just have taken that matting off the pitch, which I think is there to protect perhaps the county championship game next week against Surrey. Hampshire men in action over at Taunton at the moment. They've managed to get some play there somehow. I think the forecast is looking quite wet down in the southwest. Is Tyson once more driven out into the offside by Monaghan. Another dot ball. Just the 1 run off this over so far from Bex Tyson. A really good comeback after going for 7 off her first. Sorry, 46 for 1 here at Utility Bowl in the semi-final of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. The winner of this game will go on to play Lancashire here again at Utility Bowl on Sunday as Mono looks to paddle sweep. There's an appeal for LBW, not given by the umpire. Monaghan perhaps getting just outside the line for that one, but it's a strong over from Bex Tyson, just the 1 run coming off it. Sorry, 46 for 1 after 12, and I wonder if we can see a replay on that. It might surpass the time we need for a replay now, but yeah, really good comeback from Tyson, and Hampshire's still pretty slightly on top here, 46 for 1, just 3.8 runs per over, but we know that Emma Jones and Mon, they can be pretty destructive once they get going.
Yeah, and I think, I feel like that's exactly the thing. They haven't really almost got going yet. We've seen glimpses of it on the odd ball or two, but yeah, they haven't really sort of let themselves loose yet. We've still got 38 overs to go in this innings if the weather holds. Plenty of time left. Looks like Naomi Tatani's going to come and have another bowl from the hotel end. Into Jones, who waits on strike. She's in left arm over. Bowls, length delivery, and oh, there was almost an edge there, and the time you can see that as she ran through. A few groans in the crowd as well, as they knew that was close.
Yeah, just zip past the edge, that one from Tatani. Play miss from Jones.
So the field resets. Jones still on strike. Tatani just collecting the ball from Davies, who's giving it a polish. And a dry off more than anything. As Tatani comes in once more. Bowls, shorter delivery, and that's going to be a wide. Yeah, and even Rihanna Southby was struggling to catch that one. I think maybe just a little bit of wetness on the ball, just slipped out the hands and just sort of zipped over to the left. Yeah, we've gone back to Freya Davies, who's giving it a more vigorous wipe now with her towel. That's Tatani once more into Jones. Starts her run up. In and bowls. Length delivery. This is defended nicely out to Adams.
Another one with a towel. How many towels? I think I've counted 4. You've got Adams with the ball now. You've got Freya Davies at mid-off. I think Maya Boucher's got one at mid-wicket.
Yep.
And I think Freya Kemp on the boundary to our left-hand side.
Norgrove's got one as well.
Abby Norgrove's got one as well. 5 towels is that?
Yep, that's a lot of towels. I think, as I think Phil was saying earlier, it's easier to see who hasn't got a towel. And Tatani in once more. Bowls and length delivery, and this is going to be worked onto the leg side, but straight to Nancy Harmon waiting on the boundary. Saves the 4, and they'll only get 1 for it. It was hit with a lot of sort of spices, I would say, on that one. It was flying away, but Nancy Harmon luckily was just in the right position. Shows good bowling to the field.
Yeah, I think slightly straighter or slightly squarer from Monaghan, and that would have gone for 4. That pinged off the bat. But yeah, straight to Harmon out there at deep square leg, couple bounces. Never tidy over for here from Tatani.
And he comes in once again, the wind whips around. Delivers, playing a miss again, carries through to the keeper, and so crouched on the floor as if what's left of the over. Tatani walking back to the top of the mark. And the final is on Sunday here.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Hoping Hampshire do, but
of course.
We'll see. We'll see. But Surrey playing well so far. As Tatani once more. Shorter ball defended, and they'll go for 1, and a quick one. As that's Maya Boucher was on top of that very quickly. 1 ball left. There's only been 2 off of this with a wide as well. Doing well so far is here Tatani. She's keeping it nice and concise. Almost the 50 up for Surrey. Can Hampshire get a wicket before that comes up?
Would be nice from a Hampshire perspective. But these two going well so far, Jones and Monaghan, not taking too many risks.
Absolutely. As Tatani comes in, last ball of the over. Bowls and full delivery, and this is up in the air, and it's gone over the head of the covers, and I think Abby Norgrove's gone scampering after it. Millie Taylor even, sorry. And yeah, Mary Taylor, good throw. straight into the bowler's end. They did get 2 off of that, so it's gone to 51 for 1. And that does bring up the 50-run partnership for Surrey. 37 overs, 13 gone. We're moving at quite a rate this morning, even though we've had a lot of seamers in. Hampshire not wasting any time. Are your eyes good enough to read the cut-off time on that one?
Oh, that's a 1:43, I think. 13:43.
Oh yeah, that one's easier to see. I don't know why I was looking at the one that was even further away. Turn to your right, Amelia, and you can see it quite clearly. Yeah, there we go. I was looking at practically the other side of the ground, but yes. See, that's why you're here, Wes. You've just got that insider knowledge.
Insider knowledge of which screen is. I think that one is slightly bigger, though. That's the one on the west side of the ground,
yes.
to our right-hand side.
But the one on our left always has the scoreboard, so that's why I think I have a natural sort of proficiency to look over there.
Tyson in. This one's clipped off the legs by Monaghan. Bit of single out there to Tani, doing the fielding out there at deep backward square. Surrey, just looking at the last 5 overs, up the rate slightly. He scored 25 runs off the last 5, so starting to accelerate here. Is Tyson in once more. This one's played off the back foot by Emma Jones, looking to cut, but not quite enough space there to access that offside. Speaking of how dangerous these two can be, you might have mentioned this already, but Emma Jones coming into this game off the back of 47 in her last game against Durham, but the game before that against Essex, 141.
Absolutely amazing.
Professional century.
Yeah, she really can do some damage.
She's only 23 as well.
Gosh.
Tyson, left arm round, and it just beats Averley at mid-on. Jones unleashes the arms and it goes away for a boundary. So 56 for 1. Wasn't quite sure if Averley was going to just stick the hand out and
I don't think it was
and
far
take
off.
the catch, but it didn't look far away.
You know, I would like to have said that it didn't even look like she was moving with that much pace. I think if maybe she'd moved a little earlier, she might have been on that.
Down the leg side this time from Tyson. Oh, there's a mix there. Rhianna Southby throws at the bowler's end and Tyson can't take it cleanly. Monaghan was a long way down there. And is that a missed chance for Hampshire? Not taken cleanly behind the stumps by Southby, and perhaps that's what enticed Monaghan into the run.
Yeah, arguably two chances there. Big chances really on those last 2 balls. So there's discussion now with Freya Davies as Bex Tyson gets the ball back. Yeah, 2 big chances there really. Can we have a third?
It's like changing the field here as Averley replaces Freya Davies at mid-off, who then goes back out onto the boundary out long on. This is Tyson from the pavilion end, bowls. Pulled away into the leg side, beats Bouchier in the ring, and Freya Kemp picks up on the boundary. They'll come through for a single.
I must say, it doesn't look like she's striking those ones quite cleanly. They seem to be sort of bouncing off of the inside edge a couple of times. We've seen that now.
Tyson left arm round to Monaghan. This one nudged into the offside. Norgrove picks up at point and a dot ball. And yeah, I think this pitch doesn't look easy for batting. And I think we've seen a few from the seams, especially not quite carry quite low down to Rhianna South. So perhaps indicating that it's slightly slow. This is Tyson. This one cut by Monaghan out to Norgrove at point once more. And a dot ball to end the over. Sorry, 58 for 1 after 14 overs here at Utilita Bowl, and decent start here for Hampshire. Decent start for both sides.
Yeah,
I think you would say.
Absolutely. We're going to have a change in the commentary. I'm going to make way for Phil Green, who's going to come and continue.
Will be Naomi Datani to continue from this hotel end. And a chat with the skipper, Georgia Adams. What plans to bowl to these two, Emma Jones, Alice Monaghan. Jones 22 not out, 1 on 27. Welcome back, Phil.
Hi, Wes. Yeah, sorry I've picked up a bit since I've been off there. Building a good partnership here, these two. Is it me? It's Datani coming in from the hotel inn, running away from us. Bowling to Jones, who's cut that away, and that might be... Yeah, that is wide enough to go for 4. She just really used the line and the pace there and just helped it pass backward point, but it's run away there to deep third boundary for 4 more to Jones. That's a 50 partnership between Alice Monaghan and Emma Jones. I heard you just saying about Emma Jones' recent run spree, Wes, and she's only really developed as a batter in the last year or two. She was much bowler in her early days on the England Bowling Academy, but suddenly got a chance up the order at Surrey and seizing it with both hands. Titani in again. This is pulled away to mid-wicket, and Boucher fields and throws it back to Southby. Not a great throw, but Southby managed to collect it okay. Yeah, we come across in club cricket some of these girls, obviously, as they develop, and interestingly playing against each other today, but Bex Tyson and Emma Jones both played for Bishop Stortford. I'm not sure if they actually played at the same time, but over the years we've played against Bishop Stortford against both of those girls, and they're obviously in opposition today. Titani in again. That's a full, that's Yorker length. Good ball, well played by Jones. Just managed to keep an eye on it, dig it out. That's a good Yorker from Titani. Hasn't bowled that much for Hampshire this year, has she? Maybe not as much as she was hoping to.
Yeah, I think she. I spoke to her last week actually to preview the Somerset game last Wednesday, and yeah, she said she was out in Australia over the winter and made her debut for Western Australia. Played a few games out there for them.
Here she is again. Comes wide of off stump, hammered away by Jones. That's a really good shot. The previous 4 was sort of guided, but that one was actually hammered past backward point. Shorter ball, bit of width, and Jones took full advantage. Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, well, Jones has raced to 30 now, 30 off 33. But yeah, Titani, she picked up a stress fracture out there in Australia. I think she only played 2 or 3 games for WA in the end, but I think took a couple of wickets on her debut. And yeah, it's only recently at best 70 overs aside. That was her first proper professional since January. So it's been a long road to recovery. Yeah, which is good.
Now switched to around the wicket. She's Jones drives, and that's what we shot again. There's protection out there for that count in the boundary. Just going to one. Jones, as you say, Wes has raced to 31 off 34, continuing their recent good form for Surrey. Yeah, Titani obviously came on loan to Vipers as it was last year, didn't she? And then signed full-time for Hampshire this year. But as you say, had a very fragmented season through injury. Bats in the top 6 as well, of course, so she gets a decent game. That was a drive from Jones, sorry, Monaghan, but no great timing on it, and it's just found its way down to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, and Surrey are 67 for 1 after 15.
Yeah, so these last few is just trying to play a few more attacking shots. As I said, Jones into the 30s, Monaghan 27 off 46. Yeah, I think we mentioned earlier that it was actually quite interesting to see Monaghan opening the batter. We mentioned before that when she was here at Vipers, batting down the order 6, 7 and 8.
Or even lower than that.
Even lower than that. And
yeah.
Not bowling that much as well, but yeah, since signing for Surrey, she's almost become like a new cricketer in a way.
It's clearly been a good move for her, hasn't it? Individually, certainly. And not far to actually move either. But yeah, cricketing wise has been a very good change for her. Got George Adams coming into the attack now.
Yeah, the captain making a change in the bowling, bringing herself on from the pavilion end. She's bowling to Emma Jones. She's right arm over the wicket, bowls to Jones. There's some swept down the leg side. Titani's got a bit of a chase on here. Picks up well inside the boundary, just be a single. Brings Monaghan back on strike. Sorry, 68 for 1.
That was a full toss to start with from Adams, but got away with it really.
Yeah, you've got protection out there on the leg side. We've got Ditani at deep backward square, Frey Kemp deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Here's Adams in once more. This one's swept powerfully by Monaghan. That finds the gap. That's racing away for 4 towards the Grandstaff tunnel. And that's Monaghan's first boundary for a little while. As that takes her into the 30s now. She's 31 of 48, so 72 for 1.
Yeah, you just identified the 2 boundary fielders on the leg side there, Wes, and it went directly between them. Perfectly placed shot from Monaghan.
Yeah, she's got 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside. There's looks like a fairly standard ring on the offside with Nancy Harman out at deep cover sweeping, and the Adams started with 2 fairly full leg side deliveries. She's in once more. That slog swept by Monaghan, and that just goes for 6, I think, over the head of Freya Kemp, and that is the power of Alice Monaghan.
The umpires are checking here, but we can see from here.
From our view, that's
6 from
just
our
over
view.
the rope, as we can see on the. Can't quite tell from that stream.
Looks like the umpire's actually asking the fielder, which is interesting.
Yeah, square leg umpire's giving it 6.
Yeah, but he actually asked the fielder, which you don't see much, I don't think, nowadays. But nice to see, because there's no one else over there.
No,
to check with.
Was the only, there's no ground stuff.
No,
there's a couple sat in the dugout.
Oh yeah,
down there. But
he asked Freya Kemp, I think, and she signalled 6, which is absolutely right and good for her. But yeah, slog sweep from Monaghan. It did clear that fence. They're now reinforcing that side because, as you said, Wes, she hasn't really bowled to the field she had set, and they're bringing one more over, dropping long on back.
Adams, Team Monaghan. This one swept fine, and that should go for 4. It's slowing up just a little bit with the rain, and it's 3 consecutive boundaries for Alice Monaghan. And George Adams, not the start she would have liked with the ball. She's gone for 15 runs off her first 4 deliveries, and Monaghan off to
changing the momentum,
game, yes.
Isn't it, as well?
41 now.
Yeah, Adams not starting well here.
2 more balls left in the over. What can Adams do to pull this back? This one slightly straighter and driven down the ground, and a good sort of half stop there from David Lee at mid-off, and they'll think about the second. They will come back from the second. Bouchier running in from long off. Good running there from this 2, Jones and Monaghan.
Yeah, these 2 have run well. Right from the first ball that Jones came in, she took a very quick single to get off the mark, and they've run very positively ever since.
It's partnership now with 71 between Monaghan and Jones. Hampshire need to break it soon, as here's Adams. This one swept again by Monaghan, won't go all the way. Ditani's out there protecting that square leg boundary, and a single to end the over, an expensive one from George Adams to start. 18 runs off it, and Surrey 85 for 1 after 16.
Yeah, that's a real momentum changer, that over. They were just starting to accelerate, but that, say 18 off and over, that's really made a difference to the total, and the run rate's up now over 5. Over 5 and over. So, plenty to think about for George Adams, not just with her bowling, but from a captaincy point of view. Where does she go now? Things not quite working at the moment. It looks like Mary Taylor's coming back into the attack. She opened up really well from this end. Very impressive opening spell. And George Adams turning to her now to try and arrest this acceleration, and possibly more importantly trying to get a breakthrough for Hampshire. Got the very dangerous Alice Davison-Richards lined up to come in next, who's prolific at this level.
She's the 4th leading run scorer in the whole competition.
Yeah,
Alice Davison-Richards, 553 runs to her name, 200s, 350s, and an average of almost 70.
There you go. She's still to come. So it's Taylor in, and that's wide and driven, and that's going to be another boundary, I think. Another. Oh no, that's an excellent dive actually on the offside boundary by Freya Kemp. I thought it was past her, but it looked like she dived really early, but she obviously got it right and managed to pull it in, and it's only 2 to Monaghan from a very good shot on the offside, which looked like it was going to be 4. So great bit of fielding, that sort of thing that can turn it around a little bit for the fielding side. Good bit of fielding or something like that. We've got Helmet coming out now for Southby, who's going to come up to the stumps. She tends to do this for most of the seam bowlers once the opening spell's out of the way. So Taylor in again, running away from us, and that one's leg side-ish, and they're going to come through for a single. I think it's a leg by. It is. Monaghan tried to turn it on the leg side and it just trickled away towards the square leg umpire, but as we've been saying, Emma Jones very keen to run all the time, and she was coming through very quickly. Another leg by, taking Surrey up to 88 for 1.
And Southby now up to the stumps, keeping the batters in their crease. Yeah, it's making it slightly more difficult for them to free the arms.
Yeah, it's a good tactic. And then Taylor just a bit back of a length, and Jones has just leant on that and pushed it out to the offside. You can almost see in the time that Jones been to see her innings develop, because at first I thought, although she was running well, she looked very sort of edgy, and it all looked a bit nervous, and she was sort of jabbing at the ball. Now she looks though she's got confidence, and she's starting to flow a little bit, I think. She looks a different player. But I suppose a lot of people start nervously, just show it in different ways. Taylor in, this is full, driven, but can't get past Boucher at short mid wicket. But a nice shot again from Monaghan to certainly, as you were saying, Wes, demonstrating maybe what Hampshire missed when they didn't use her higher up the order. I heard you saying about the innings she played at Wormsley, which was a match winner, her and Nancy Harmon in partnership a few years ago, but she didn't get a lot of batting opportunity for Vipers. This one's driven away on the offside. It's going to get past short extra cover, but it's only going to be a single, as Freya Kemp is sweeping up on the offside boundary. Another single to Monaghan, taking her to 47 from 56 balls, so she stepped her run rate up as well, so now to 83 as a strike rate. And Surrey looking well set here, and which is not what Georgia Adams is looking, because she's struggling a little bit. She dived to stop that ball, and she's done herself a bit of a mischief, and she's struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, not nice having to dive around on the square, is it?
There's no trainer on, but her teammates have gone over to, one of her teammates has gone over to check she's alright, and she's holding her knee. But I think George Adams would have to be dragged off the field. She's ever present for Vipers and now Hampshire, and just always there, and she'll stay out there. And Taylor, oh, and that's out, I think. Yes, she's got the breakthrough. Taylor's got the breakthrough they wanted. That's Emma Jones just feeling for one outside the off stump, and just a thin feather through to Southby, who's taken a good catch, stood up to the stumps. Jones didn't look particularly happy with his decision, I have to say, but everybody went up in unison. It was one of those, just watching the replay, and yeah, she oh, maybe she didn't look too disappointed. She just looked at the umpire and turned away. So that's the breakthrough that Hampshire were looking for. So a good decision to bring back Mary Taylor to make that breakthrough, and a good catch by Southby. As we welcome Sanjay back into the commentary. Hi.
Yeah, so again, good line of length. Well bowled to get that wicket, because Surrey, they were entrenched. I mean, they took last time we were all together, the run rate was around 3.5, and at 5.3, you know, they've certainly got a shufti on.
Yeah, these two have batted really well and put Surrey into a good, strong position, and good from Georgia Adams to bring back Mary Taylor, who bowled so well in her earlier spell, and she's made the breakthrough, which is very much needed. It does bring to the wicket, I'm assuming, coming in, Alice Davison-Richards, who, as Wes just pointed out, is the third highest run scorer in this competition this season.
3 runs today, so highest 103. Great average as well, 69, given
Yeah. We were looking last week, and it's not actually that many players in the whole competition that play regularly that score more than a run a ball over the season, strike rate over 100. There's only about 5 players, I think, in the whole competition that have got a strike rate over 100. She's obviously one of them. Is ADR, as we tend to call her, from a commentator's point of view, makes it a lot easier. And it's going to be Ava Lee, I think. Yeah. Sure over, I think, sounds right.
That's just stuck through to the keeper. She takes the bells off as well, just to cover all of her bases. I think I might have been off all of this time.
Yeah, I think
so
those
anything of interest that I said has gone. I have to repeat it all again as Ava Lee comes in again, bowls off. Spin down the leg side. That's going to be given as a wide, which it is. Yeah, so I was saying that Alice Davidson-Richards 553 runs today, highest of 107, and as you said, Phil, one of the few players to get a strike rate over a run of ballers. He comes again, bowls, and that's on the off stump, driven down the ground to a deepish and wideish mid-off for a single by Alice Monaghan. She goes on to 48, and yeah, the run machine, third highest scorer, as you said, that is Alice Davidson-Richards comes in. If you couple, you know, that strike rate with an average of 69 and over 500 runs in the competition, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, and she's always been around the fringes of the England team, of course, played several times, but never seems to get a run together for England. Plays comes in and out of the side.
Lee again bowls, and that's full, and that's just played slightly late by Alice Davidson-Richards, sorry. I might go with the ADR, I think.
ADR is the way to go.
Yeah.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Life can be extraordinary, unforgettable, amazing. Life is about the joy.
Exist at senior level now.
Okay.
But what they have retained is that the Southern Vipers still have an academy set up. So the Southern Vipers Academy still incorporates the same 5 or 6 counties did before from different tiers.
Ava Lee to continue from the pavilion end bowls, and ADR just covers up and just drops it into the leg side for no run.
So it is quite complicated, as you said.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, it does keep changing, and it is very confusing to keep up to date with.
It's a good job we have you here as she comes in again, Ava Lee. And this time ADR just on the front foot. The ball was full, thumped down the ground for 4. Great way to move to 5 from the run scoring machine. That is Alison Davidson. Richard Surrey go to 104 for 2, and that is a sign of intent.
It is indeed. Some of the things that happened as a result of these changes, there's always going to be, when anything that comes in new, it's going to take a while to bed in. But when Yorkshire didn't get granted Tier 1 status, which was quite controversial at the time. Sorry.
Here comes again, Lee. Bowls again, it's full, and this time driven down the ground, half stopped by the bowler. She's got a little finger on it, which will stop the ball and maybe diverted it to the fielder at mid-off. No run.
Yeah, she say runs there for sure.
Freya Davis was the fielder at mid-off as Ava Lee comes in again, bowls now, and it's slightly flatter outside the off stump, and ADR just rocks onto the back foot and chops it into the offside just behind square, where it's fielded by Nancy Harmon, and they just come through for a single, bringing Monaghan onto strike. Richards on 6, Monaghan 55.
Yeah, but one of the implications of it this year in the north was something that I haven't got a lot of time to say.
Yeah, it's a quick over. He comes in again and bowls, and again outside the off stump, and Monaghan tries to repeat the shot that ADR just played, chops it into the offside, but no run. We'll just focus on this over maybe, Phil, and then in the longer in the break,
we get a seamer on here.
Exactly, yeah. She's getting through these overs. Ava Lees comes in for the last bowl, and that's slightly and up in the air. That's a big shot, but it's going to land in the hands of the fielder at coming off the boundary at long on. My Bouchier takes the catch. She's one of the. I should know that she's one of the hanky wearers in the Hampshire side, the Balkans. But it's a great catch, and that is the departure of the dangerous and set Alice Monaghan for a well-played 55 of 67 balls, and that is the inroad that Hampshire needed off the last ball of that Ava Lee over.
Yeah, very important breakthrough. That's both of the set batters are now gone, Emma Jones and Alice Monaghan. 55 from Alice Monaghan, but Hampshire, 2 quick wickets has sort of turned it back a little bit and changed the momentum a little bit. Got Kira Chapley coming in now, who in the T20 game between these two counties, or in the T20 Cup at Beckenham, played an unbelievable innings. I can't remember the stats, Wes will have it, but she got something like 90 or 30 odd balls at the start of the innings and took the game away from Hampshire from ball 1. Opening the batting obviously in that game, and yeah, she's a very explosive hitter, is Chatley, the wicket keeper.
And with that combination of her and ADR, we could be in for some interesting fun.
Yeah.
It's the second time I've heard Beckenham mentioned in about 3 days. It's weird. I went up to Ashley Giles at a book launch in London on Monday, and I was there, and I was talking to TS's Dan Norcross, who commentates, I think, on the women's game for when it is at Beckenham.
He does. He was there when we were there.
Oh right, there you go. So second time in a week.
Yeah, we were actually sat next to him when we did the game at Beckenham, because he was commentating for the Surrey feed, and Wes has just shown me 95 off 47. I wasn't a bad guess then, was it, Wes? From memory, I was about right. Yeah, she got 95 off 47.
Wes is our Andy Zoltzman, isn't
he? He is, absolutely. And yeah, took that game away from Hampshire on that occasion. Amelia and I were on the commentary on a really hot day, as I remember. Saying wishfully. Tyson in, we haven't got our wish for a seamer at this end either. So Tyson is bowling left arm round. She's already had 2 spells. This is her 4th over, and she's bowled from both ends in sort of 1 over spells, which is interesting. Tyson in again. This one's driven very pleasantly by ADR through the offside for 4. Just waited on that and just timed it nicely through. There's no fielder back on the offside. Interesting now, sending a long on back.
Which is interesting, given she's getting some drift into the right hander.
Yeah.
So they've seen that.
And they've also put a cover sweeper back, so 2 fielders gone out as a result of that shot. Yeah, it's interesting about Beckenham because it's obviously in Kent. Well, actually, the locals tell you it's in London, not Kent. But Surrey played their home games there in the women's competition. This one's just played off the back foot, taking advantage of long on dropping back, so an easy single for ADR. I imagine the field will come in for the new batter.
It's a bit like Arundel, isn't it? Sort of, it's in Sussex, but Hampshire.
But Hampshire don't play all their games there. But Surrey, I think with one exception, they played Hampshire at Guildford this year, but every other game they've played at Beckenham.
Yeah, it's 1-1 between these two sides in this competition today.
Yes. To say Surrey won the T20. Tyson in, that's a better ball, and defended back down by Chatley.
misfield by Nancy Harmon
yeah.
at that cover, and that allows Chatley to get off the mark with a jogged 2. There's been a few misfields, and we're going to put it down to the conditions, I think.
Yeah, I think
it
is tough out there.
Yeah.
The ball's really slippery, the underfoot's slippery, and I think there's a few sort of odd bounces throughout the ground as well, which is making times a little tougher as well.
Lee against bowls and outside the off stump, and a great looking drive from Chatley that she's not going to get there. Nancy Harmon, valiant dive just at the end. Great effort, but the ball goes through for 4, and Chatley moves on to 6. Now, ADR 553 odd runs, great strike rate, on over 100, average of 69 or something, I think. And Chatley, as Phil said, big 90 odd in the T20 between these two sides. Are we expecting fireworks, Amelia?
There's the possibility of that as well. I think from a Hampshire point of view, strike early. You know, you need to break this partnership. We need to dismiss people early.
Lee again bowls, and it's full again, and this is just pushed to Georgia Adams, who is fielding at mid-off.
But subsequently, bowling like that is strong. You know, bowling where you keep the stumps in play, you're making the batter work, you're not giving anything away for free. That's equally, if you're not going to find a breakthrough, that's what we need to do.
Build up pressure as Lee's trying to do again bowls, and again was stump to stump and driven, and it's fielded by Georgia Adams. But they have, sorry, I was too busy watching Georgia Adams to realise that the ball had pumped off her knee and they'd run through for a single.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd one, really, because actually there was a massive gap where if Georgia Adams had moved a little faster, she could have actually had a potential run out there, because there was quite a big gap at the striker's end. But
end of that over, Surrey 118 for 3.
She seems to be moving all right now, does Adams? Maybe I think the knee or whatever was injured earlier just seems.
You were claiming some sort of finger injury or a
grazing. That was Maya Boucher. She seems all right now. Yeah.
Oh, she took the catch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She'll always take the catch. Yeah, one of her favourite positions down there, sort of long off. As Bex Tyson in, and this is driven back to her, and she'll do her own fielding, but I think it kind of came off her toes as she sort of limped round, and the ball kind of pinged off her feet. Yeah, makes her faces go, ow.
Yeah, don't show any pain. Don't show any pain.
Yeah, turned away from the batsman, so we can't see that. And she comes in again. This is left arm around the wicket and in, good tight ball. And there's a big shout for LBW there.
Looks like
umpire remains unmoved.
Down. There's been a couple of those, hasn't there?
We'll watch that on the replay now. Let's see what had a look there. And it comes in and oh, that was tight. Maybe just slipping down leg, but that was a good line from Bex Tyson. I like that. And again, there's been some chances on Bex Tyson's balls. There's a few missed chances. I feel like she's deserving of a wicket at the moment. She's bowling well. The wind is whipping across the ground. The trousers of the players are bustling in the wind. She comes in again. Good line again, and this is just knocked into leg side. No run.
Bustling's a good word, isn't it? It's underused, I think. You know.
You can see it. It's sort of, you know, it's almost vibrating with how much wind is coming around as Bex Tyson comes in again. Full length delivery, and this is played leg side. A bit of a misfill from there, but well backed up. Diving Adams just couldn't get it, but Freya Davies comes around to back her up and just saves any more than the single.
I'm liking the little bit of drift that Bex Tyson is getting from this hotel end. No, it is. It's quite a split field, but that drift is working for her.
Absolutely. As she comes in again, and this is much more direct, and it's just batted back and no pace on it. She has to do her own fielding.
Just to say that she bowls a flatter one, just to remove that drift from any further comments by me.
It'd be interesting now to see whether she brings it in direct or drifts it in, just to keep that variation. See there, just a little bit more drift. She's just varying things up really nicely, Miss Bex Tyson, keeping the batsmen on their toes. Only one off of that over, a really concise over. 23 gone, and it's 119 for 3. Surrey strong still. We've got strong batsmen at the crease. Alice Davison Richards on 12 off 12, so her strike rate is 100 so far. Very good for her, and Chatley's on 8 off 12. So
coming up to sort of the halfway point here. Surrey going along nicely. There's run rate of just over 5. that Phil had said earlier, 230 or so was a score that he thought would be defendable by Surrey when they come out to bowl later on in the day. But at the rate they're going, that might be on the low side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it kind of pivots on these two here. If they kick on, it will be huge. This score, it could be huge.
Yeah.
Whereas I think if Hampshire can strike now, it could be kept at that 220 mark. So I really do think that, Georgia Adams will be thinking, I need to get one of these out now. We can't let it drift on. You should be looking right before the drinks.
Averley again from the pavilion end, bowls full, and Chatley just pushes it down the ground where it's fielded for no run. This is the partnership. This is the partnership that Hampshire have to try and work out how to break early before either of these batsmen get too set. As Lee comes in again, bowls and outside the off stump and just chopped away to the fielder who is at the backward point. Mary Taylor doing the fielding, not Millie as I called her a number of times earlier, to be quite rightly told off by yourself and Phil for getting it wrong. As Lee comes in again, bowls and straight, and it's a reverse sweep by Chatley. That's going to not got. She's not got much pace on it, and it's a good bit of fielding down here by Taylor, and helped by a tumbling
Bex Tyson there.
Bex Tyson. Yeah, Bex Tyson helping, and the batsman just come through what looked like 3 runs. There was a bit of. It's interesting that because the ball didn't seem to have too much pace on it, but it kept going and going and going, and it needed the dive by Mary Taylor.
It really did. It slowed up right as it got to the outfield just a little bit so that she could get it on, but good bit of fielding, good bit of teamwork.
It was. It's into ADR now, bowls, and she just drives, gets a hand on it, and a vital hand by Ava Lee, shy at the stumps, which does hit, but I think it was all in vain, and there's probably some smiles on the faces of the Hampshire fielders because ADR was well in their crease as the ball hit the stumps, giving the umpire a little bit of work to do, which
but even so,
particularly well.
Sometimes you think, just that direct strike from Abby Norgrove there just says, I can if I need to.
Yeah, exactly. Put
if
some
you
doubt
make a mistake, I'll get you.
That's right. Don't be lazy with me. As Lee comes in again and she bowls, and a bit of spin into Chatley, who just rocks onto the back foot and chops it down behind square on the offside, where and Nancy Harmon comes round and throws it back into the wicket keeper Rihanna Southey, and they come through for 2. She goes on to 13, Chatley off 16 balls. Interesting to see what if they keep the spinners on. George Radden keeps the spinners on throughout this little stint here as Lee in again bowls, and it's Fuller and driven by Chatley through the diving. Misfield to Georgia Adams diving over the ball, and Fred Davis diving over the ball as well. The ball just into the boundary for 4. Misfields there's been a few now. I know we've talked about the conditions and whatever, but ultimately, and is that something that's going to cost Hampshire? And you guys have seen the Hampshire women play a lot more than I have. Are they generally a good fielding side?
Yeah, normally, they can be really tight in their field, and I think sometimes that's where games have been won and lost for them, is their fielding sort of tightness, as I say.
Ended that over 129 for 3.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that we actually haven't seen Adams herself come in yet. She normally, if she bring in the spinners on, she tends to put herself in for a bowl or 2. But she's brought Bex Tyson in, who's had a lot of chances here, and that's driven down the ground straight to, I think that's Freya Davies who sits on the ball. She slides in
and holds it triumphantly.
Absolutely. There's a few giggles that went around the field there. It was like a magic trick, that. She just pulled it out from behind her. It's Bex Tyson. Wastes no time. In again, left arm around the wicket. In full length delivery, and this is sort of pushed out from the surface, stroke square of the wicket. They'll only get the 1. They're already on now 130 for 3. Davison Richards 14 off 15, but Chatley suddenly scampered up 17 off 17. She's moving at a nice pace. It's very important Hampshire break this partnership, but from Surrey they want to keep this partnership as long as they can, keep it going as This is in, and it almost looked like it was going to ricochet off the bat and knock into the stumps there as Rihanna Southby goes to fetch. There is a bit of turn. Bex Tyson, I feel she deserves a wicket here. She's had so many chances in her bowling spree so far today. She's in again. Full length delivery, and this is worked into the offside. Straight to Freya Kemp, who comes out from the deep, who fields for just the one. 130 for one moves the score. We're just about to be halfway through this innings. 2 balls left.
Run rate at 5.3. That's if they accelerate from here, there's a score on.
Absolutely. There's Bex Tyson in, and is defended out to Adams, to the offside. And only 1 left of the over. 2 off of this so far. It's been concise for Tyson. It's none for 23 off what will be 6 overs at the end of this. Good to see. She comes in again. Flighted, driven to Adams, stopped again. Slight misfield, but there's no run there. And that is the end of the over. I believe we will now take drinks.
There's some activity at the
there's
far
some
side.
fielders coming on with some drinks for both teams. It's customary at halfway point.
What's been good actually is that the ground staff seem to have gone back into their little hutch.
Yeah,
which is quite a big hutch, isn't it? It's more like a large garage.
Dugout.
Yeah, exactly. It's a double garage if you live in a house of that sort of propensity. But yeah, there was a bit. I suppose that's a good thing about the wind being the pace it's at, is that it does blow any weather over.
Absolutely, yeah.
Last time we were on together, well, not in this game, but a couple of weeks ago when we did that Nottinghamshire Hampshire match and the 4-day men's championship, around about now, a bit later, we had a flock of seagulls, didn't we?
We did, yes.
Are you expecting them? Are you a seagull watcher? No, he's shaking his head.
I tend to think that the seagulls only really, the flock of seagulls only really comes when it's nice weather.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know why. We may see some later in the day. Yeah, I think in this kind of weather they tend to hide. They tend to hide a little bit.
Seagulls are sort of tanners, are they?
Yeah, well, here they seem to be.
Right, okay. Southern seagulls. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the wind puts them off because they struggle a bit. We've seen them in quite high wind here, and they really do sort of sway a bit, and you can see them kind of catch different airstreams. Yes, none so far. But yeah, we will see later.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's, one of the things I did say is that, you know, on my wish list this morning was, can I see as many seagulls as we saw last time? Because it was disappointing as we were on later on in the day also that they just didn't seem to come back.
Especially that game, they seemed to be trying to get into the camera gantry here. We're at the top of the hotel ground. I was a bit concerned at one point that one might fly in and sort of sit on someone's head.
Have you seen how big they are?
They're huge.
I know, I never knew that.
They used to only be down in Cornwall, that they were like the size of dogs, and now they seem to have migrated sort of throughout the country. And yeah, we do get some massive seagulls, and they're not scared. That's the thing.
No,
they are not scared of people.
I was on a cross-channel ferry, and one sort of came and landed on the stanchion type thing. And this thing was, I think, you know, dogs with wings.
Absolutely.
And this thing was like, and it was just looking at me and said, "Well, where's my food?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Well, I haven't got any, mate. Sorry, this is mine."
And maybe that is the thing at the moment. All the spectators that are here are sort of tucked under the Shane Ward and Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stands in the pavilion. So there's not too many out in sort of the concourse that is sort of open. As one, well, that was a pigeon, so that's less exciting.
Yeah, they're different.
But yeah, I think
even I know
there's there's less people around, so maybe there's less food, so they're not quite as attracted to it. And we will see, Sanjay.
Well, there we are.
See.
At the halfway stage, we are at 131 for 3. Surrey. Hampshire have bowled tightly, wicket to wicket. The spinners have operated a lot. Wickets kind of shared out between Mary Taylor 1 for 18, Freya Davis 1 for 18 as well, exactly the same numbers, and Ava Lee 1 for 29, taking the vital wicket of Alice Monaghan just a few overs ago. But these two are set. They look like they've got a game plan, a combination of some very good straight hitting and little dabs on either side of the wicket to get Surrey in a position where at the halfway stage they've got a run rate that's going to make unless Hampshire gets some wickets, a very defendable score. Partnership of 26 between these two so far, which actually has dominated 18 runs. That 26-run partnership off 30 balls taken 17 minutes, and that's which Hampshire bowling with their spinners. 5 bowlers, I think, today Hampshire have used. Do you see the seamers coming on soon, or does Georgia Adams tend to bowl the two main spinners, if you like, as a pair for extended periods?
Yeah, what I like about Georgia Adams is she doesn't follow necessarily a rhythm with that kind of thing. She's not like, oh yeah, I always bowl these two together. You know, it's very adaptable to the conditions, to the playing surfaces. So most of the time, the only person that knows is Georgia Adams, and sort of maybe her bowling team as to what they're going to be doing. We're going to have a change in commentary. Wes is going to be joining us. Thank you, Sanjay. Yeah, so we'll see, really, is my answer as to... It does look as though Freya Davies is in the conversation with ball in hand. So it might be that after the break, Georgia Adams has decided we're going to bring the seamers on. Freya Davies has taken the jumper off, so it does look like she's coming out for ball. Hello, Wes.
Good afternoon.
Yes, afternoon now, isn't it? 12:20.
Just about.
Just about. So yeah, what are you thinking so far, Wes?
I'm thinking from a Hampshire perspective, I would like at least another wicket, preferably 2. Yeah, Davidson Richards in pretty good form this year, so he's leading run scorer, and I'd like to think if Hampshire can get her out. I mean, there's still battling to come. I think Jemima Spence got 60 odd, I think, against Durham. Callie Moore, no slouch with the bat either. I remember last year's Rachel Hale-Flint semi-final, she scored a crucial 50 to get what was then South East Stars, is now Surrey, over the line. So still batting to come for Surrey. There's Davies in from the pavilion, and this one dabbed into the offside. And Allgrove does the fielding. There's no run to start the second half of this innings here at Utility Bowl. Clouds still, as far as the eye can see, pretty much is
in both directions,
gloomy all around.
Yeah. It tends to roll in from sort of over the Shane Warne stand, but at the moment it looks like it's sort of surrounding us.
Here's Freya Davies from the pavilion. Bowls to Chatley, who dabs this down to Bex Tyson out there on the third boundary. Takes her to 19, Surrey 3-3. What are your thoughts on this inning so far, Amelia?
I think I'm hesitant. Well, I'm inclined to agree with you actually, because 132 for 5 sounds a lot better than 132 for 3. It's still a positive. It's not 132 for none. But yeah, I think these two, they have the ability to kick on so quickly. It needs to be shut down fairly imminently.
Davies to Davidson Richards from same shot, same result really. Goes out to Tyson once again on the third boundary.
But that's the thing, these two are so comfortable with rotating the strike that they're just gaining those runs every ball. You know, most rarely a dot ball, particularly with these two. And I think that's what Hampshire need to just be careful of. Yes, they're not leaking boundaries as such, but they are, you know, they're quite happy just picking up the singles on nearly every ball, which can be dangerous in the long run.
Here's Davies running towards us. Balls to Chatley. This one defended into the offside, and I think just looking back at the last 5 overs, 20 to 25. Surrey scored 23 runs for no wicket. I think between sort of 10 and 15, they were going at 8, almost 9 and over during that period, where you had Emma Jones and Alice Monaghan at the crease. So Hampshire have brought this back slightly.
Absolutely.
Those couple of wickets of Jones and Monaghan, but as you say, I mean, Davidson Richards, Kira Chatley put Hampshire to the sword earlier this year. Here is Freya Davies once more. This one clipped away onto the leg side. Boucher running round from mid-wicket does the fielding.
And this might be the position where they start to feel the slight absence of those England bowlers that they've lost. You know, because they've got their batting lineup, but they've lost 2 key bowlers in Lauren Bell, and Lindsay Smith. But it's where you want your other bowlers to really step up. I mean, Freya Davies is doing so today. It's been tight bowling. It's been impressive to see, but just needs to find another way through.
Davies once more from the pavilion end. This one back of a length, punch back down the ground by Davidson Richards. That's got Georgia Adams there, long on. I think saw just a single digit on the back of the shirt. That is the end of the 26 overs. Sorry, 135 for 3.
Yeah, only 4 off of that over from Davies, so again 1 for 22 off 6. It's good numbers. It's nice to see. Yeah, the run rate currently 5.2. Got a minimum of 24 overs left. We're just over the halfway point if you're just joining us. Zaria 135 for 3, 26 overs gone. This current partnership, 30 runs, 36 balls. It's only taken 24 minutes. So Bex Tyson back at the hotel end. She's none for 23. She's had a few chances on her overs so far. She's in and bowls. Good length delivery, full bowls, flighted down to Maya Boucher. Just the one run again.
Just looking at the bowling figures so far, the seamers seem to have got the sort of the better of the conditions. I think Mary Taylor, Freya Davies, 6 overs each, a wicket each as well.
Tyson once more flighted in, and this is guided round the corner, but stopped well at backward square, and Marina Southby was whipping a glove off, ready to receive that. Yeah, so interesting that stats-wise, maybe the seamers have had a better time of it, but keep bowling the spinners. Maybe looking for a breakthrough there as Tyson in once more. Flighted, and that's driven down the ground, but Freya Davies is there. Doesn't take him cleanly, but she stopped enough that no run will be scored.
Yeah, so the first 3 bowlers Hampshire have used, Taylor, Davies and Tyson, all pretty consistent, going at 3, 4 and over.
Tyson once more. This one just placed. Abby Norgrove there.
Whilst the other 3, Datani's gone 0 for 23 off 3 overs. Obviously Adams 1 over 0 for 18, a very expensive over that one. Averley, yes, she's got a wicket, but she's conceded 29 runs off 4 overs.
Next Tyson in once more. Cut away. Down in the offside is Tatani, who will sort that one out quickly. Only 3 off of this so far. Bex Tyson bowling well. Yeah, interesting that Adams was such an expensive over. Can be very concise sometimes. Normally can find a wicket there sometimes with Adams, but unfortunately not today. Let's just turn around the corner, comes off an inside edge, and they'll run through for 1. 4 off of that over. I think both sides will be fairly happy with that.
Yeah, pretty happy. I think sorry, they ran pretty well in that over, especially that that last one. Chatley just almost wanted to pull the ball into the leg side. It wasn't quite there for it, and Davies and Richards sort of pretty quick onto, but there wasn't really a fielder nearby, and got through for a single. There was one early on as well. I think it was Chatley who was struggling to get to the non-strike zone, where Southby sort of whipped her glove off and wanted to throw the stumps down, but Chatley got there in the end. It's been good running between these 2.
Absolutely. One thing I would say is that there was so much energy early on in the first overs in the Hampshire side, and it just feels like that's just dropped slightly.
Here's Davies continuing from the pavilion end. This one, a slight edge of the bats of Kira Chatley. Runs down to third, never single taken.
Such a tight-knit group is Hampshire, and they're normally very good at sort of cheering each other on and getting each other going, and it just feels like we need some voices out there to sort of get that energy back in the team. It's hard. It's sort of still blustery, sort of rain around.
Not the nicest conditions for playing cricket here. Here's Davies, this one defended back up the pitch by Davidson Richards, and a dot ball. And I think the 2 loudest out there would be certainly Rihanna Southby behind the stump. She's if you can talk for England, can Rie, and Maya Boucher would be another one who's also pretty loud, and the captain as well, George Adams. So, yeah,
they might have heard me. There's suddenly a few more voices I can suddenly
hear it through that effect spike. Davies balls to Davidson Richards. This one played into the offside. They go through for a quick single. Norgrove shies at the stumps. Davidson Richards safely home, and that's what we're talking about. That good running between Davidson Richards and Chatley. Some clear communication between the 2. The fielders inside the circle are pretty much on the circle. So if that sort of tap and run situation does happen, then they're pretty quick onto it.
Absolutely.
Here's Davies once more from the pavilion end, right arm over to Chatley, drives, not off the middle of the bat. Adams runs in from extra cover, does the fielding. Sorry, 141 for 3. It'll probably be think they want about 300 here at least. They've got a good platform.
What has been nice to see is the last 2 overs since we've, or the last 3 overs, sorry, since we've come back from that break, is the bowling has been really tight. They've not leaked anything so far, and that's maybe just caused a bit of frustration.
Davies to Chatley. This one again guided down to deep third on the offside. Single to end the over.
One of her favourites there, that shot. She likes it.
Oh no, sorry, there's one more ball I miscounted. I was ahead of the scoreboard there.
It happens, don't worry, all the time.
Yeah, the last boundary came off the last ball, the 24th over, so it's been tidy stuff from Hampshire since that drinks break. The team talk from Paul Pritchard maybe is Davies into Davidson Richards, played out into the onside and a dot ball to end the over. Sorry, 142 for free, 28 overs gone.
I'm going to have a change in commentary. I'm going to make way for Phil Green.
Yeah, Hampshire not happy but not unhappy, I think, or happy but slightly unhappy with their position. I think they would like another wicket, in particular probably Davidson Richards more than Chatley, but Chatley outscoring Davidson Richards at the moment, and if Hampshire can pick up another 1 or 2 pretty quickly, then they'd definitely be in the driving seat. As welcome back Phil Green.
Hi Wes, everyone. Yeah, I think what you were just saying, I think George has recognised that they need a breakthrough, and she is going with her main bowlers, we could say, with Mary Taylor now coming back on. The 3 bowlers that sort of stood out today are Mary Taylor, Freya Davis and Bex Tyson, and they're the 3 they're currently using in the middle innings, hoping to get those breakthroughs before having to revert to bowlers that have been slightly more expensive so far. Taylor in from running away from us. Keeper up to the stumps. That one's just played out on the offside, no run. Yeah, keeper Southby up to the stumps, as she has been most of the time since the opening 10 overs. And yeah, we were talking, like we often do, Wes, about quite a while back now, what the sort of target here. Sanjay was asking what's sort of normal score here, pass score if you like. Taylor in again, and that's wide of off stump, and Southby takes it as Chatley just tries to play a cut shot and misses. And I was saying that quite often we think it's going to be a lot higher, and it turns out being more 240-ish, which is often enough. So I said at that point that 240 would probably be a reasonable target for Surrey today, but as you were just saying, they'll be looking for a lot more than that from here. They'll be looking up more 280, 300-ish, I would have thought. Ambition for that anyway. This one's cut away by Chatley. It's gone down to third, and they thought about coming back from for a second, but Ava Lee made the ground quite quickly to her right and kept them down to single. Chatley up to 25. So yeah, I think they'd be looking more, hoping to get more, sort of doubling this score. They used to say double the score.
Imagine your data infrastructure not as one library, but as dozens of them, making access to the right information nearly impossible.
2 names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Chatley again goes for the paddle, doesn't quite get as much of it this time. Datani again running round to her right, does the fielding and keeps it to just a single this time. Awareness from Datani.
It's interesting, she's got the short fine leg in for Davis and Richards, but not for Chatley, but Chatley's continually playing it in that area. She's
Adams to Davidson Richardson, driven back down the ground, beats the diving Adams. Can't quite get to it off her own bowling as Kira Chatley takes cover there off the coming throw. I think is that Bouchier out there at
yeah.
long on.
I think Sousby gave her the call that the ball was heading at it because she started taking cover. It's almost like somebody has shouted 4 on a golf course there.
Here's Adams to Chatley. This one worked into the leg side. We'll leave that for Freya Kemp to run in. Another single taken. Sorry, taken to 153 for free. One ball left in this 30th over. It's a fairly tidy one from Adams, but runs off every ball so far. Here she is once more. Down the track comes Davidson Richardson, and that hits Kira Chatley. Will be a single. Would have been a single regardless, but just a bit of back of the leg. She thinks she was rubbing the back of her leg there, Kira Chatley.
She deflected it. I think it made it slightly easier for the fielder because it went straight to her instead of being wide of her.
So that is the end of the 30th over. So 154 for free.
Yeah, so if we go back to what we were saying and double the score, we're talking 308. I'm not saying that will happen, but that's a sort of guideline. Just going to give a shout out. We always talk about umpires. We often talk about umpires and call them by name, but of course the officials work as a team of 4, and so it's worth making a shout out to Caroline Green and Kevin Medhurst, who are our scorers today. Do a very important job, obviously, so thank you to those 2 people. This one's just played away, tailoring again, and ADR played out to the deep cover boundary. Surrey seem quite content to tick along the singles just at the moment. This is a sort of the middle part of the innings has become sort of a bit formulaic in that respect. That both teams seem to settle for 4 or 5 and over for this little period of play, don't they? In many games.
That was a 50 partnership up as well between these two.
Taylor in again. This one's turned away from Chatley as a single again. Yeah, the 50 partnership without too many risks being taken. They seem to have just batted at the pace they want to. And as I say, it seems that just at the moment both teams are content with what's happening. Although I'm pretty sure Hampshire would like a breakthrough here. But you know, they've still got a field, a run-saving field rather than attacking field. They haven't thrown a slip in or anything like that to show real positive intent to take a wicket. Taylor in again, and this one's outside the off stump, and again Davison Richards cuts it away. This time it is picked up by Norgrove from point. Good bit of fielding, but it's not enough to stop them taking a single.
I like how Brianna Southey there ran from the keeper, so
she
just ran all the way to Norgrove to give her a high five. A really good bit of fielding that, especially on those wicket ends where they're horrible places to dive around, aren't they?
And I'll come back to Taylor in again. This one's driven in, it does beat Kemp, so it's going to be out to deep extra cover where it's eventually picked up by Tatani. She slipped and fumbled a little bit, and they're going to come back for 3. Yeah, they completed 3 in the end. Tatani had to make a lot of ground to her right. Yeah, that bit of fielding, the one before from Norgrove, as you say, Rihanna Southby ran 30 yards to congratulate her, and it was a great bit of fielding, but actually probably didn't prevent them run at all, because they still got a single when it would have gone to the deep cover for 1 anyway. But that doesn't mean that it's not a good bit of fielding, but sometimes you don't get the reward that it deserves. And Taylor in again to ADR. And that's a much more expansive offside shot, but she's not going to get past Tatani. The field's tumbling to her right, but they're going to come back for 2. Tatani's busy out there the last few overs, and several times Davison Richards has just sort of pushed it on the offside for single, but that one she actually hit with a lot of intent, but still couldn't reach the boundary. But Surrey ticking along very nicely, 162 for 3, 1 ball to go of the 31st. Taylor in again, that's driven again by ADR, and Tatani in the game again. This time it's just a single as it went straight to her. She's struggling a bit with her footwork over there. She slipped as she threw that. It's obviously very slippery conditions out at the Utility Bowl today, but we're grateful that we're playing. Having missed a few matches lately, the last 2 Hampshire games completely washed out, and Surrey 163 for 3.
Yeah, slightly frustrating to have those last 2 games washed out. In Hampshire, we needed just 1 win from those last 2 to confirm a home semi-final. She picked up those 4 points with the no results, but just when the players can't get out on the field and basically haven't played for a week and a half, just been batting indoors because of the rain as well, as Adams continues from the pavilion end. Davison Richards flicks this one to Norgrove at mid-wicket. Yeah, having not played and been in sort of those match situations, it brings a little bit of rustiness to the side. As here's Adams, this one's shorter, punched off the back foot by Davison Richards, a diving stop from Taylor in the covers.
Yeah, it's and as we were saying, they haven't had that situation much this year. They've been playing pretty well continuously, particularly those that are in the 100 as well. So they haven't had many breaks.
This one cuts by Davison Richards straight to Nancy Harmon. And 1 fielder out on the offside, and that's Freya Davies at long off.
Yeah, I think Adams adjusted her field more to the line she was bowling rather than the other way round.
Adams right arm over, defended back up the pitch by Davison Richards. Tidy over this from Adams, as you see some of the ground staff making their way over to the hover cover. Not a great sign.
Well, it does look a bit brighter. I don't know if that's Maybe that's because of the lights, but it does look brighter than it did before.
This one half stopped by Bex Tyson at back point, and say probably would have been a 4. 1-3-4 a single, 1-6-4 for free. Sorry, it's the one run off this over from Adams. Good comeback from having gone for 27 off her first 2.
Yeah, they need her to bowl some tight overs here, Hampshire.
As we've now got cover out on the boundary, long off up inside the circle now as this one's shorter and pulled away by Chatley. Out to Freya Kemp, controlling that deep mid wicket boundary for most of the day. And it's a single to end the over, sorry, 163 for 5, 32 overs gone. And I think we're going to have another change as Sanjay Murthy replaces me.
Yeah, so I think it's brightening up a bit actually, and we are starting to get a few spectators. I think trickling in would probably be the best verb to describe it, but yeah, there's more, certainly more than there were half an hour ago, and it does look a little bit brighter, although as Wes just pointed out, the ground staff just made their way round to the hover cover, which is not always a good sign.
Although they are actually just seem to be using it as a more comfortable place to have a lie down more than anything else.
Let's hope it's that rather than something they know that we don't.
Exactly, it's Naomi Datani to come back and bowl from this pavilion end. The score 165 for 3. They've settled in, these two, haven't they?
They have.
Chatley.
Going back to our earlier conversation when we were on together, Sanjay, about the sort of target score.
Yeah, you've revised it.
I was saying we're usually too optimistic, but I think yeah, you probably do need to revise it.
She comes in now, left arm over the wicket, around the wicket. Sorry, bowls down the leg side. There's must have hit something on the way through, because the umpire's not signalled a wide.
Must have flicked the pad.
Yeah, must have flicked the pad on the way through. She's bowled. What's she done so far, Datani? She's bowled 3 overs so far, 0 for 73, been 0 for 23, sorry. She's been expensive at 7.3 runs and over. She in again round the wicket, left armour bowls, that's full, and that's swung across the leg side, an appeal from various fielders, but it looked like an inside edge from up here, and no real interest from the bowler. She just walks back to her marks and they scamper through for a single, and yet the umpire hasn't. Did he give a leg bye?
Yeah, he has actually given the leg bye. Yeah. I think it was missing leg stump.
Okay.
She sort of the line she's bowling round the wicket.
He's ducking in.
You've got to straighten it to get an LBW. Really, I don't think there's any thought that she was straightening that off the wicket.
Eddie R to face as she comes again. It's full, and well, that's just missed the leg stump and fumbled by the keeper, and they run through for what should be given as a bye by the umpire, which he does now. That's unlucky from Datani. There's a couple of balls now in consecutively where there's been a chance for a wicket. She's bowling full. She's bowling very straight, and you know, what are we? We are in the what over are we? 33rd over. Yeah. So Surrey do need to get on with it, even though run rate is still hovering around the 5 mark here. As Datani comes in again, 4th ball is over, bounds in, bowls and full, and she just chops back, gets back on the back foot, Chatley, and just chops it into the offside where Georgia Adams fields for 1. Yeah, so revision of score, Phil.
Well, I think if you were Surrey now, you'd be looking at 280. When you're even upwards of 280, as always, it depends on wickets. I mean, if these two happen to fall in the next few overs, we'd probably
revise it
down again. But I think if these two bat for a while, 280 is well within range.
And she comes again, bowls tiny outside the off stump, and again just chopped by ADR into the offside, where it runs through to Freya Kemp, who fields and throws it back in, and they come through for single. These two are doing a similar job to Monaghan and Evans earlier. Emma Jones earlier, where they're just stabilising there was a couple of quick wickets that Hampshire took, and these two have just stabilised things before you would think some sort of onslaught against the bowlers. The Datani in again bowls, and it's full, and that's just clipped away on the leg side, beautifully timed. Well fielded, a little misfield. Oh, she pushed it over the boundary. She has. I thought she'd got there and saved the 4, but just in the act of diving to perform that fine bit of fielding, unfortunately she knocked it over the boundary for 4, and that ends at over 173 for 3. Richards on 30. Chatley has scampered on to 40.
Yeah, not many boundaries in the last few overs, but I was saying when I was on with Wes that you tend to get this period in 50 over games where both sides seem to settle for the situation, and the bowling side and the batting side seem quite content to just let the game tick along. You tend to find this in 50 over cricket sometimes. There's that middle period where not a lot happens sometimes. The batting side just pick up 4 or 5 and over comfortably, and the fielding side let them.
That was the last. That was the first boundary for 9 overs.
Yeah.
By Surrey.
So Adams in, and that one is played down to long on for a single by ADR. Surrey move up to 174. Yeah, so 9 overs between boundaries, and that one possibly should have been stopped, but wasn't. It is very slippery out there, so we've got to give the fielders a little bit of licence. This one Chatley's just turned away again, and again they're going to pick up a single. And
these are crucial overs for both sides, because if you look at Datani and Adams's figures to date, you know, they've bowled between them 7 and a bit overs and gone for 60.
Yeah, so you'd think these were 2 of the bowlers that they would be targeting, perhaps Surrey, but as I say, it's that phase of the game where Surrey are probably quite happy just to build 5 and over, and then when they get to 40 overs, if these 2 are still in, that's when you'll probably see the acceleration. This time cut away by Davis and Richards, and that one's going to bring a 2 as it goes backward a point, and then comfortably come back for a couple more. In fact, may have been more of an overthrow if Chatley had been aware, but she wasn't really looking at the other end. But that the throw eluded Southby and did run away a little bit, but still just a 2.
Yeah, they've been steady at 5 and over. Yeah, haven't they, for a while now? Sorry.
And a comfortable 5 and over, sort of risk-free 5 and over. Adams in again, and this is short, and they're going to come through. Richards made room for herself there and tried to hammer it away on the offside, but she actually got an under edge, and the ball just trickled down towards short fine. But Chatley was backing up well, and they come through for another single, but Richards certainly didn't go where she was intending. Adams in again, this time down the wicket. Chatley that just picks out long on, forces it down the ground for another single. Chatley on to 42. And that's the end of the over. Another over, gets through overs quickly, George Adams, that's one thing. And Surrey 179 for 3 off 34.
Georgia Adams, the daughter of Chris Adams, Sussex and Hampshire. We were talking, and we got a bit of, well, we can do this because we've got a quicker bowler in Datani at the end. We're at the hotel end. If we go back to what we were saying about the women's game and the changes and stuff, Phil, do you think all of these changes are good for the game, or do you think there needs to be a period of stability to allow some of these changes and formats to embed themselves in?
It's a good question with a very complicated answer, I think, because good for the game. Firstly, it's the first year of this format, so everything takes time to bed in, so I think it's too early to give a definitive answer.
Datani into Chatley around the wicket, bowls, and Chatley just forces that into the offside. There was this misfield in the deep there by Freya Kemp, but no extra run taken by the 2 Surrey batters, and the score moves on to 180 for 3.
Yeah, and I think you've got to look at the big question of is it working or is it benefit the game? You've got to look at the whole structure of women's cricket right the way down. So it may benefit county cricket. Does it benefit all of the individuals within? Obviously it benefits those that have full-time contracts in terms of financially.
Datani up to the wicket, bowls, and this time it's shorter and it's pulled away in the leg side. Nancy Harman is out there in the deep, and she fields it safely, throws it into the wicketkeeper, Rihanna Southby. Just the one run. Good shot for one.
It was a good shot for one, yeah. I think the other thing you've got to consider is the early signs would suggest it has a bit of a negative effect on club and grassroots cricket, because a lot of it is depriving a lot of these players from ever playing club cricket.
Tani in, bowls outside the off stump, and that's short, and that's pulled away into leg side, and Harman again fields, little fumble but no danger there. They come back for one. The score moves on to 182 for 3.
And you've also got the county age group cricket, and it does seem to be a lot of condensed into Sundays. A lot of cricket's played on Sundays.
Welcome to the listeners who've joined us on BBC Sport Extra. The game here is Surrey are 182 for 3 in the second semi-final. Winners will play Lancashire here at the Utilita on Sunday as Ditani in again bowls. This time it's Fuller and pushed down the ground by Alice Davidson-Richards. Good sliding stop by the fielder at mid-on, Mary Taylor, one of the two twins who's featured on the BBC Sport website today. Hampshire looking to take their position at the top of the table into the final on Sunday, but Surrey, after a loss of a couple of an early wicket and then a good stabilising partnership, have really pushed on now to 182 for 3 as Ditani comes in again, bowls, and that's a little inside edge by Chatley onto her pad, sorry, not to scare any Surrey fans out there, but no danger, and the score remains 183 for 3. Phil and I are just talking about women's structure in the game and the availability of pathways and stuff for the girls today.
It'll take a while to settle down, but I think the general thing to say is over the last few years women's cricket has progressed massively and is moving in the right direction.
Ditani into Chatley, who's on 44, and she just drops into the offside, looks for a quick single, but her batting partner Alice Davidson-Richards, who's on 36, isn't interested. She's got the strike for the start of the next over, and this one ends with Surrey on 183 for 3 off 35.
And just to recap, Surrey won the toss earlier today and decided to bat, which did surprise some of us, but they do favour batting first, and that sort of took precedent over the maybe prevailing conditions at the time, and so far it looks like a pretty good decision. Yeah.
Look, and maybe what will happen is that the forecast or the weather doesn't change across the day, and putting runs on the board, as the old adage goes, is the way forward.
Yeah, because weather forecasts are a lot more accurate nowadays than they were in days gone by, shall we say, but they're not always right. We were saying earlier there was a junior cup final called off at this ground on Sunday on the weather forecast, and then it never actually rained. But there we go. Ava Lee back into the attack from the pavilion end, and her first ball is driven through the offside by Davison-Richards for 4, beats the diving Adams at short extra cover, goes up to the boundary in front of the Shane Warne stand for 4. And Richards goes up to 40, so this partnership really building well now for Surrey. And there was a spell a few overs ago where George Adams reverted to her, you might say, main bowlers with Davis, Taylor and Tyson to try and make the breakthrough, but that didn't work, and now she's got the bowlers who have been slightly more expensive today bowling, and Lee needs to tighten up a little bit here. This time Richards gets on the back foot and chops it away. Harman's in from the boundary and getting down to just 1, but runs coming fairly, well, probably too easily for Hampshire's liking right at the moment.
Alice Davidson-Richards is a batter on form, coming off the back of a 65 not out in that big win against Durham in the last round of the group matches.
Yeah. Lee, and this is a reverse sweep from Chatley, very, very fine reverse sweep. I think it's going to run away for 4. It does. That's a really good shot. She premeditated, of course, it has to be that particular shot, but she got it really fine, and it's run down all the way virtually behind the keeper, but she got the middle of the bat on it. It's exactly where she intended to go.
Georgia Adams as a captain, Phil, what is she like? Does she read the game well in terms of being quite proactive and aggressive at times?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say proactive is a very good term for her normally. That's Lee's in again. This is a full toss and it's driven, but she actually gets away with that. It goes to mid-off for no run. And she constantly changes the bowling. That's one thing that's very much part of her DNA as a captain, that she constantly changes, she constantly tinkers. And Ian again, this one's just chopped away for a single on the offside by Chatley. And you'd have to say, I mean, the proof of anything's in the pudding, and her success rate as a captain is really good over the years with Vipers and Hampshire. So yes, she is a good captain. A lot of people, a lot of pundits were suggesting she might be a good England captain candidate. This one's a full toss. It's driven away by Richards, and Harman stops it on the boundary of the dive and keeps them down to 1. When there was the change of the management, etc., at the start of this calendar year, there was a lot of talk that she may be brought in as the England captain, even though she wasn't in the England side, but basically because they were needing a new captain at the time. It was probably felt that she didn't quite have the runs behind her at that juncture to justify a place in the side, whereas 2 or 3 years ago she was, well, up to last year, he was a very prolific scorer at this level. So yes, I think to answer your question, she's a very good and well-respected captain, but I think captains only as good as their tools, aren't they? And I think today she's suffering from not having the bowling options that she would normally have.
Yeah.
And that makes it quite difficult.
She had a couple of, when Emma Jones came in, who was playing across her body to the leg side, she had a couple of funky fields, but it's Datani again around the wicket now, bowls to Alice Davidson. Richards, Richard bowled it, bowler, the leg stump is out of the ground. It was an inside edge, Phil? I didn't quite see, but
I'm not sure it was an inside edge. She went to try and hit it straight back down the ground by the looks of it, and we'll see it again now.
It was full. That was
actually
the off stump. My eyesight as well as my voice.
Well, she made a lot of room for herself by stepping away to leg, but yeah, it's almost like, I mean, that's not the way she's been batting, is it?
She's been batting very
accumulating runs.
Yeah.
It's almost like the switch was flicked there, that she's going to up a gear, and it's cost her. That's a really important breakthrough for Hampshire.
Surrey 194 for 4 with that wicket of Alice Davidson Richards, the run scorer for Surrey, 553 runs, the third highest scorer in the tournament today, but that is a vital wicket, and Hampshire are making these breakthroughs at a vital time, and they've done that all the way through so far. Surrey have hovered around the 5.5 run rate for a while now, so you know, Hampshire are just sticking in there, not bowling to a plan, I would say, and not losing sight of what they're trying to achieve here, which is vital wickets at the right time, and that's brought out the new batter for Surrey, who is Phoebe Franklin.
That's a change of order from the card, at least, because I think it's supposed to be Jemima Spence,
who also went well in the last game against Durham, getting a 68 off 63. So, 112 partnership with Alice Davidson Richards. So that's a surprising change.
I think they've probably gone for a bit of experience here. Phoebe Franklin, a much more experienced player. Jemima Spence, one of the sort of emerging players at Surrey.
Chatley then round the wicket to Franklin, her first ball, and that's short. She pulls it well on the leg side, doesn't get all of it, and they just run through for a single. It's the fielder down there just picking up the ball, but is Bex Tyson, who's bowled a few overs so far to date. But yeah, vital wicket for Hampshire to stay in this game, and it'll be interesting to see now what Georgia Adams, we're talking about her captaincy, what she does in terms of bowling from the far end, whether she brings someone like Freya Davis back on, or whether she sticks with the spinner. But we will find out as Chatley in again round the wicket, bowls, and that's Fuller, and that's driven straight by Phoebe Franklin, but fielded off her own bowling by Datani, 195 for 4.
Yeah, I think Adams will bring on. That would be my guess, that she will bring back either Taylor or Davies for at least one over at the new batter. That is the sort of thing that she's want to do.
In comes Titani again, bowls outside the off stump, a little waft. No feet movement there at all by Phoebe Franklin. Practices a more aggressive shot outside the off stump, but no danger really there. But a lazy looking shot from a batter who's just come in, given the fact there's a set batter in Chatley at the other end who's scored 49 of 54 balls. Let's see what she does with this next one as Titani starts her run up here from the hotel end around the wicket. Left armer bowls down the leg side. It's just helped along its way. There's 50 for Chatley. That's a very well constructed and made 50 by the wicketkeeper for Surrey. 53 of 55 balls, a strike rate approaching 100. 3 fours in the vital partnership she shared with Alice Davidson-Richards, and she's going to be vital for Surrey if they are to post a score north of 250.
And a bit of a nemesis for Hampshire this season, as I was saying earlier. She played the match-winning innings at Beckenham in the Cup, the T20 Cup.
95, I think you said she scored this year. Titani into her again, and that's just chopped away on the offside. There's a no run. There was probably a run there, but decided that they weren't going to take it as they come to the end of the Titani over. That's the end of her 6th. She's taken 1 for 38, and Surrey 199 for 4.
And a very important breakthrough. Just going back to, we were talking before about the structure, and I didn't quite finish on the previous commentary spell. So there's 8 counties currently in Tier 1, 10 in Tier 2, which make up the 18 first-class counties in men's terms. Then the other counties are in Tier 3, which is regional. They play a 50-over competition, which is this Metro Bank Cup. They play a T20 Blast, which is, as you're aware, played in conjunction with the men's quite often as double headers. But there's also what's been described as an FA Cup, to use football parlance, but where every county just played in a straight knockout competition. Adams in, and this one's down the leg side. Is going to be called a wide, and it's eluded the keeper, and they're going to come back for 2 runs, meaning 3 wides in total. Adams still not got a line, so I was wrong about her bringing back one of her opening bowlers. So yeah, there was a sort of FA Cup type straight knockout competition, which is what Surrey beat Hampshire in, and the Tier 1 sides came in later in the competition. Adams in again. This one's just driven down to mid-on for no run. So that's the sort of structure in this first year of the new regime. So I think, to answer the other question, it's generally been a success, but there'll be a few things to iron out. This one's just defended on the leg side, no run.
And we were talking about pathways as well. Do you think a settled structure will create better pathways for the younger girls?
Yes, probably. This one swept away by Franklin. Titani moving quickly from her left and keeps it down to 1. That's a good bit of fielding. Sorry, under 202. Yes, I think it will, although the pathway system, as I say, some areas hasn't changed a lot. In this area, it's still run by the region, the Vipers, rather than Hampshire, the academy side of it. So it's a little bit complicated, but the pathway system for young female cricketers is massively better now than was the case a few years ago. This one's driven down the ground by Chatley for a single, and there's so many opportunities now for girls to break into the professional game, obviously, and the pathways are really well structured, and it's pretty clear from a young age where your route is through to this level. Adams in, this one's turned away by Franklin, another single. Just got one more ball to go, and I'll be handing over to Amelia.
Yeah, to take us through to the last, sort of towards the close.
I have to say, whereas the rest of us, we get a break from commentary and we just sort of sit here and watch. Amelia is busy all the time. When she's not commentating, she's doing some technical stuff, or rewiring something, or knocking things over, or something. She seems to be doing something all the time. Anyway, I'm going to hand over to Amelia now.
Yeah, there was a clattering of stanchions earlier as Amelia, I think, under the guise of trying to fix something, was actually breaking some of the utility bowl. We are a few stories up in the hotel side, which is where the commentary position is. So, you know, not a great and soothing thought for any of us who are up here, but.
It's all good. It's all sorted.
Yeah, all done. Okay, very good. Surrey 206 for 4, with Chatley set on 55. Joined recently by Phoebe Franklin, who's on 3. She's come in at the fall of the wicket of Alice Davison-Richards, bowled by the bowler who will continue here at the hotel end. Datani in to bowl around the wicket, a left armer, and she just clips it on the leg side. Datani, that's gone all the way full. No need to run for that. 2 leg side, too short by the Hampshire bowler, and Chatley continues on her merry way.
Yeah, Datani, she's, you know, obviously found that great wicket earlier. It's just a little bit of a wayward ball on that last one. 206 for 4. I mean, it's still doable. We've got just under, obviously, 12 overs left. You'd be thinking, you know, once it gets to that 10 overs remaining, they'll start trying to accelerate. So Hampshire really need to try and, target Datani here.
Wickets in hand for Surrey, which gives them a great platform to be able to launch an attack as the last 10 overs approaches. And also approaching the crease is Datani. Bowls full, and that's driven down the ground by Chatley, but straight into the fielder, who is positioned at long on, who just gives the ball a wipe. She's not a designated wiper. We spent a bit of time chatting about who had a towel. Phil was suggesting that there was some sort of ECB course that people went on to be the fielder, but Mary Taylor isn't one of those. But it is Datani to come in again, bowl fuller, and this time just clipped a full toss on the leg side. It's clipped into the leg side where Ava Lee fields, and the fielder, the batters, come through for 2, and Chatley moves into the 60s. 61 now a runner ball, the first time since the early stages of her innings that she's got that vital time to be accelerating her innings, with Surrey looking to push on nearer the 260, 270 mark.
Yeah, where Datani's coming out around the left arm around the wicket, and she's just got that sort of natural pull around to the right hand side, and it's just 2 leg side on that one, and Chatley made easy work.
There she approached.
So the news, I've switched the right microphone, that's a good start. So the news from Emirates Old Trafford is there will be an inspection at 2 p.m. So it hasn't rained for a little while. So if we look outside here, it's a little bit brighter. So the ground staff have been working hard as ever to try and get the outfield at least ready for an inspection, with the possibility of some play. So they've left a couple of covers on there, but the bulk of the water that was on the sheets has been kind of mopped away. I gather it is still quite wet outside. The outfield is still pretty soft and wet in places, so that is a concern. So the umpires kind of tentatively went out about half an hour ago, and the news is that they'll take another look at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Obviously, this is all subject to there being no further rain. So fingers crossed, the work that the ground staff have put in to try and get the covers off and get the water mopped up will be rewarded with some play a little bit later on. But again, this is what the bits and pieces you're trying to pick up, is that it is still pretty wet outside. So even though the rain has stopped, it is still areas of concern. The main cover is on, protecting the pitch, and then the extra covers there hoping to protect the square as well. But there was a lot of water coming off those sheets when they were peeling them back, and the blotter was going back and forth to try and soak it up from the outfield. So yeah, unfortunately nothing here just yet. 2 p.m. Inspection. Elsewhere, I know the viewers on Lancs TV have been watching the game from the Utilita Bowl. So this is the semi-final of the one-day Cup. between Hampshire and Surrey. With Surrey, there were 215 for 4 is the latest score I've got from that game. That's after 39 overs. They're batting first in Southampton, so 215.
And that's what I like about Georgia Adams' captaincy is that she just keeps it thinking all the time.
There it is.
You don't know what's coming.
The latest that we've got from there. So the winner of that game will be facing Lancashire in Sunday's final. So Surrey batting first, and they're into the 40th over of that game. Been some decent scores from Alice Monaghan, who's top scored with 55. Also Alice Davison-Richards making 42 for Surrey as well, a little bit earlier on. So Surrey batting first in Southampton into the 40th over, 219 for 4, and the winners will face Lancashire in Sunday's final at the Utility Bowl. So 2 p.m. inspection here at Emirates Old Trafford. For our viewers on Lancs TV, we shall leave you with the pictures still live from Southampton, so we try and build a score to try and defend a little bit later on.
If they can, I mean, the thing is with Chatley there, she will just smack you around for, 4 or 6, as she's about to do there, as it goes over the head of Georgia Adams, and it's soared away for 4. And that's what she's good at. She's capable of hitting the big boundaries, but maybe just change it up, try something different.
2 full from Adams there. She's been bowling a bit leg-sidey. That was full outside the off stump and just bunted down the ground by Chatley as she moves on to 71. Do you think she's kept herself on too long, Georgia Adams, now?
How many? She's done 6. No, this is her standard, I think.
Okay.
She'll always come in and try. I mean, she sometimes bowls to death, and she backs herself to be concise. I think you have to as captain, as this one's just worked leg side. And there's a diving fielder who has... Oh, she's knocked it onto the boundary. Oh, that was a big shame. And she's done all the hard work to get out and round to stop that. Who was that in the deep? Freya Kemp. She's been doing some good work out there. She's still on the floor. She stopped it, and then just as sort of skidded through, it carried to the boundary. So
mistimed her dive slightly. She went down early.
Yeah.
And you'd have thought she'd have got there. It looks like it's hit her wrist, I think. She's holding her right sort of wrist palm area. Cold day. Horrible.
Cold day, yeah.
Horrible.
And that's the thing, it's cold. If you fall over, it hurts more. Everything's a bit achy, and that's what it feels like. The boundary riders are just a little bit tired, and that's acceptable. You've been out there for 40 overs, but you've still got 10 to go. You need to keep going.
I'm supposed to hand over to Wes. I'm just going to do the start of this over when it's Titani in. Sorry, it's Mary Taylor in, coming back, and she's bowling to Franklin, who just chops it down onto the leg side, where it's fielded for a single by Bex Tyson.
For a moment, I thought we had Maya Boucher bowling then.
No, see, it could have been anybody the way I was going. In fact, the way I was going, Wes could have been bowling, to be honest with you. So,
Wes would go out there and give it a bowl, wouldn't he?
But it's
warming up the shoulder.
It is Mary Taylor. She's into her 9th over now. She's taken 1 for 31 as she comes in again. Bowls to Chatley, and it's down the leg side, and that's given as a wide by the umpire, and it's going to roll all the way down to the boundary at the pavilion side. So it's 5 runs off that ball, something that Hampshire can't afford at this late straight. That run rate is now picked up to 5.7 as we approach the last 10 overs. The third of the 3 sort of stages of the game, if you like, with I think it's 5 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle at this late stage of the game. So Hampshire can be more defensive, but if you are bowling leg side wides, that is going to make that difficult. She's got a chance to redeem herself now. She comes in again, bowls, and just pushed into the offside by Chatley, where it's fielded by Georgia Adams at a more orthodox extra cover sort of area, and they come through for a single. Chatley practices a more aggressive shot. Maybe she saw a gap slightly to the right of Georgia Adams there, because the fielder Freya Kemp, who's on the boundary, who's on the cover area of the offside, is on the boundary. So there are big gaps there. She manages to get it to the left of Georgia Adams as Taylor comes in again, bowls some shorter and just chopped behind square by Chatley. Are they going to come back for 2? Yeah, they're pushing. There was Franklin, sorry, pushing, and she comes back for 2. Well run by Surrey. The Surrey batters, as I said before, they've done that well.
Absolutely. I mean, Mary Taylor, I'm liking the line she's bowling here. I think I know why you got confused earlier, because on the screen it's ML, so it looks like it says Millie Taylor.
Yeah, exactly.
I almost did that.
Yeah, I was,
so we can blame whoever wrote that. So I looked to Wes.
Taylor in now, bowls and full, and just again chopped away on the offside. Freya Taylor comes in off the boundary, and this time it's just a single to Phoebe Franklin. The score is 237 for 4. Run rate is again approaching 6, 5.8. Vital times for both sides here for Hampshire to try and put a lid on this partnership, ideally by taking a wicket. Surrey really pushing forward and getting that run rate up past 6 to a point where they've got a score that is eminently defendable as Mary Taylor comes in again, bowls straight, and that's hammered on the leg side by Chatley, but they've got that boundary rider out there all times of this game, Nancy Harman. She's basically lived on the boundary and she fields it, and that's just 1 run. Aggressive shot from Chatley there, and she has done all the way through. Practices a more orthodox shot through the mid-wicket area of the leg side as Taylor comes in again. Approaches the wicket, bottles up, runs out, and that's chopped away nicely by Phoebe Franklin. There is a fielder down there. She puts the dive in, but it's gone past her to the boundary for 4. It's a vital boundary for Surrey off an expensive over. The score is 242 for 4. Franklin on 12, Chatley on 77, and Wes, belatedly, I shall hand over to you.
Yeah, by my maths, that was 14 off of that over, so Mary Taylor will not be impressed from that, but unfortunately it's the way it goes. Maybe a few kind of wayward balls, or just not quite tight enough from the Hampshire team in general, but we've still got 9 overs to go. It's 242. It's ever defendable at the moment, and beatable, would you say, Wes?
Yeah, I think certainly looking 300 plus at this stage. Kira Chatley's going really, really well, and it almost feels like batting's been a little too easy out there with today. Sure, they're sort of stuck to their plans, stuck to their field, and they sort of haven't worked. They've worked in sort of restricting boundaries, and there's been a lot of running between the wickets. And
does it feel like there's the pressure?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, okay, we'll just take that, we'll take a single there, and we'll just get another boundary and play on the mistakes. And yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on there. It does feel like they've had quite a calm, easy ride out there. So we've got Freya Davies coming in the pavilion, and she'll be looking to get another one here, as this is just defended, and they're going to go for 1, and that's good running. It has it, it's barely outside of the circle. Maya Boucher straight on top.
2 names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
We come in for our innings, we need to be stealing runs wherever we can. And it's not even stealing, it's just being really clever. Really clever with the way they're running. As you say, you think, oh, what, they're not going to... Oh, they've already done it. And it's that speed that they've been able to get them out. As Mary Taylor comes in once more. Bit of a low sweep out to the boundary, but Mary Taylor comes in to collect, and there's only the one. Again, there's already 4 off of this over, so almost 1 a ball now. So 2 balls left. What is Mary Taylor going to do? Have 2 balls left of this over. We shall see. She comes in. Bowls, very full delivery there, and that's gone out to the boundary, but Datani is on it, Again, they've already taken the one. Before it's even reached the fielder, they're through. Can I ask a question, Wes? Why does it say MLL for
those
Mary?
are Mary's initials. So I think it's Mary Louise Latham Taylor is her full name, and her sister Millie initials are MSL.
Right.
So they're not even that different in the initials.
As Mary comes in again. Oh, and that's carried through to the keeper. A bit of a swing and a miss there. That was a chance.
A misstumping, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh, she just got that little bit tighter. She might have just knocked off stump, but she retrieves her cap, and a little high five there from Davies. Rhianna Southby always smiling, I can see on the feed. She seems quite happy out there, so probably looking forward to getting the bat in hand and going have a bit of an attempt at chasing this score down. 253 for 4.
Yeah, Southfield she'll be opening the batting later on with Maya Boucher. The last time those two actually batted, they put on, I think it was a partnership of about 170 against Durham, as Hampshire walked that one pretty easily in the end. I think Durham got a few more runs than they would have liked. They had a really good start with the ball, Hampshire, that game, but I think Holly Armitage, I don't think she quite made the century, but 90 odd out in the last over, and there was a bit of rain around, and yeah, the start that Southby and Boucher got Hampshire off to was quite something. As we've got Bex Tyson returning from the pavilion end, as this one's driven back down the ground for another single. Franklin to 19.
Yeah, it was really nice to see those two get a massive score, because I think especially Maya Boucher can be somewhat, I think, sort of criticised sometimes too heavily for you know, maybe getting out a bit easier, and I think she's a fantastic batter, and I think to see those two kick on was a great sight.
This one's sliced, and it should be caught by Adams at backward point. It is. There's the wicket that Hampshire wanted. It's Kira Chatley. She's gone for 81, and that is a big wicket in these last 7 overs. Bex Tyson picks up her first. Chatley came down the track and looking to loft it over the covers, only succeeded to slicing the catch to Georgia Adams at backward point. Not her usual fielding position, but takes the catch pretty safely. It's a 5th wicket down for Surrey. They're 254 for 5.
Interesting in the reaction from Adams and sort of the rest of the field, that it wasn't this massive jubilation of yes, we've got her. It was sort of like, yep, okay, good.
Finally,
you know,
we've got a wicket, sort of thing.
Goodness me, that's done. Yes, but still, good to get her out at any point, really.
Now I've got Callie Moore coming in, and as mentioned earlier, she can bat. She's not an out-and-out batter, probably more of a bowling all-rounder. But I mentioned last year seeing her and Alice Davidson Richards put on a match-winning partnership over at Beckenham for what turned out to be Seven Vipers' last ever game.
Oh wow!
Semi-final of the Rachel Hale-Flint Trophy. Davidson Richards got 90 odd not out. Callie Moore 50 or 60. And you just saw Southwick Stars, which is now the Surrey team, over the line with a few overs to go. So
yeah,
Hampshire, they need to keep pushing for these wickets. I mean, yes, Surrey are going to try and come at them a little bit more, try and get past that 300 mark, which they should do at this current rate.
But you never know.
This current rate.
You never know. You never know. But hey, it probably is.
I'm just trying to see those tidy last couple of overs. As Bex Tyson is stumped first ball, no. Quick hands from Rhianna South. I thought that bowled her for a second.
Rhianna South was so quick. It's like, especially she stood in front of us here. You think, well, what's happened there?
Here's Tyson in once more. Left arm round the wicket from the pavilion end. This one's defended back up the pitch by Moore. Decent starts the over for Tyson. But, those last couple of overs just going for 6 and 5 runs respectively. So maybe a little bit of pressure on Chatley trying to up the ante a little bit. It's his Tyson swept by Moore, not timed. Ava Lee will run round to her left. Can't quite pick it up cleanly, but Tatani's there.
Does spin round on a bum when she did fall over. That was quite clever, actually.
From Ava Lee, another single to the total, 255 for 5. Slight change in the field for Phoebe Franklin. She's 19 off 19. We've got mid on, short fine leg inside the circle on the leg side. Got 3 inside the circle on the offside. Tyson, left arm round the wicket. Franklin moves across the stumps and sweeps well. Datani's racing to her right, but can't catch up with that. Really good shot from Phoebe Franklin. Swept away for 4, 259 for 5 now, Surrey. She moved a long way across her stumps there. Almost like 2 sets of stumps across onto the offside. It was probably not far away from the wide line, actually, that one.
Not at all.
Swept it behind square.
And she signposted it quite early on, really. I'm surprised Bex Dyson wasn't able to just adjust slightly. You know, because that's where the brilliant bowlers are. They've just, you know, just seen that and going. Bex Dyson, she has that ability to sort of follow someone and, you know, make them make that mistake. But yeah, unfortunately, just not able to capitalise there. 259 for 5. Are you okay staying on, or do you need to scamper away and
stay on for a little bit longer? If you want me to stay on for a little bit longer.
If you want to stay on, we're pleased to have you no matter what. But I know you've got other duties today that you're sort of fulfilling, so
we'll just give a quick update. We've got the first T20 international between England men and Ireland over in Dublin, and from a Hampshire perspective, Liam Dawson is in that side, one of the 3 Hampshire contingent over there.
Freya Davies in, and oh, I think she'd been bowled there. Absolutely brilliant on Moore. Fantastic. Again, it was so quick that I wasn't sure if she'd been stumped. I saw the bails fly off, but again, not a massive celebration from Hampshire, which is sort of surprising. You think you are sort of keeping them at a 250 mark at the moment. Absolutely brilliant from Davies. Fantastic there. And Moore will have to go for just 1.
Yeah, not quite sure what shot Callie Moore was trying to place that. Sort of caught in 2 minds, front foot or back foot, and in the end it's neither. And yeah, Freya Davies crashing into middle and leg stump there, and that's 2 wickets in 2 overs for Hampshire. A much needed comeback after some good partnerships earlier on. Saw a partnership of 81 between Monaghan and Jones, and then 89 between Alice Stapleton, Richards and Kira Chatley, and then Chatley and Franklin partnership with 60 between them. But Hampshire putting on a late comeback, 2 wickets in 5 balls, 6 balls I think that is.
Yeah.
But we've got Jemima Spencer now, and I think she got a quick fire 60 on the other day against Durham in a rain affected game. So again, she's no slouch with the bat.
Not at all. And that's the thing with Surrey, they bat deep. So, you know, everyone that comes in, you think, oh, you've got a 50 not long ago, you've got a big 60, you've got huge scores, and you can absolutely smack it around for the last few overs as Davey comes in again. And this is just turned around onto the leg side, and they're already through for 1. Carry on with the good running of Surrey there, but it is just the 1.
Yeah, Jemima Spence last innings 68 off 63, with 8 boundaries against Durham.
Wow. That is pretty special. Well, 5 overs left after this one. Can Hampshire keep Surrey to under 300? We will see. I think the next over will be very key as Davies comes in again. That's leg side, but it's not, so it's been given a wide already. Which is a shame, just drifted down the leg side. A rare one really for Davies there.
He's felt fairly tidily today. 2 for 31 from 8 overs, going under 4 and over, comfortably the most economical bowler of Hampshire's lineup today. Yeah, only a second wide today for Davies.
There's bowls, and that's much better line, and it's up in the air. Is someone going to be under it? No, it's going to land safely. Maya Boucher was doing absolutely her best work there to try and get back for it, but it's just a little bit too far away from her, but keeps it down to the 1.
I thought she got more of that than
So
she
did I.
did
Yeah.
Phoebe Frank. I was expecting that to go.
It sort of pinged off and then slowed. But I think
rope.
the wind was kind of, it's coming sort of from behind us here over the top, and it kind of swirls around, so I think maybe it just caught us a bit. I'm trying to work out which way it goes, but every tree seems to be blowing in a different direction as Davies comes in again. Bowls, and this might just have been a wide on the offside, but it skimmed over the blue line, and they'll go for 1. 264.65 for 6. At this rate, they will be over the 300 mark. Chaseable, I think doable though for Hampshire from batting point of view. The strength in their batting, if they can all stick around for a good period of time, absolutely doable still. So Davies in again. 2 balls left to this over. Balls, and we'll see. I think it was a slower ball because it seemed to take a long time to get up to Franklin there.
maybe a back of the hander from Freya Davies.
It almost felt like Franklin didn't really know what to do there. I think she was expecting such speed that she sort of went, oh, okay, I will just push that away from me.
Yeah, between Davies and Mary Taylor, a lot of the back of the hand slow balls from those two.
Davies once more, last ball of the over. Oh, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, a signal straight away by the umpire. And Rihanna Southby sprawled on the floor as she did that. Almost got up with a bit of a limp there, but good hands. 266 for 6. She'll have to bowl another one. Is Freya.
It was well left as well, by friend. That wasn't far down the leg side. It almost could have clipped her pads.
I think it genuinely skimmed her pads, but she seemed to know it already. As Davies comes in, bowls, much better line. Oh, and this is up in the air and bowled. Very nicely done indeed. That was fantastically done. A nice way to finish off the over. If you've got a bowler wide, next one has got to be a wicket. Bookended that over. Let's see that again. Didn't quite see the beginning of that, but I think it was a bowled.
Yeah, bowled top of off from Davies. I think again another back of the hand slower ball, that maybe a bit more top spin on the ball, and yeah, just clipping top of off stump. Oh, really picking off quite high.
Well, that's why I almost thought she got like a little edge to it. And I was thinking, why did no one shouting catch? It's because she was already out.
Yeah, that's 3 wickets in 2 overs for Hampshire now, and yeah, 3 wickets left. 300, perhaps a little bit less likely, but it's still on the cards.
And that's what I like about this Hampshire team, is there's always a belief. They might not celebrate them, as much today because they're probably frustrated with themselves that it wasn't done sooner. But actually, there's the belief. There's been 3 in the last 3 overs. They've kept it from 254 for 5 to 266 for 7. That's suddenly pressure is now on Surrey to say, well, if you want to kick it above 30, you've got to stick around.
Yeah, we've got Bex Tyson continuing with her left arm spin. Again, another really tidy bowler today, 1 for 33 from her 8 overs. So the new batter is Priyanaz Chatterjee, Scotland international, played 14 one-day internationals, 57 T20 internationals for them, as Tyson's in left arm round. And a sweep from Jemima Spence, not given. LBW, a nice smile from Bex Tyson, that one perhaps sliding down the leg side. Sorry, they've still won 300 given the start they have, but this has been a really good comeback from Hampshire these last 2 or 3 overs. There's Tyson, left arm round the wicket, a switch hit from Jemima Spence. Maybe a bit of glove on that, or pad. Mary Taylor does the fielding. Another single taken. Sorting out some logistics.
There's forever logistics going on in this gun box. There's so much going on today. Honestly, I've not stopped.
Here's Tyson. Bowls to Stonehouse, actually, is the new batter, not Chatterjee. Scoreboard has done us there.
It's slow. Now you know how it feels when you're up here and you go. You can't. Sometimes you're ahead of it, sometimes you're behind it, and then sometimes you're ahead and you're not.
Tyson, that just beats the edge of Stonehouse. Again, I almost thought that was bold. I was almost celebrating that one because Reece Alfie has taken the bails off that quickly.
I love how flourishing she is when she takes those bails off. Honestly, she had to take about 4 steps to go and get one of the bails. It had travelled to almost, about 2 strips over.
Tyson, left arm round the wicket. This one driven out to the offside. They think about a single. It's not there. Adams is there at extra cover. Another really good over from Bex Tyson. Just the 1 run off this so far. Still 1 ball to go. And, Tyson, left arm round. And this one off the outside edge of the bat. And Mary Taylor there at backward point runs in, prevents it from being a single. 267 for 7, Surrey. 4 overs to go here at Utility Bowl in the semi-final of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Final being hosted again here at Utility Bowl on Sunday. The winner of this game will face Lancashire, who won quite a thrilling game yesterday. I think they needed 9 off the last over. The Blaze needed 9 off the last over. Catherine Bryce was set on 124, I think. Got out second ball, and Grace Potts bowling through injury. I think sort of wincing with pain after every ball, but got the job done for Lancashire. That'd be Georgia Adams.
As Adams is in, right arm over the wicket, and there's a big reverse sweep attempt here, and it has beat the fielders, and that's going to run away for 4. And I think we can have a change in the commentary box. I think Phil Green is going to come and join me in a moment. Making his way over. 271 for 7. Adams just waiting for the ball to be retrieved as it went clattering into the advertising boards. Spin your headphones around there, Phil. I wouldn't have been able to hear you.
I'm so used to being on that side.
That's all right.
Yeah, so thank you, Wes. Wes has got a more important job now, hasn't he?
Yes, he's going to get our lunch.
Absolutely.
As Adams comes in, and this is driven down the ground, and that's going to skip away for 4. Well struck by Spence. She meant business with that one.
Yeah, so Jemima Spence, I don't know if you've been commenting on, but she was listed to come in number 6, and they moved her down the order, but she is a specialist batter to be coming in so late. Young player just coming back from an ACL injury. But
I know the pitfalls of that. Adams once more. This again struck well, but found the fielder this time. What were you saying, sorry?
No, I was saying she's very much a top order batter, even though she's coming in this position.
Yeah. Well, she's done well so far.
Yeah. And they'll still be looking at 300, but that might be a stretch now, but you never know.
Well, a boundary off both of the first balls is over. Puts them in good stead for that. As Adams comes in again. Balls, and this is straight. Oh, but diving Adams couldn't get there. There is a fielder on the boundary. Oh, and there was a big dive there from Freya Davies, but she just couldn't get there, and she lays in almost a Superman position on the floor.
There's been quite a few balls that have eluded the boundary fielders today. I'm not saying they've all been at fault. I think that was, Freya Davies didn't really have a chance there. The dive was more of a... Yeah, exactly that. I've got to dive, but I don't think she's ever going to get it.
No.
But some of the others have been ones that you'd sort of normally expect them to
or sort of palmed into the boundary.
Yeah.
Adams once more in. And this one is played straight to the fielder, and there's good hands of Abby Norgrove there. Oh, not quite a direct hit.
Would have been out with a direct hit. But that's the sort of risk they're going to take at this stage.
Absolutely. 281 for what? I mean, yeah, it was a shame on that because it was thrown with such force that it sort of hit the hands of Adams, and she couldn't really do a lot there as it bounced away. But
no, she was going for the direct hit, not to throw it to the bowler.
One more ball left of this over, flighted by Adams. It's up in the air.
Should be out.
Come on, Maya Bouchier's underneath it, and it is out. Very nicely done there.
So that's the end of Spence. Who could have done a bit of damage in the last 3 overs. So that's another good wicket for Hampshire. They're chipping away at these wickets. Safe hands of Bouchier at long on. Yeah, Spence going for giving it everything there, but she didn't quite time that, and it was quite a comfortable catch to Bouchier.
Absolutely, and it's probably one of the easier ones that Maya Bouchier's had to deal with before. She thinks, I'm not going to miss that one, but
no, she's a pretty good fielder generally. I know she had that bad day for England, which was highlighted a lot at the time in the Ashes, but normally she's
I think she's one of the best fielders in the women's game.
Yeah, certainly at this level she is.
So 281 for 8, end of the over.
3 to go. We're going to have Becky Tyson coming in for her last over. She's got good figures at the moment. 1 for 34 from 9, which is a good effort in the context of this innings. Coming in, this is chipped over the bowler's head by Stonehouse. Down to long off. I'll just take a single. Didn't really go through with the shot, but there's enough power in it to take it over the bowler, and there's no one, of course, in the mid-off, mid-on region. Well, there is now for the new batter. Long-off's coming up to mid-off, so we've got deep cover, deep mid, long on, and a deep backward squares, 4 out. Tyson, who's had very short spells, changing ends and changing times, but she's got through 10 overs, but quite a fragmented session for her. This one's just dug out by Chatterjee. It was a good full ball.
It's interesting. I think that she been bowling very differently at either ends, but I feel like she's had a little bit more success at the pavilion end, but has been bowling at both.
This time Chatterley goes for the reverse sweep. She doesn't really get hold of it, but she gets enough bat on it to get it for a single.
And she signposted that with about
Yeah.
about an hour before. I mean, Mary Taylor was practically on top of her waiting for that ball to come up to her.
Yeah, the thing with that reverse sort of lap, you've got to premeditate it, obviously. It's whether the bowler can adjust in time. This one's swept, an orthodox sweep by Stonehouse. Going to be fine of square leg, and they'll come back comfortably for 2. I don't think they'll come for 3. No, they'll just settle for 2. Just Tatani, who seems to be really busy in the field today. A lot of the ball's gone to Tatani, and she's generally done well out there on that boundary. But 2 more to Stonehouse, that 285 now for Surrey. Stonehouse up to 8, and Tyson slightly adjusts the fine leg fielder, gets her even finer. This one's
it's been bowled, brilliant.
And that's bowled a middle stump. Stonehouse was making a bit of room, trying to hit through the offside, and Surrey are in danger and not batting their 50 overs here. Deserved wicket for Tyson. She's bowled well today.
She has. I said that earlier. She's now picked up 2, especially in her early overs. There was a lot of promise and a few missed chances that were out of her hand. So really nice to see that she's got a few. And yes, you say, Surrey going from almost getting to 300, they still could get there. They're only 15 off, but they're almost going to
I think they might not use the overs. You've got Danny Gregory coming in now.
Speed that it came into those. So Ricketts was watching on the replay there.
Yeah, in this spell, Tyson's bowling a lot quicker. She had some of the overs she bowled from this end. She actually bowled quite slow and flighted, but she's now bowling a more sort of traditional for the end of the innings and just firing it in. That was certainly quite a quick ball. Did it for pace as much as anything. Now we've got Danny Gregory in her batting gloves that match her kit, dark blue, or are they black? I'm not sure, but
yeah, they're different.
Dark blue gloves, I think.
Yeah, they've got like a white sort of
white
palm.
inner, yeah, like boxing gloves.
Yeah.
But, anyway,
cool.
she's now on strike to Tyson, and works that away on the offside for 1. Danny Gregory, the leg spinner, of course, one of the leading bowlers in the competition this year in terms of wicket taking.
I've been impressed by the tail end of this innings by Hampshire. I think the resolve to keep going and keep looking for wickets has been good to see, really. I think even when they've made the breakthroughs, they've kept going.
Yeah, they've as always changed the bowling a lot, but yeah, they've come back in. The innings fluctuated a bit. It looked like 240 was a decent score at one point, then we were talking 300, and we adjusted that slightly in our minds, all conjecture of course, and now 286 for 9 with 2 to go. Davies going to come in for her last over.
She is indeed, so in she comes, and she's picked up 3 for 38, so she's done well so far today. Good ball there, and that's defended nicely, and they won't run on that. A welcome dot ball for Hampshire. Gregory on 1. Strategy yet to get off the mark.
Always very distinctive, Gregory. I mean, so many of the girls, when they've got their helmets on, look very similar, hard to distinguish, but Gregory with those 2 plats, aren't they?
Yes. Good ball again, defended.
I'm not sure the correct term for.
I think they are. They're plats.
Yeah, they're long
braids.
Braids, plats. Yeah, but it's always very distinctive when he's in the field because they just hang down.
Yes, I think what she's done is put it in a ponytail, and then they might be, but I can't really tell.
No, she's got them.
She's got them flat to her head.
Yeah.
Long braids. As Davies comes in, and that's again defended. This is good bowling from Freya Davies. I like this. 3 dots so far. Even gives a little smile, I can see on the.
Probably best that I don't go into the style fashion chat here, as I'm going to be well out of my depth clearly very soon.
Not at all, Ben. Not at all. So the signature towel being thrown to Mary Taylor. She just earned her towel.
Her turn to have the towel.
Off Davies, he says, "Yeah, you can have this. I've got some bowling to do." Once more in again. Gregory on strike. Good ball, and this is defended. They're going to try for 1. Maya Boucher's on it, and an overthrow over the top does mean that they get 1. Yeah, I think Maya Boucher normally has success with her sort of direct hits on the overarm throw, just an underarm kind of looped above the stumps.
Yeah, she's. I think there possibly would have been a run out if she had hit, but she was aiming at 1 stump basically,
yeah, that is
side
hard.
on. So batsmen have to take those risks at this stage.
Davies in once more. 2 balls left of this over. In and oh, stumped fantastically. What a bowl. That was absolutely brilliant. Nicely done by Freya Davies.
Davies nice and full. Chatterjee trying to go across the line and, you know, mid-wicket. So Surrey do fall short of 50 overs. All out in the 49th over for 287. So I think Hampshire will be reasonably happy with that in the end. They were probably looking at chasing over 300 at one point, but it's still going to be a difficult chase. They're slightly lighter in the batting than is sometimes the case. So yeah, some of these players at the top of the order will have to stand up, and it needs a big score, a 70 or an 80 or 100 from somebody really to chase this sort of score. And you normally would need 2 batters to make substantial contributions chasing this sort of total. But that's it for the first innings. We'll be back at whenever it starts.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break, and please join us when Hampshire come out to try and beat the 287 that Surrey have put down.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Life can be extraordinary, unforgettable, amazing. Life is about the joy of being together. It's sharing every moment, indulging your passions, and making memories that stay with you forever. Life is live. The thrill of the game, the buzz of a network, the enrichment and fascination of a cultural soiree. And we feel every sensation because we're right there with you. Always on, always fully engaged to help provide that extra spark, heighten emotions, and make every occasion simply unforgettable. Because the best live events don't just happen to us, they become a part of us, forever associating your brand with life itself. Live can be extraordinary, and we're ready to help you make the most of every inspired, delicious moment. Welcome to Sedexo Live.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
So the umpires are inspecting as we speak. The 2 p.m. inspection is taking place now. It's certainly a lot cheerier now than what it was a little earlier on. Yeah, so the umpires are having a little look now, and hopefully the result of this inspection will be positive. But it looks brighter now than it has been at any point through the course of the day, and pretty much all the covers are off, as we can see, and the main pitch cover has also been pushed away to allow the umpires to have a conversation with Matt Merchant, who's the head groundsman, and his team, who have worked as ever superbly to try and get the outfield ready. I guess it just depends just how kind of soft it is, how much water was on the surface, how soft it is underfoot. Are there any areas that would be of a concern for the 2 umpires, or are they happy enough that it's okay to play? It hasn't rained for some time, but the rain that we did have this morning was pretty heavy. There was a lot of water coming off the covers when they first peeled them back, probably 2 or 3 hours ago now. But that has all been mopped up. But as I say, it depends how soft it is, isn't it, and whether they feel it's all right to play, or whether it just needs a little bit more time to try and dry out. Forecast is pretty clear, I think, for the remainder of the day. I think the worst of the weather has been and gone, and we're looking at the possibility of it being a good couple of hours to get to this stage where we can get all the covers off and we can actually see the pitch for the first time today. The hover cover's been protecting the wicket all day, but for the first time on this third day, all the covers are off. The square has been revealed. The bowler's run-ups likewise. So there's a conversation there, Matt, and the umpire's still out in the middle. So hopefully we'll bring you some news just as soon as we can. This inspection is in the process of taking place, and we'll find out just hopefully what the result of this is in the not too distant future. Certainly say nice and bright now, plenty of sun. It's quite windy as well, which hopefully with the sun and some wind around will help blow and help dry up the outfield, maybe quicker than you would expect on normal September days. So, yeah, fingers crossed for some good news. As soon as we hear what the outcome of this inspection is, we will let you know. I know that our viewers on Lex TV have been keeping across what's been happening in the game at the Utility Bowl, where Surrey, in the end, all out for 287 in that semi-final tie against Hampshire in Southampton. So it's 288 to win for Hampshire. The winners of that game, Hampshire against Surrey, will take on Lancashire this coming Sunday in Southampton in the final of the one-day cup. So we'll likewise be right across how Hampshire go about in their run chase. So that is what we've got for you here at the minute. The umpires are in the middle of chatting to the ground staff. There's not much more, I don't think, that they can do. They've managed to get off all the covers. The blot has been all around the outfield and try to soak up as much water as possible. It might be a case of, if it's not quite ready yet to play, then it's just a case of the elements trying to help dry it out. Hopefully, with a bit of sun and a bit of wind, that'll happen in the not too distant future. We shall keep you posted here live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. If there's any kind of conclusion from this 2 p.m. inspection, we shall let you know just as soon as we can.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Alt.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career.
You know, I'm writing my book. It's almost ready. It'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable. You guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allott, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88. Yeah. You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was '87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a ship.
The Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11, and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in '87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and you in turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham. That hotel on the 1st floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture. Yours.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I arrived, walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I think, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room, and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary, because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, you know, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp. And I remember first 4 days, there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket then, one test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3 or 4 batters to go. He gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
In-swingers to the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan. And suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team. First 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these tests, Ramesh Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to even bother about it.
I was too young to even bother about it. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. But I mean, were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce,
flat, no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And you didn't have time to worry about it, presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that, or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in India.
Yeah,
well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then that was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan went the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling me every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally, or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. You know, those were the trades I've learned from him, me and that Mudassar, that, you know, talent can stay for 2-3 years and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah, I
Tunbridge
remember.
Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wales. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they put me in this hotel. It's still there or not? Trafford Hotel?
Down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah,
didn't
so
he?
they gave me a room
I don't
there.
think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the time.
It was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, you have 6-year contract. So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract. So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket. You
can sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because there was cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl without swing, and suddenly the ball is going towards the next side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes at nets. And you got me, Paul got me on the side, said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go. So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you? In the nets. Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become, because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 6 deliveries, 8 deliveries, and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably. And,
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was
Mudassar
the one.
and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't spit on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. The rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny. And
we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88 to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team, but there were actually two teams because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in. Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble. Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to. Yeah. I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that. Which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful. Yeah. And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket, but surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically ideas to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it, and then of course being man of the match, and that too against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But yeah, that was one of the best moments. In fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at slip. Warren was
his name.
Yeah, Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers, I think, who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still is very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at slip 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsman facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not, I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan. Right now it's 41 degrees. Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well, and the next deck, next pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. That boys can throw one bounce as well because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in a book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting, and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game. Yeah. And I think it was because of my quick arm action, maybe. And
you were very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run,
And I learned,
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. From behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah, nowadays I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run of diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys, yeah, I mean, nowadays Shaheen Afridi,
yes,
and then Mitchell Starc,
yes,
Trent Bolt.
Yes, yes.
These
you
guys
were the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Whilst we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this at some point. But just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Bakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200s out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Bakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized, I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bounces.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you. And I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates, Old Trafford? And
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Dunham, Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So good news, we're going to start at 3 o'clock, so half an hour away from the resumption of this game. And we've got 42 overs remaining in the day's play, and tea will be at 20 past 4 as well. So actually quite a decent chunk of cricket. And if we look outside, just like this, like magic, there we go, look at that. That's all right there. Bit of sunshine, players are warming up. Not seen that for a little while. Don't worry about those cloud covers. That's fine. Those clouds are fine. They're blowing away. It's pretty decent now. The weather on the forecast for the rest of the afternoon. So 3 o'clock start, 42 overs, and tea at 20 past 4. So the players are all out there limbering up. They've emerged from the dry and the warmth of the dressing room. Actually, it's not that cold. I've been outside. It's not too bad at all today. Bit of sunshine out and about, so it's not a particularly unpleasant day. So we're going to see Middlesex resuming on, what's the score? 189 for 8 in their first innings. So we'll see Zafar Gohar heading out to bat in the not too distant future. Of course,
7 legitimate balls bowled.
Middlesex lost a wicket with the final ball of play yesterday.
No
so half an hour away from play getting underway here at Emirates Old Trafford. And meanwhile, as we can see live from the Utility Bowl in Southampton, Hampshire have started their run chase. So the target is 288 to win for Hampshire. Surrey defending that score to try and book their place in the final of the Metrobank One Day Cup. And as we know, Lancashire already through to the final after that cracking win against the Blaze at Trent Bridge yesterday. So Lancashire will be there on Sunday. Who will they face? It's either Hampshire or Surrey. And Hampshire set 288 runs to win. So I think we're going to stick with this from Southampton. We are. So we're going to stick with live pictures of this run chase, the early stages of it for Hampshire. And then from 2:55 back here for the start of what is the third day of this county championship fixture between Lancashire and Middlesex. So we'll catch you about 2:55. For the time being, we'll rejoin the team at the Utility Bowl.
Monaghan, hand on her head. 3 attempted cuts from Southby, 3 plays and misses. Alice Davidson-Richards is smiling there at slip. She knows she's going to get a chance. And we can see her practicing the catches to either side. Got a, sort of a deep gully. Might be Chatterjee there.
I mean, they are some of the most extravagant practice slip catches I think I've ever seen. It's a fantastic effort. It's like Strictly Come Dancing at slip by Alice Davidson-Richards.
It's starting again soon, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Getting the audition in for next year. Oh, the scoreboards have gone off now, which is not great. Here's Monaghan driven back down the ground from Southby, but Monaghan gets a hand on it. It's another dot ball. Really good start this from Alice Monaghan. 3 dots in a row.
And bearing in mind she'd given up a wide second ball, that's come back, and she's got a line tight now to Rihanna Southby, who needs to work out what shots she's going to play. You said earlier, Wes, that the cut is a strong shot. She hit Stonehouse for a very good 4 square of the wicket at the last over, but distinct lack of feet moving currently.
Yeah, she gets more into her innings. Here's Monaghan. This one's short and pulled away by Southby down to the fielder at deep fine leg. Be a single, brings Boucher back on strike for the last ball of the over. She's only faced 1 ball so far. Southby 11 off 10.
Has there been much chatter around about Maya Boucher not making the England squad among the Hampshire ranks?
Not massively, I don't think. She's had a pretty good season for Hampshire. She's Hampshire's leading run scorer in this competition, with 471 runs, average of just under 43, best of 93 not out in that game against Durham. Batted really, really well there. I think obviously given the winter she had, certainly not the showing she would have wanted to put in that Ashes winter, but she's certainly performed well for Hampshire this season, and although she's missed out on this World Cup, there's still, I think there's a tour to New Zealand in the winter.
Alexa Stonehouse again bowls, and it's on the leg stump, and this time Southby just pulls that into the leg side where it's fielded just off the boundary rope there by Emma Jones for 1. Hampshire move on to 16 without loss, but that was true of a lot of, well, pretty much everybody in that
I guess
England
so, yeah.
side. So that was kind of the basis for my question, really. I mean, she hasn't made it, and I wonder if they've given her the what she needs to work on and the advice that she needs, or is it a moving on? I mean, I guess time will tell, but her job here in front of us is to get Hampshire over the line as Alexa Stonehouse comes again on the leg side and flicked into that leg side by Rihanna Southby for 1, where it's fielded in the second of the 2 fielders who are outside the 30-yard circle in these first 10 overs. Yeah, so it's interesting to see what happens, to her. And her loss is Hampshire's gain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the opening partnership of Amy Jones and Tanya Beaumont in that ODI side had a really good series against the West Indies.
Stonehouse in again, bowls over the wicket, full and dug out this time by Southby. It was an attempted Yorker, got her line slightly wrong outside the off stump, but she bowled a very good one in the previous over, so that's clearly in her locker.
Yeah,
so back to Maya.
I think the only way she can obviously get back into that England side is by scoring a weight of runs for Hampshire for 7 Brave in the 100, and she's, as I said, she's Hampshire's leading run scorer in this competition, and just the likes of Emma Lamb with nearly 800 runs.
Stonehouse in, bowls and short, and pulled away beautifully in front of square on the leg side. That's no point chasing that. That's going all the way for 4. Good shot by.
A lot of people call detectoring a hobby, but it's not really a hobby for me. It's a life thing. I mean, you look at this field.
Rihanna Southby, she moves on to 16 or 14 balls. She started off as the aggressor in this Hampshire reply to that 287 by Surrey.
Yeah, I mentioned Southby does like the short ball, likes the pull and cut, and the slip's already come out for Southby, and yeah, Stonehouse perhaps not getting her length quite right more than anything here, sometimes a little bit too short to Southby, allowing that cut we saw in the last over and that pull just now.
Let's see if she adjusts her line and length in this next delivery. She approaches the crease now and bowls, and it's short again, this time pulled into the leg side. It's up in the air, beautifully caught on the boundary, or just off the boundary. What a great catch that was by Emma Jones, diving to her left off another short ball by Alexa Stonehouse. Rihanna Southby is going to be disappointed. That was one of her shots, Wes, as you've been saying, bread and butter. She got it maybe high up on the bat, but it certainly didn't travel the distance that she wanted it to. And Emma Jones has taken a fantastic catch to leave Hampshire losing their first wicket at 21 off in just the third over.
Yeah, it's been a quick start by Hampshire, and as I say, Sanjeev Southby the main aggressor of the two so far. And yeah, that one perhaps almost slightly too short, looking to hook the ball in the air, and a really, really good catch from Emma Jones, as to be said, almost not quite one-handed, but I thought it almost spilled out at the last second when she hit the ground, but did really well to control that and take that catch, and that's a pretty big wicket for Surrey. Resale, I think she got 3 50s this season, obviously coming off the back of a 57, I think it was, against Durham.
That brings the captain to the crease, Georgia Adams. I thought in the bowling innings she might have bowled herself a little bit too much. It was expensive at any rate, so here's a chance to try and redeem herself if that is what she needs to do. But Trihan Bhatt comes in to join the experienced Maya Boucher. Adams also with vast amount of experience, cricketing heritage in her blood, with Chris Adams, the former Sussex and Hampshire and England batter being her father. Stonehouse would be buoyed by that. It wasn't a particularly good ball, but it did get the desired result of the wicket of Rihanna Southby. Let's see what she can do here. The last ball of this over, she comes in bowls now, and it's full and on the back foot, defended stoically by Georgia Adams. End of that third over, 21 for 1.
Yeah, perhaps sort of bowling to a field there, Stonehouse. We mentioned those two out on the leg side, down at deep fine leg and deep square leg, sort of almost trying to tempt Southby into that pull shot. And yeah, she's just got it probably about head high, probably pretty much where you want it for a bouncer. You don't see too many bouncers in women's cricket. I know Lauren Bell's been bowling quite a few of them this year, but haven't been too many bowlers that have actually tried to bang it in short, hit the batter on the helmet, and yes, it's worked out well for Stonehouse today.
Yeah, a lot skiddier in the women's game. We saw that when Hampshire bowled.
Yeah, Alice Monaghan to bowl her second over from the pavilion end, bowling to Maya Boucher, and this one's a slash outside off stun. There's an appeal from Monaghan. Keeper not that interested, as that one just shaped away from Monaghan. Not much footwork from Boucher there, as it was quite wide, and yeah, foot going not necessarily towards the ball, as she then practices it, moving her foot towards the ball, try and get those feet going, doing a bit of jumping and bend of the knees there, as a couple of taps of the back now. Monaghan against her run again, running towards us from the pavilion end. Bowls to Boucher, this one driven out to mid-on, there's no run.
Yeah, we've dealing very much in what's in front of us at the moment, because both of the scoreboards have gone blank. Not sure if it's ironic, I suppose, that Utilita is the sponsor of the ground, given the screens are blank. I don't think it's a bill payment issue. Where's is it?
Certainly not. Here's Monaghan. This one is dropped at mid-wicket.
Oh.
Boucher has a life on 2, and I thought that was going. I thought she got the gap there, but just off the toe end of the bat, and can't quite see who that is there at mid-wicket, but above the head.
It's a straightforward catch going into the hands of Phoebe Franklin. And that, are they going to rue that drop? Sorry, it was a straight in, straight out over her head at mid-wicket.
Yeah, you do not want to drop a player of Maya Boucher's calibre. Here's Monaghan once more. Bowls this one driven, and this could be out this time, and is. He chips it straight to Bryony Smith at mid-off, and Boucher's second life lasts just one ball. She's gone for 2, and Hampshire 21 for 2 in pursuit of 288. Not the start they would have wanted, Sanjay.
Phoebe Franklin, the most relieved person in this ground, I would think, at the moment, having dropped such a simple chance. There are times, you know, where that drop is a very costly thing with runs being scored, but thankfully this time round it was not to be the case. Same ball from Alice Monaghan, full and driven and mistimed by Boucher in the air, and as Wes said, that went straight into the hands of the Surrey fielder, and Hampshire 21 for 2 chasing a score. We said 300 plus was going to be a tough ask. When you're 21 for 2 chasing 287, it's just got tougher.
Yeah, but Freya Kemp, new to the crease, in some pretty good form of late, got 100 against the Blaze. I think that was back in July, I think that was before the 100.
Yeah, 109 she got there. She's got a strike rate of nearly 124 with an average of 69. So she's in good nick across this competition. But as Surrey did, every time they lost a wicket, they bedded down, rebuilt as a partnership, and then one of them or both of them went on and scored a bigger run. So this is what Hampshire got to do. They've just got to put that behind them. And
Monaghan to Kemp, pulls this one out into the leg side. There's runs here. Don't think it will go all the way. We'll come back for a couple. Emma Jones, a sliding stop there. 5-10 yards in from the boundary rope. So Freya Kemp off the mark straight away with a couple of runs.
Yeah, I don't think they just need to just build this partnership now. It's important time for Hampshire. A couple of early wickets for Surrey, and a couple more would really put them on the front foot. Interesting to see how Hampshire approach the next 10 to 15 overs or so.
There's still a lot of batting to come for Hampshire. Abby Norgrove in next, Nancy Harman, Naomi Dutani is Monaghan, and that's a wide ball signalled by umpire Gabby Brown at the pavilion end. So Freya Kemp, she went looking for that one, but even Freya Kemp, her long levers can't quite reach that one.
What is that? What are the left hand, right hand sort of quantities in this side? Whereas is it majority right-handers?
Majority right. I think Freya Kemp is the only left-hander in the side. Actually, Naomi Dutani as well, coming in at number 6 or 7. As Kemp drives through the offside, doesn't find the gap. It's a good diving stop by the fielder at cover, and it's a dot ball to end a successful over for Alice Monaghan and for Surrey. Hampshire 24 for 2 after 4. Yeah,
very nice Chachi getting the congratulations and from the rest of her teammates for a good tumbling stop, quite tight in on the offside at cover point sort of region. She trot over to her position in the gully for the second over of the day, third over from Stonehouse. Are you off, Wes?
I'm off. I'm going to leave you, and Phil Green is going to take my place.
So Alexa Stonehouse then, with her third over from this hotel end. She's already got a wicket so far. She comes in again to bowl to Georgia Adams over the offside. That's a great shot. Sorry, I was trying to work something out and realised I should have been telling you actually that Georgia Adams rocked back onto the back foot and pulled the ball all along the ground square of the wicket for 4 off the bowling of Alexa Stone. Phil, how are you?
Yeah, good. Enjoyed the lunch, thank you.
Yeah, what did you have?
I went for the chili and cheese option.
Very good, yeah.
What did you do?
I went, well, cheese was also part of mine, but coronation chicken.
Okay.
Protein, I thought.
Excellent.
Okay, so
excellent
get that in. So what do you think? Early wickets have gone down.
Well, good news for Hampshire is the run rate's good.
Yeah, it's true.
But wickets column, not so good.
Stonehouse in bowls and just squirted out to the offside midfield there in the gully region by Kelly Moore. That's come down, and Georgia Adams scampers back for 2. She moves on to 6. Kemp is on 2. She's just joined us, and 30 for 2, Hampshire chasing that 287. Run rate is good. Lots of early wickets. I mean, they bat deep, Hampshire.
Well, not as deep as sometimes, I'll be honest, but we've obviously got good players, or established batters coming in at 6 and 7. Everyone can bat at this level, let's be honest. You know,
Stonehouse in again, bowls full, and hits are on the pad on the leg side. Big appeal from pretty much everybody, but the umpire not interested. Looked very leg side. Georgia Adams just practicing the shot she was planning on playing, which was a clip into the vacant mid-wicket area. The 2 boundary riders are on the leg side here, one at a deep square leg and the other deep fine leg, so there's a lot of room on the leg side for singles if Georgia Adams wants it. And Stonehouse in again, bowls, and short on the leg side, and she pulls it through to one of those 2 boundary riders who just fields it quite easily. Emma Jones, who took that great catch earlier to dismiss Rihanna Southby, she flings the ball in, one bounce to the keeper. Hampshire move on to 31 for 2, and it brings the left-handed Freya Kemp onto strike. What will that mean from a change of field?
Well, it's interesting. I was going to say to the right-hander that she had 2 fielders out on the leg side, the only 2 allowed out, and it would suggest that she's trying to swing the ball in, but she actually most of the time has bowled quite wide of off stump. So in terms of the left-hander, we've got a deep square and a third.
Stonehouse into the left-hander, bowls, and it's on the off stump, and it's just squirted out to a vacant, through a vacant gully to the fielder who's positioned at thirders, just off the boundary there, just for a single. She moves on to 3.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what line she is trying to bowl, if I'm honest, because the field would suggest to say that she's trying to bowl sort of leg sideish, but she tended to go outside off stump. So.
Last ball the over comes in bowls, and it's just on the stumps, and Freya and Georgia Adams onto the back foot, just pushes it into the fielder who's on ball cleaning duty for Surrey, and that is Phoebe Franklin. As I said, the most relieved person in the ground after she dropped.
Absolutely.
It was
a fairly comfortable catch, I think, to be polite, wasn't it?
Correct. 32 for 2 after 5.
It was the sort of catch you throw to somebody and just to give the ball back to the bowler, almost. But anyway, as you say, Sanjay, very relieved as the next ball, Bouchier decided to give someone else the opportunity, and it was taken gratefully by the captain, Bryony Smith. So we're going to have Monaghan again. She had a good day today, opening the batting and bowling.
Yeah,
getting a good game for Surrey.
Right, the theme tune's theme tune, as they say.
Into the left-handed Kemp, and that's short, and Kemp's pulled it, and that's going to bounce once before it goes over the rope and mid-wicket. That's a very short ball, and Monaghan's not really got the pace to bowl that length, and Kemp seemed to have a lot of time then to wait for it and swat it over a very sparsely populated leg side.
Yeah, that's something that Hampshire didn't do, and they did keep the ball
early
very
on.
full.
Early on they bowled very full indeed. Yeah.
Testing the middle of the pitch is probably something that Surrey should keep to a minimum at this point.
Although they have got a wicket with it, of course, already.
There is that.
With Southby. But yeah, probably not what they're looking for, because they haven't got the field set for that either. So Monaghan in again to Kemp. This is Fuller, and she just tucks it into the leg side, but it's not going to produce a run. This is fielded by Emma Jones.
Yeah, it's an attacking field that Surrey have set. Obviously, just 2 outside, one on the leg side, one on the offside, outside the 30-yard circle. But it's a tight ring that Surrey have placed here. So the Hampshire batters.
The season is here with an all-new Lancs TV experience. Watch every 6, every wicket, every lightning-fast delivery. Streamed, live, all in one place. With expert commentary, exclusive behind-the-scenes access, and no paywalls. This is the Red Rose.
So slight difference. One of the
This is
adjustments
Lancs TV. This is cricket.
You've learned something.
Breaking news from Emirates Old Trafford. We're going to have some cricket on this third day. In fact, if all goes to plan, so what could possibly go wrong, we're going to have 42 overs. It says 96 on the screen, but I don't think that's going to be accurate. Yeah, I think it's 42 when that gets all updated. Remaining in the day's play, Scott Reed and Kevin Hand and Callum Flynn with you for the next couple of hours. What do you reckon here, Kev? We're just happy to see some cricket, aren't we, hopefully, in the next few minutes?
Be a late finish out, wouldn't it? 96 overs.
Floodlight cricket, day-night cricket.
So what time's tea?
20 past 4.
What's for tea?
Biscuits.
Oh. Chocolate?
I don't think so. I'm not seeing any chocolate biscuits downstairs.
That's because I keep getting them before you get down there.
Keep robbing the chocolate biscuits.
Well, a full day tomorrow, you never know. 2 teams. Middlesex mathematically have something to play for. Lancashire, end of season. What's not to play for, I guess? Game of cricket between 2 sides tomorrow. Set it up and... I mean, of course, we'll be doing the same thing, waiting on the weather all day, won't we? But
yeah.
If it's a full day's play tomorrow, then 43 overs tonight. Middlesex, quick thrash, 230 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
The discussions were if you were offered, when losing the toss yesterday morning, that you'd be 189 for 8, you'd probably have reluctantly taken that, wouldn't you? And maybe. That's been the rough estimation of it. So, it's been around 220, 230. You appreciate this is a good bowling attack, bowling surface, bowling conditions. It's the bowler's time of year, isn't it? Late season. Conditions just a little bit more damp. Strong breeze blowing. So, yeah, bit of fun. Zafar Gohar and Toby Rowland-Jones will be walking out for Middlesex because, as you can see on the screen, Sebastian Morgan was out for 10 off 10 balls. Was it Aspen? No, it wasn't. Who was it who picked him up?
It was Bailey, wasn't it?
Bailey, yeah.
Final ball of the day, wasn't it?
That's why he's in shot, isn't it? They knew what I was going to say.
He got 4, didn't he, Bailey, yesterday? 4 for 60. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see, won't we, whether is there enough enthusiasm to try and see if we can... Well, it doesn't need to be enthusiasm, does it? Is there just a desire to try and see if we can get a result?
We've had 44 overs, and they're 8 down. There's 43 remaining tonight. So Middlesex are batting again this evening. And then 96 overs tomorrow. We won't even need the 96. It's 45 overs, you do well. Yeah, it'll be interesting, won't it? If Middlesex can have a thrash and make a good start tonight, then it could be a case of Lancashire come out and bowl them out tomorrow afternoon sometime and knock some off or get bowled out themselves. So it might not need a collusion between the captains because we have only had 44 overs and 8 are down and there's 43 remaining today. So... we'll have a fair idea by stumps whether there's a possibility of an organic finish tomorrow or whether it requires collusion.
I love an organic finish. On that bombshell, I'll leave you and Callum can come and join you. I've done enough work for today.
Thanks, Reedy. Rowland-Jones and Zafar Gohar stroll out to the middle. Sunshine here. And a lovely sight it is. Much the same as yesterday. Miserable for half a day and then glorious sunshine for what remained of the day. Let's hope we have glorious sunshine for the remainder of today, bringing us some sunshine in the commentary box. Evening, Callum, how are you?
How are we doing?
Well, all the better for some cricket.
Yeah, certainly. It was a bit of a drag, wasn't it, with the weather? As to see, a little bit of blue sky.
Yeah, a glint of sunshine we just had has quickly swept through, hasn't it? It's a strong old breeze, so let's hope nothing nasty is blowing through. Now, Aspinwall to Gohar. Middlesex's approach will be really interested here. What do? Do you have a dash? We're talking about 230, but of course 250 is the first batting point, and they are very capable batters, Gohar and Rowland-Jones. 2 slips crashing down, and here we go with Aspinwall to Gohar, who strokes nicely off the back foot for a single to deep point. There's a cover and a mid-off as well. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg, suggesting some short stuff for Gohar. I'd imagine if they serve up some short stuff to Rowland-Jones, he'll be pretty happy with that as a shorter boundary to the leg side, about 60 yards or so maybe. Dump a few in the Scott Reed party stand. We saw that from
going on in that today.
We saw that from Ben Geddes yesterday, hitting a few into there. 250 so far in this innings, Josh De Carey's and Ben Geddes. 3 slips for Roland Jones. Aspinwall's in again, and Roland Jones works off his hip, working it fine. Long leg coming around fine to collect, and they have a single more to the total. 190 for 8. 191 for 8, indeed.
Yeah, he bowls a heavy ball. Does Aspinwall. He'll test the surface out. He can certainly bend his back and put it through as well. More known for his white ball traits.
Well, it might be a bit of that tomorrow, mightn't it? We'll see. Here's Aspinwall again, bowls, and Gohar chopping away into the offside down to deep backward points. Yeah, I don't know. 44 overs of the innings, 43 tonight. So, you know, it really could be. If Middlesex come out and bowl well, they'll hope to be well into the Lancashire innings by stumps tonight, wouldn't they? Which means final day of the game. What? If lengths aren't far from Middlesex's total.
And they'll fancy the chances, you know, the vulnerabilities of Lancashire's top order this season.
Aspinwall passes the umpire, he bowls, it's on a length. Roland Jones strokes to cover, no run. That said, Middlesex have scored at quite the strike rate, 4.3. Let's say these 2 wickets were to fall now and there were 40 overs remaining of the day. You know, if Lancashire were to lose 8 wickets, let's say, in a 40-over spell as Middlesex did, would they also be scoring at 4.3 in that time? Possibly, I suppose, if it's becoming a toe-to-toe scrap, you never know. But Aspinwall hits the crease, bowls onto the legs of Roland Jones, and a flash of the bat on the leg side. He works it off his pads down to long leg. I thought he was going to give that the full flourish there and try and lift it all the way over the boundary, but just a single it is.
It's one of them wickets where you feel like the more positive you are, more runs will come. It's doing a little bit for the bowlers. The boundaries are on the friendlier side that we're used to back end of the year.
Around the wicket comes Aspinwall to Gohar, digs out a Yorker, and that finishes the first over of the 3rd day and only the 45th of the match. Oh, too much cricket, that's what I say. 193 for 8.
Yeah, we're on the edge of the Emirates Old Trafford square here, so the offside, as Tom Bailey's bowling to it, is a hittable boundary. The leg side for Tom Bailey is more of a, you know, a similar sized boundary that you see throughout the year. Most of Lancashire see him as yesterday going at over 4 and over. Bailey's going to start us off at the Brian Statham end. 3 slips. Similar field to Aspinwall. 3 slips. Deep backward point. Deep square. And a fine leg. Bailey in. Jones pushing nicely forward and times it to Josh Bohannon at mid-off for no run. He'll play his shots, won't he, Roland Jones? He's not recklessly, but he'll certainly back himself.
I don't know, yeah, I mean, everything suggests, yes, you know, 2 wickets standing, you may as well err on the side of positivity. You've got a couple of good bowlers, well, you've got a pack of good bowlers, haven't you, so.
Bailey in, hitting the middle of the surface area at Emirates Old Trafford, going through to Matthias with the gloves. Yeah, no Jimmy Anderson out there on the field. So certainly one bowler light, and a pretty good one at that. 193 for 8. Middlesex. It's Bailey. And he comes to Jones, who plays that nicely. Opens the face of the bat, thinks about a couple. Just decides that 1 to the deep point boundary.
Yeah, so these two, as I said, they had a partnership against Kent earlier in the season where runs were needed, not particularly quickly, they had a lot of time to get them, but only 2 wickets standing. Very much a similar situation as this. Dane Patterson was the last batter. Whatever the requirement was, I'll look it up in a moment when they came together. But it was the way they went about it. Slowly, calmly, methodically, just play straight was the message from Gohar to Roland Jones. Just keep pushing it back.
Bailey in round the wicket. Gohar on his back foot, plays it into the onside for no run.
And in the end, he thumped a 6 off the penultimate ball, the final ball of the penultimate over, to win the match against Kent. It was got that tight. You know, they've been pushing it back for ages, and you know, it's 2 wickets standing. It was perilous, of course, but calm as you like, Gohar. So whether they go about it the same way here and think, actually, do you know what? Just hang in there, push it around for a bit.
Bailey in full of a length. Goa thinks about a single into the offside, but decides against. Yeah, it's one of them scenarios. Do you stick or twist? 8 down.
Well, if one of them was to fall, then there's no doubt about it. The other, whoever's left standing at that point,
flashes.
Right, get on with it.
Yeah.
I mean, Brooks is a good batter, so you can trust him to hold up an end, and that's why you could almost think, well, do you know what? Just bat normally for now, and you never know. Both of these are capable of centuries, so.
Bailey round the wicket, 2 slips. Safagoa just allowing that to run off the face of his bat to the deep point boundary, gets a single, keeps the strike.
One last batter this season as well. Sorry, end of the over, wasn't it? 195 for 8. One last batter of the season for these two potentially as well. Of course, the games come next week, but you never know. If top order go well, then the lower order's not needed. So one more evening in the sun in Manchester.
I reckon they'll certainly be open that next week, late into September.
What, not having to bat?
Yeah,
I
don't want to be strapping your pads on, do you?
I don't know, they're these two. I reckon these two fancy it. I reckon Gohar, he's a pretty useful bat.
The type that enjoy putting the pads on more than having the ball in hand.
He's not far off. All-rounder might be a stretch, but Aspinwall's in, bowls to him, and he flays this one away, back at a point. Nice looking shot for a single. Let me draw up his averages now. I've given him the big build-up. I was just relieved he didn't get out the next ball, but yeah, he's always looked the part out in the middle. It doesn't necessarily translate to runs. He turned a match for Gloucestershire against Middlesex a couple of years ago, which did for Middlesex late in the season. Aspinwall to Roland Jones, who drives handsomely up to mid-on, no run, just a gentle push really. 30 years of age now, Zafar Gohar, born in Lahore. One test he had where it went better with the batter than the ball. I think it was a bit of a flat one. He scored 37 in he scored 71 in total with a high score of 37, so he got runs in the second, in the other innings as well. But his first class average 22.3, 1 century, 15 50s.
Averaging 35 in test, I reckon he's saying that in here every now and again. Drops that in.
In comes Aspinwall, bowls Roland Jones, a lovely clip, just wide of mid-on, didn't go fully through with it, and maybe it's just a case of, all right, well, let's have a look for a few overs, because if Roland Jones is really going for it, that's getting clobbered. Big, tall batter, long arms, the way that bat comes down. But yeah, it's almost Mercer-esque, that, isn't it? Mercer, didn't he have the best batting average for Ireland in Test cricket for a while after an unbeaten 50 early in his Ireland's Test days? Aspinwall bowls to Gohar, who hooks and hooks with a top edge, which may well go. No, it's 4. Just down below us. Long leg and deep square. It would have been straight down the throat of a fine leg, but there wasn't one. There was a long leg, so 4 runs it is, the top edge hook.
Yeah, into the pitch from Aspinwall. That kind of heavy length. Zafagoa on the pole, gets it fine enough. A little bit top edge it, but brings about 4, and it brings 200 up for Middlesex.
I hadn't noted actually that he was 1 century, was 100 not out. So you'd imagine a declaration came once he'd hit the 100. As here's Aspinwall to Gohar, bumps him again, a bottom edge this time. Attempted hook and down to deep backward square leg. It's a single more. So yeah, there's a batting point at play here for Middlesex here, and as much as we all know it's as good as done, they're not going to. It's going to be a long shot to catch Glamorgan now. It is still alive mathematically, yeah. So you can't give up. There's a point in play here, and as I said, these two are decent batters. Potentially, there's 2 points, batting points in play here if they could. Get a couple of 50s, which again they are very, very capable of. As Aspinwall's in bowls, and Roland Jones struck on the pads. Was it doing too much? Right arm over to the right hander. It was spearing in. It was half a yelp. I've got a suspicion there was a little inside tickle on that because they died down too quickly. End of the 47th, 202 for 202 for 8. We might see the replay in a moment or so.
Yeah, I think it was back leg, but looked quite high as well. Toby Rowland-Jones, a tall figure, hit him on the top of the pads. May have been just sliding down with the angle of Aspinwall. 202 for 8. Middlesex, Rowland-Jones 4, and Zafagoa, who's on strike now, 25 not out. Bailey round the wicket, full of a length, and it's played down the ground for no run.
So Rowland-Jones, 37 years of age now. 4 tests. Test average of 20 with the bat. 82, top score of 25. His first class average is 21.4. So there you go. They're similar ilk, and similarly 1 century, 17 50s. So it was 15 for Zaffa, didn't we? And his high score was 103 not out.
Bailey round the wicket, back of a length, and Goa just playing that down into the ground. No run again. So yeah, both averaging in the 20s. Like you say, they can, well, Zaffa Goa 35 in Test cricket. Most certainly hold a bat.
Oh, he definitely can. He appears to have quite a nice technique, Gohar. Certainly enjoy watching him bat.
Bailey full of a length. Played into the onside for no run.
But, you know, there you go, right. Zaffa's there already, isn't he, in terms of his average? But that's what you're looking at. Can the pair of them get a couple of 20s from here? So, right, Zaffa's going up towards another 50, but then all of a sudden Middlesex do have a batting point. And 250 is a much rosier score, I'd suggest, on a pitch doing a bit against a good attack. What'll frustrate them yesterday, and we said that at the time, the 2 that got to 50, the way they got out, slightly loose shots.
2 slips. I wait for Zafagoa as he plays forward into the offside.
But this time of year, when weather is highly likely to intervene, be it rain or bad light, you do need games that move on quickly, don't you?
Just feel like 250 just gives you a little bit more comfort to be a bit more attacking, especially you don't have to worry too much. Like you say, if you're bowling around 200, you feel like you need a few things to go your way. 250, just a little bit more confidence. You can allow for a bit of a partnership from the opposition. That's Tom Bailey testing this Old Trafford surface out. That one goes straight through to Matty Hurst with the gloves. Zafagoa not interested that time. He played 2 pull shots in the previous over against Aspinwall. Both a little bit mistimed, top edge and an under edge. Did bring him 5 runs from them 2 deliveries though. 202 for 8. Middlesex. Bailey in round the wicket. That one just straightening off the pitch, and Goa just plays that into the onside for no run. Good over from Tom Bailey.
Yeah, but it's all pretty sensible cricket so far, isn't it? Line and length, right, they've tried a couple of bumpers to Gohar, and may well have had him. Edge going away. Finally, the umpire's having a quick chat. Baseball caps on rather than wide rimmed hats for the umpires for this.
Sensible, you feel?
The low sun, is it the baseball cap? You can just pull it down that little bit more.
Maybe the wind as well.
Oh yeah.
Don't want to be made a meme, do you? Online, chasing your cap around the ground.
Commentator cam nightmare, isn't it? Living in fear of being made a meme. Aspinwall, 2 slips crouching down. He's over the wicket, bowling to Rowland-Jones, who's forward and easing this ball into the offside. Down to deep backward square leg it goes. Deep backward point, sorry. For a single. Oh, the things you could have seen over the years if they'd have had commentary cam all these years. Aspinwall midway through his run up. Bowls now, and full, straight, and driven by Gohar as far as mid-off. A dot ball once more. Of course, he had that 6 through the commentator. Well, he had 2 6s through commentators' windows over the years. The one that crashed through the glass. Poor old Eddie Bevan was on air. So moments that were captured by radio, but not captured as such on camera. So here's Aspinwall bowls, and Gohar stands up tall and strokes to cover. There's no run, and there was the Durham Nottinghamshire match, wasn't there? Where didn't it come through the commentary box window, and Dave Bracegirdle picked up the ball and got a picture with the ball with from Martin Emerson before throwing it back. Aspinwall short bowls, it goes up in the air, the hook. This is carrying a long, long way, and it's carrying straight to the long leg fielder. The ploy works. Gohar goes for 25. 62nd delivery. Got under that one earlier, which went fine for 4. This one straight to the fielder. And 203 for 9 it is. Maximum bowling points for Lancashire. I think that'll answer our questions about what Roland Jones's approach will be, because I think quite now it's almost inevitable.
Yeah, good bowling from Aspinwall. He pulled 2 bumpers in the previous over to Gohar. He top edge 1 for 4. He got an inside edge for a single. This time going on the hook again. Didn't have the control. Straight to Will Williams, who takes a pretty comfortable catch. At one stage it looked like it could be a little bit tricky, just backtracking over the shoulder. But he takes a good catch, and that's Lancashire's 9th wicket. Just got that kind of control field. Lancashire with a square boundary. Square boundary riders, the 4 in front, so their plan's clearly just kind of test the middle of the surface, not let Middlesex, get away with a few quick boundaries, and it's brought up a wicket and a 9 for Lancashire.
So Henry Brooks, Roland Jones meets him, has a natter, and surely the job for Brooks will be, as good a batter as he is, and he's a good batter, just push it back and let Roland Jones target some big shots and see if he can get them up. Again, we talked about 220, 230, didn't we? But potentially even 250 with a Roland Jones special. And Middlesex have a batting point. Brooks takes guard. Lancashire will be thinking 1 more ball, boys, and this is all over. And there are 3 slips ready just in case.
Yeah, fancy Aspinwall's goal for the Yorker. He's a pretty good executor of that.
He's in now, bowls, and that was what he was going for. It's left alone by Brooks, or I dare fancy that was what he was going for, but it's wide outside the off stump though, and shoots through to the gloves of the keeper. The field dropped back to give Brooks the strike. Last ball of the over coming up. Yeah, he's no mug with the bat, Henry Brooks. Aspinwall 3 for 60. Last ball of his 15th. Hits the crease now, bowls, and eased backward points by Brooks, and they happily take the single. And I dare say happily enough, because Roland Jones will have faith in Brooks. Just to play it sensibly, we'll take the singles, fine. We'll take a single next over as well. Give Roland Jones the strike when the time comes. 203 for 9, 49 bowls.
Yeah, just trying to keep Brooks on strike. Lancashire, they know the damage that Roland Jones can certainly do if he gets hold of a few. Could get to that stage where Lancashire spread the field for Jones and bring it into Brooks. Lancashire will be hoping to wrap up this first innings pretty quickly. Let the batters stick the pads on. Three slips. Wait for Bailey, who will continue. Deep square and a long leg are the 2 boundary men out. Bailey, and that one's allowed through to Matty Hurst with the gloves. Can Brooks just find a single and allow Roland Jones just to have a little bit of a free hit? Bailey in. Brooks behind that. Comfortably into the offside. No run.
Yeah, and you'd think you would have a hit. As I say, that Brooks is a good bat. But when it's the final wicket, you think, well, the end is nigh. You may as well get on with it. From Roland Jones's perspective. But as you say, he's got to get on strike first.
Yeah, the single will be into the onside if he can get it there, and he certainly does. Onto the hips of Brooks. Tucks that away into the onside, gets a single. That brings Roland Jones on strike. A slip comes out straight away, a deep backward point. Tracks back to the boundary.
A couple of sirens going off. Outside the ground, separate ones went off together in tandem, didn't they, those two? Or it sounds like two anyway. Either that or there's an echo to one of them. Fire truck had pulled up behind the pavilion yesterday, outside of the grounds, with the lights going.
Bailey in, back of a length, and Roland Jones plays that nicely. And he times it really well. Pulls it away into the leg side. It's a little bit of a slow outfield with how much rain has fallen. But that flies away across this Emirates Old Trafford surface and picks up a boundary.
Well, the placement and the timing of that, cracking shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, way in front of square. Good shot from Roland Jones. I think he expected it with the field as well. Two deliveries left in the over. At what stage does he look for a single, or does he not? Bailey in, back of a length again. Jones thinks about pulling this one, but it's a bit too wide. Ends up ducking out of the way, allows it through to Matty Hurst with the gloves.
Yeah, I think, you know, as strong a number 11 as Brooks is, he probably doesn't need to think too much about pushing the single. You know, Brooks is not a bunny. He's not going to be backing away, worried about his toes. He'll bat properly and, you know, good technique as well. So I don't think he'll be perturbed by thinking, oh yeah, we need to get the single. Although interesting, they've just dropped back deep mid-wicket, which another bumper coming in. What's he going to do? Will it be a bluff and he goes for the toes of Roland Jones indeed?
Yeah, will he go short? Will he go full? Bailey in, goes full, and Roland Jones turns it away into the onside, gets a single. 6 coming off that over, 210 for 9. Good over from Middlesex.
I thought that rather signposted, you'll have a single here into the leg side no matter what. If you've got long leg, deep square and deep mid-wicket back and only mid-on, and it did just push it slightly wide of mid-on in the end, which was the man on the single, but it was clearly saying this ball's going to be straight. You know, it's going to be at your toes, it's going to be top of off, or it's going to be, you know, not going to hang it outside of the off stump here. So he just knew weight on it really and turn whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know, even if it is a bumper, just roll your wrists and drop the ball into the onside.
At this stage of the game, you just feel like you could risk just everyone staying up. If he gets a boundary, you've got your man on strike for the next over.
He's in now, Aspinwall, beginning the new over, and oh, is that a no ball? The umpires are looking. Roland Jones is looking towards square leg as if to say, how can that not be a no ball? I didn't feel to me as though it was. We'll have a look at the replay in a moment, I'm sure, but Roland Jones is saying that's surely a waist-high no ball.
I thought I heard it called, but...
Well, it looked like the standing umpire was ready to signal, but he looked to the square leg and nothing was doing, and Roland Jones wasn't particularly impressed by that at all. As Aspinwall is in bowls, and he puts it on a length, and Roland Jones, you just knew he was going to swing it in, and he gets a top edge which lands over the back of mid-wicket. Mid-on comes around and holds them to a single, but no matter what that next ball was, you knew Roland Jones was going to take it out on the ball, didn't you?
Long handle.
Yeah, and he's having a chat with the standing umpire now. I mean, sure, to some extent it'll be slightly seeing the funny side of it. Come on, ref, how was that not a no ball? My first instinct was it wasn't. I thought it dipped. Aspinwall bowls to Brooks, who defends into the offside. No run again, to 11 for 9. All the fun of the fair. There's always something going on in cricket, isn't there?
It's one of them on a Saturday. You just whisper to the umpire, don't forget you owe me one.
Oh, I just saw the replay there. What do you reckon? I don't think it was. Do you?
No, it was very 50-50. I think
it was it?
Either way, you could
okay.
You could argue for or against.
That's William bowls. Oh, and flashed at by Brooks on the back foot. It was a short ball outside the off stump, and he looked to punch at it. It was too short for the shot. Extra bit of bounce, no doubt, but nicks through, and Aspinwall has 4 for 62, and Middlesex are all done for 211. Roland Jones left not out on 11 from 15. Just the 2 for Brooks as he departs.
Yeah, it's probably too short for him to try and get a single. It's like he was trying to manoeuvre it into a gap. Couldn't quite control it, really. It needed the full handle, slash at it, maybe get it over the head of point and get a boundary. Just was too short just to try and nurdle away for a single, which looked like it was what he was trying to do. But in the end, it's another wicket for Aspinwall, and it's the end of the innings for Middlesex. 211 all out, and Lancashire have done the job that they've spoken about. Try and wrap up this innings pretty quickly.
Well, we shall be back in a few minutes then. I mean, as they say, there's far too much cricket, isn't there? So we've got to stop talking about all of it. We'll take a break here for a few moments at Old Trafford and be back before the start of that Lancashire innings. It's back in just in about 10 minutes' time.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, So I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. Players are out. Lancashire openers, Jennings and Wells. Keaton Jennings, Luke Wells, and Ryan Higgins has the ball in hand for Middlesex. The heavy roller is making its way off at the moment, and I'm not sure if the cameras can pick up the roller. It's a bright white roller with swirly colours on the side, blue and white. We were just saying it looks like something out of Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, doesn't it? There's an everlasting gobstop that's going to pimp my roller.
My roller.
It looks like there's an everlasting gobstop we're going to kick out of the back of the exhaust pipe, doesn't it? It's quite the colourful things. Here is Higgins in first ball with a Jaffa to Wells. Right arm over to the left-hander, who is completely turned around. Never mind squared up. He's left in a stance of a right-hander by that one. Joe Cracknell with a huge smile on his face behind the stumps, the keeper who collected the ball, and they all enjoyed that one from Higgins. Could be a fun 34 overs that we have ahead of us this evening.
Get the roller back on.
Just give us something to talk about. Yeah, it has. They've jazzed it up. Here's Higgins in, bowls. Oh, down the leg side it goes. There's a cry, a catch from the slips, nothing from the keeper or from Higgins, but he went on the walk there, didn't he, Wells, to try and negate the clear movement that Higgins is finding.
Yeah, I think both the Lancashire opening batters, Wells and Jennings, will use that ploy. They'll just step down the crease a little bit. Jennings is kind of a regular batter that looks to exploit that, and that's just to try and counter the movement, just to try and meet that movement as well.
In comes Higgins, he bowls just outside of the off stump, and that's left alone by Wells with the bat high up in the air through it passes. So 3 slips and a leg slip for that flay down the leg side a moment ago from Wells, former Sussex opener. They've got a backward point and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Higgins up to the stumps, bowls full in swinging and defended by Wells. Fielded at mid-off by Roland Jones, who almost undoubtedly will be running in down below us in a moment or two.
Yeah, Wells will be the one that'll probably take the attack a little bit more to the bowlers. Scores pretty freely, scores at a nice rate. When he gets going, he's a beautiful batter to watch. Is Luke Wells.
Higgins on a length and onto the pads and overstepping a no ball. Signalled by the umpire, and Lancashire off the mark, 2 without loss. Higgins checks his crease. He's had a little problem with it of late with overstepping. But shape on that again onto the pads of Wells. Some were about to go up, weren't they? Some enthusiasm for that. But the umpire's call quickly settled them.
Yeah, we're just not quite centre of the wicket here, but you can see the shape that he's getting towards, the leg slip that he's got in.
Higgins bowls. Oh, now that's just steered towards what would have been a leg gully by Wells, but it went really softly and slowly, didn't it? I was almost expecting that to race as he dabbed at that off his hip. Slip scurried around to collect, but the ball was just trickling to the leg gully position by that point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was an inside edge onto his fire pad with the pace. And it's probably a good job that it did hit the fire pad, because with the lack of bat that he got on it, it may well have brought that that leg slip into play.
Higgins. Yeah, one for a backward short leg then, wasn't it? There's Higgins past the umpire, he bowls, and down the track comes Wells, defending into the offside, no run. End of the over, 2 without loss. Will it be Roland Jones? Yes, it will. That's him ripping off his sweater now and handing it to the umpire.
Good start though from Higgins, keeping the stumps in play, making Luke Wells play it more or less every delivery. Or certainly make his mind up about whether he's going to play or leave through to the keeper. And that's what Roland Jones will do from the Brian Statham end as well. He's got 2 left-handers in Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. Both of them might just look to advance a little bit, try and force the bowler to drop his length back, which counteracts the swing movement that he might get. Three slips, point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. As Jones is in, and that's pushed into the offside for no run from Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Roland Jones on this one. He's still a fabulous bowler. Oh, somebody's up and about. Where are they? They're getting away from the fielders. Sit down, move along.
Worrying thing is it's right near the home changing room.
Where's Reedy gone? Is he out looking for his interview already? Play's not finished yet, Reedy.
Still not quite happy. Keaton Jennings. It's more towards the home dressing room and the gates that sort of section off the crowd to the media centre. Roland Jones in outside off stump. Jennings lunges forward and allows that one through to the keeper. Jennings just indicating a little bit of movement away off the pitch to Luke Wells. So his partner, Luke Wells, 915 runs this year. Keaton Jennings 897, so often at the top of the run charts for Lancashire. Roland Jones in. Ooh. Jennings flashes very hard, but no success.
That was a flash, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not often a shot you see from Keaton Jennings so early on. More of a shot that you might see from his partner, Luke Wells. Maybe it just shows the intent.
Is Wells more of a flasher?
Yeah, he's more of a flasher. Well, maybe it's just the intent that Lancashire have spoke about. Roland Jones in, and that one again punching through the offside. Jennings finding back this time, but picks out the fielder. It's no run. 2 for none Lancashire, no run off the bat just yet. Higgins overstepping in the previous over. Roland Jones in just wider, fuller, tempting Keaton Jennings. Just allows that one through.
Look at the scene out there now. Glorious sunshine. God, we've waited all day for this. Well, we've waited 3 days really for this. We got half a day yesterday. Less than half a day.
It's a lovely summer's day. I imagine it's still pretty cold out there though. Roland Jones in, full of a length again. Keaton Jennings this time resisting having a play. He allows that one through to the keeper. That's the end of the second over. A maiden from Roland Jones.
Really dragged me out to the toss yesterday in my t-shirt. I wasn't dressed for it at all. It was cold. Didn't dress for it. I didn't pack for this trip properly, really. I wasn't sure. I wasn't aware it was going to dip this much so quickly. The weather. It's not a happy time, is it, when the weather dips like this?
No.
We'll get a nice October, I'm sure, but it just feels like a long way to next April.
Heating starts going on.
Here's Higgins, third over of the innings. 2 without loss, 3 slips crouched down and a leg gully. It's more of a leg gully now. Down the leg side it is to Wells. Taken by Cracknell nicely, diving to his right. No contact at all with the batter. But the trap is set. In swing for Higgins. The wind is taking it from off stump to leg as well. Quite a sharp breeze, as we've said. A strong breeze, really. Once more turning away. Sun just still capturing some of the red bricks on the pavilion opposite, some of it in shadow from the letterbox to one side. As here's Higgins with a lifting ball outside off stump. It's dabbled at by Wells, but lifting as it did, it carried on its way through to Cracknell behind the stumps. Quizzically, Robson has turned around. Oh, what's he want to change for? Robson needs to come off ready. That slip. What's up with him? And he was looking around at the balcony. He eventually got somebody's attention, and looks like he'll be off in a moment. Next to him, DeCaries, and then deploys the third slip. As here's a lovely ball by Higgins on a length, angling across the left-hander, and well, it's Jaffa after Jaffa at the moment out there.
Yeah, them two just holding the line a little bit and beating Luke Wells outside edge. Most of the deliveries that Higgins is looking to bowl is shaping back into the left-handers. Them two just hitting the surface ever so slightly, just straightening.
Setting off once more. Higgins bowls now and full and driven just in front of points. They will look for a couple. They might even settle for 4. No, it's a slide and a swoop from Morgan. They've got a couple of nice drives away in his 10 yesterday. Lovely one down the ground from the young all-rounder. So 2 it is. First runs off the bat. Wells is off the mark. His 11th ball. 2 to come of the over.
Yeah, nice shot from Wells. Not quite find his timing just yet.
Higgins again bowls. Oh, now that nips back. Height will be an issue. Early call not out, I think, from the umpire. They were all going up for it, though. They were all interested. Wells was asking where's the leg by, but I think Jennings was looking back at the umpire as well. He's had a step down the pitch. That jags back in. Yeah, height was against it, but I tell you what, it's hit back pad just above the knee roll. I reckon that had a chance. I reckon side on might have told you that was doing something. One of those again. It'd go upstairs and it'd be clipping, wouldn't it? It'd be umpire's call. The umpire's call was not out.
I really like this plan, though, from Higgins. Wells just advances just before the ball is bowled and just gets a little bit cramped for room at times when it's onto his pads.
Higgins in, bowls, forward goes Wells. Stride forward on this one without the early step to trigger him. The ball's turned to the onside. It's a dot ball and it ends the over. Wells has 2 from 13. Jennings will have strike 0 from 6. And 4 without loss. Here it is at Old Trafford with 3 overs bowled of the reply to Middlesex's 211.
Yeah, you can just see Wells just covering all the stumps as he's facing up to Ryan Higgins. The advances. So he's giving Higgins that opportunity to attack the stumps, attack the pads. He's got that leg slipping as well, so excellent bowling so far from Middlesex. Roland Jones to continue. Jennings pushing forward into the offside, but that's cut off for no run. Similar field for Roland Jones, just without the leg slip. 3 slip catches. Point, cover and mid off. Mid on, mid wicket and a long leg. Roland Jones. And he comes from the Brian Statham end, and that one tighter to the the line of off stump. Jennings just allowing that one to go through. Shoulder and arms, no shot at that one. 4 for none. Been a pretty watchful start from Lancashire, just the one really aggressive stroke, which was Jennings flashing at a wide half tracker from Roland Jones. He's tempting him again there. And Jennings this time resists the urge. Rolls that one through.
Plenty of chatter out there. Middlesex will know the start's crucial here, isn't it, to try and build some pressure. They've only hit 211 themselves, but they'll want to get in amongst Lancashire early and get that pressure building.
And Jones with some little bit of extra bounce. Jennings on the front foot, but just has to watch that one as it bounces a little bit from the surface, plays it into the offside. Yeah, they're going to have to be watchful. The two very good bowlers when conditions are in favour with the swing and sea movement. Roland Jones in, and Jennings playing that one down to mid-on.
We're looking for a little bit of seam movement, Roland Jones, but it's been swinging a fair bit at Lords in recent times. Just get a lot of in-dip to the right-handers. Really swing one away here from the lefties. Again, the wind is aiding away swing, isn't it, to the left-hander?
And he comes, fuller of a length, and he looked like he was going for that ball as well, trying to shape it away from Jennings, but it was over-pitched. Jennings nicely onto the front foot, drives it through mid-on, picks up a boundary, and the first boundary of Lancashire's innings.
I thought he was going to deliver right on cue through there. It looked like that was what he was going for, wasn't it? That fuller ball tempting outside of the off stump, a little bit of late swing, and that could have been very different for Jennings. But a boundary to get off the mark, nice way to do so.
Yeah, nice shot from Jennings. Like you say though, Middlesex will know this start is vital if they can get 1 or 2 Lancashire wickets early. Just get the pads flying in that home changing room. They know the struggles that Lancashire have had this year with the bat. No Marcus Harris, of course, as well. So
Higgins starting his third over. That's pushed across Wells on a full length. They like it behind the stumps, don't they? There's plenty of chatter back there.
Yeah, Higgins probably questioning what more he has to do to find the edge of Luke Wells. Luke Wells was very animated in the previous over for Jennings not taking that leg by.
Higgins bowls a beaut again. Oh, plunging forward, trying to get everything behind that Wells. The ball just holds its line across. I say nips, it looks as though it's going to shake back in, but then it just holds its line across Higgins, who's prodding away at the surface, suggesting it didn't indeed nip.
Yeah, Wells just looks a little bit flustered.
He's hammering down
quite a lot of movement, isn't there, in his footwork and his bat. Just doesn't quite look at ease just yet.
Higgins in bowls. Oh, width on that, and he's got away with it. Well, stepped across, he was in good position, but as you may have heard on the effects mic, it was toe into the bat, and he's looking at it now. Horrible cracking sound off the bottom, and probably indeed that's exactly what he was looking for. Any sign of damage on the bottom of the bat. Oh, it's just nice to see some cricket, isn't it? Isn't it lovely? Higgins around the wicket now to Wells, 2 from 16, 3 slips and a leg slip. He's in bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside defensively by Wells. Yeah, It's never nice at the end of the season when you get heavily rain-affected matches. You think, oh, that's it, isn't it? You're already thinking of April 5th. Never mind that Christmas lark. Halloween, Easter.
Skip straight
Easter's
through.
Yeah, exactly. Higgins. Lengthy enough run-up he has. Past the umpire, still around the wicket to Wells, who turns just fine of Zafar Gohar, who's at mid-wicket. And take a single, 9 without loss. On to come the 5th. Scott Reed will be back with us in a few minutes' time. Drew's done his updates elsewhere. Plenty of building work going on around the ground, isn't there? There's one over the back of the Edge Hotel there.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of apartments, a couple of apartment blocks.
Look at the one on the side of that building right over the top in between the floodlight and the Edge, where you see on the side of it, it's got like a bucket on the side of the hotel, or the building. Here's Higgins full outside the off stump to Jennings. It's left alone, and 9 without loss it is after 5. I say a bucket, it's like a bucket that you'd lower down the workers into it to work. Like the window cleaners would have, like they'd be lowered down off the side of the building.
Oh, I couldn't do that job.
Well, no, look at that one though. I mean, what is it on the side? It's almost like a hernia on the side of the building, isn't it? Well, it's got nothing up above it. When the window cleaners have it, they have a couple of crane-like things over the top which dangle them down.
I think it is one of the lifts, isn't it?
Is it a lift
Yeah,
one?
I think it's got the scaffold type stuff on the side. I think it's one of them lifts, isn't it? Goes
Where's
up and
Reed's
down.
binoculars? Yeah, stop looking at that, Reed. Look at that up there instead. Let's have a look. Got Reedy's binoculars. You do this over and I'll figure out what's going on with that.
Roland Jones to continue.
I'm not seeing any scaffolding on that. Oh, maybe there is. It's a thin bit of scaffolding though.
Yeah, it's just stitched into the building, isn't it? 3 slips away to his first go at Luke Wells. First time this pair have swapped ends, and Wells lets that one through to the keeper for no run.
They've appeared now. Look, they've stood up out of the bucket. They must have been listening. Here, look, they're looking up at us. We better look like we're working. Dressed in orange. They do well down on the old Oompa Loompa heavy roller.
And the roller downstairs.
Yeah, so each of those little bits of scaffolding must be for that to go up and down it then. That's a good piece of engineering, isn't it? We'd hope it is. It's a long way up.
Wells advancing. That one's pulled into the leg side. It's going to be all the way for 6. Hitting out to the short boundary. Top edgy from Luke Wells. Certainly wasn't convincing. But Lancashire find another boundary. 15 for none. Lancashire.
We've lost our Everton flag today. On the
Where
hotel
was
opposite.
it? Was it?
Oh no, have we? There it is.
Is it a bit more scrunched up, that one there?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Everton flag. What was the other one we had, Scott, yesterday? There was an Everton flag and a... What was it?
Essex.
Essex, that was it.
Roland Jones in, full of a length to Wells, who times it nicely to mid-off.
Essex on tour. That's usually Benidorm, isn't it? Reedy's just woken up at the end of the box. That took a minute to go through.
Yeah. Not a bad spot to watch some cricket in the...
He's listening on delay down at the end of the box, clearly.
The hotel balconies. A bit cold, I reckon. Jones. Round the wicket this time. Attacking the stumps, full of a length. Wells frustrated that he's not quite timed that one. Inside edged. All the way to mid-on.
Oh, I'm working for Essex on Friday. I better be careful what I say,
Yep.
actually.
Yeah.
Little side hustle on Friday. Chelmsford.
Three slips still for Roland Jones. back of a length, and that played nicely from Luke Wells. Ever so slightly misses his length, does Roland Jones. But all it needs for Luke Wells. Stays from the crease, punches it nicely through the offside, and gets his second boundary off the over. That one a lot more convincing this time from the Lancashire opener.
That was a lovely shot, that, wasn't it? Timing, something else. It raced away.
Yeah, a lot more still at the crease there from Luke Wells and what we've seen so far this innings. As Jones in, hits the pad, there's a few shouts from behind. The bowler never really interested. That's the end of the 6 over for Lancashire, 19 for none. Luke Wells 13 off 24, and Keaton Jennings 4 off 13.
Yeah, good stuff from Toby. Roland Jones once more. Busy at the bottom of the edge as well. I'm not sure that, well, the weather wasn't really there for it the last couple of days, but it's almost like a corporate box, isn't it? Apart from it, it's just one big bar balcony down there at the bottom of the Edge Hotel.
Yeah, it looks like they've got some kind of a little duo, maybe a work conference or something.
Do you reckon we can sneak in quickly after the close of play? Minesweep. Oh, this is Higgins starting the over, driven by Jennings to mid-off. It felt as though it was in the air for the moment. It goes through the hands of Roland Jones, but I don't think it was a chance.
I don't think he was quite expecting Jennings to advance and play that much of an aggressive shot, to be honest. Roland Jones. It's a nice little viewing station, that.
Higgins shaping it into Wells once more. He eases into the offside. Come on, Higgy. Solid enough start, 6.2 overs in. Still 27.4 to go today, and a tea interval, which is but 7 minutes away. Higgins bowls, and forward goes Wells, dropping a single into the offside. So another look at Jennings, of which he's only had a brief one so far.
Yeah, better from Luke Wells. More still at the crease and looks a little bit more calmer. Not quite as many moving parts while he's batting. Them first few overs was tough going against Higgins. He was getting some really good movement, both in the air and off the pitch. Looks to have just settled a little bit, does the tall left-handed opener.
Higgins hits the crease now, he bowls, that's in the air, and backward of point, it's 4 runs, throwing up a hand was Morgan at backward point, but it's fine of him, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, 2 deliveries in this over for Jennings, and 2 aggressive shots. The first one advancing, finding the fielder, getting a 1, and that time a little bit of width. He throws the kitchen sink at it. Doesn't quite get it convincingly, but he gets enough bat on it. The backward point boundary gets a 4. Jennings showing a little bit of intent here for Lancashire.
Full and straight and defended back to Higgins, who looks to throw down the stumps. Oh! I was waiting to see a smile on Higgins' face there. There's not. What was that about? Picked up the ball, looked to throw it back at the stumps. He's now having a natter with Wells as well. He's in a scrap out there, Higgins, at the moment, isn't he? Not happy about something. He's chuntering away as he walks back to the top of his mark. He feigned to throw down the stumps. Jennings turned and threw his bat back down into the ground. I mean, he's well within his right to be down the track to Higgins.
Yeah, I think he's kind of pointing at sort of where Jennings is ending up. There's obviously the white marker, isn't there, that's don't know the certain distance that it is off the side of the pitch, and I know umpires speak about that danger zone, and I think it's more the position of where Jennings was ending up once he was out of his crease and played the shot. But I suppose it shouldn't really affect the bowler if he wants to scup off a length while he's batting.
Is that what it is?
Looked like he was pointing at something, Higgins, on the wicket.
Higgins around the wicket too. Jennings, keeper standing up now, and forward goes Jennings defending 2 mid-off. 2 point. It's the end of the over, 7 done. Shall we get a bit of Scott Reed in before tea? 5 minutes of Reed. It's about enough for anyone, isn't it? I wish you luck, Callum.
Lancashire 25 for none, off 7. Yeah, the Middlesex fielders now discussing with the square leg umpire regarding Keaton Jennings advancing down the track. Oh, there's 2 Middlesex lot bickering to the umpires now.
What's up?
Looks like some Strictly Come Dancing 2 stepping out there.
What's going on? What's happening?
I think they're just discussing about Keaton Jennings advancing down the track.
Right.
And sort of the danger zones and where he's stepping into.
Right.
They're just trying to get the umpire to keep Jennings in the crease. Try and wrap him on that front pad.
He's not keen on doing that though, is he?
No, no, I can't blame him.
No.
Roland Jones round the wicket to Luke Wells. That one just dying a little bit before it finds the wicket keeper.
Something we see quite a bit, isn't it, from Keaton Jennings, especially early on. Ball's moving around a bit, and he's not the only batsman to do it, is he? But it's a good tactic to use, isn't it? You try and come down the pitch, and I remember chatting to him about it and about how he wants to try and use it to try and just ruffle the balls up a little bit. Just going to knock them off their line and length and try and negate the ball that's moving around a bit.
3 slips. Jones in. That's the inside edge of Luke Wells' bat. Gets a single into the onside with a deep mid-wicket and a long leg fielder. So there's a single in there for Wells. Yeah, it just makes a bowler a little bit shorter, doesn't it? And when you have to do that as a bowler, you're not finding as much swing, and that, you tend to make it a lot easier as a batter if you can do that. And certainly worked in that over for Keaton Jennings. Looks like he's quite deep in his crease now to start. Roland Jones in, and he just takes that step down, and I'm pretty certain he'll carry on doing that until he just keeps ruffling a few more feathers.
Well, our mate Bumble, when he's with us on commentary, would say he'd scrap that rule, wouldn't he, for the bowlers? I don't think it's a rule that we should have. That when you get kind of warned, don't you? Warned by as a bowler for running onto the danger zone. I know he's not a fan of that, is he? He'd say get rid of that. Pitches are too good anyway now.
Yeah, scuff them up, please. Yeah. Roland Jones in onto the hips of Keaton Jennings, who doesn't need a second invitation. Tucks that away for a single, and that's a perfect example there of what Keaton Jennings is trying to do. The previous delivery he advances, and that delivery he doesn't. But Roland Jones drags his length back, and he just helps himself to an easy single. And that's what Keaton Jennings. That's his plan. Roland Jones round the wicket. Wells playing it into the onside, and nice soft hands gives him the opportunity to get a single. Oh, the umpire's going to ruffle a lot of feathers here now. Now he's telling Roland Jones off for going in the danger zone. Yeah, it's always a little bit trickier when you're coming round the wicket as a right-hander just to get off that strip. Three singles in the over so far for Lancashire. Roland Jones fuller of a length. Keaton Jennings nicely behind it. 3 off the over, 28 for non-Lancashire after 8.
Elsewhere, in the Metrobank One Day Cup, fixture at the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire against Surrey. So the winners of this take on Lancashire in the final on Sunday. So Surrey making 287 in their from 48.5 overs. Actually, they managed to bowl through 50 overs. So all out for 287 Surrey. So 288 to win it for Hampshire. With the home side, they finished top of the group actually, Hampshire, and they're 129 for 4 in the 19th over. So 129 for 4 in the 19th. Hampshire, target of 288 to win. And the winners face Lancashire in Sunday's final. So keeper standing up, 3 slips in place, and Higgins for Middlesex for around the wicket, bowling to Wells. Push and go towards mid-off for a single. Wells moves on to 17.29 for no wicket, bringing Keaton Jennings back on strike. So keep an eye on what's happening on the south coast in that one-day cup fixture. Over the course of the next couple of hours here, 25 overs after this one to go today, so plenty of cricket to go. And some bright sunshine as well. 3 slips, backward point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a deep square leg, and fine leg. And Higgins for Middlesex from the Anderson end. From around the wicket, bowling forward again goes Jennings in defence, and there's no run. Speaking of Anderson, we mentioned this yesterday because I think he only bowled 1 over yesterday, and then he left the field and wasn't seen on the field again. He's gone for a scan today, so he's I think had some kind of soreness in his side, and he's gone for a scan. They are awaiting the results of that scan. As Higgins bowls again, driven away by Jennings from a full-length delivery through the offside for a single. Jennings moves on to 11:30 without loss. So that's the latest on James Anderson. Wells on 17, back on strike, twirling the bat and looking over his shoulder out towards the leg side. As Higgins comes over the wicket, this time to Wells. Oh, it's a good ball that beats him. Thuds into the keeper, bouncing away towards the leg side. Tricky this for Wells, isn't it, with the keeper standing up and Higgins bowling like that.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery. Coming back over the wicket as well to Wells. He's tried the approach around the wicket, but just didn't quite work. He's had 8 success so far over the wicket.
He's back in just like that to Wells again. He's looking to play, and they went up for kind of a half an appeal from Higgins. I thought he bowled him at first with the way the appeal happened.
Has it gone straight through? Oh. I thought we were both stumped on that one.
I'm not sure. I thought it had gone. I thought it had gone straight through and bowled him first, just with the way that Higgins went away. But even looking back on the replay, I'm none the wiser. Final ball of the over. Higgins to Wells, gets forward and defends, and pushes up towards the offside for no run. Tricky that, isn't it? Higgins have proven to be a very awkward customer there for Wells. Over the wicket with the keeper standing up and 3 slips in place. Yeah, not easy at all. So we've had 9 overs of this Lancashire first innings. We'll get ourselves underway at 3 o'clock today. It was a delayed start today. Loads of rain around this morning. Ground staff did a fabulous job to mop up.
And pimp my roller.
Yeah, look at that little fancy number there.
Spruce up for September.
Isn't it? End of season liquor paint.
Yeah.
You can see Dave was very proud, wasn't he? Sat on top of that roller there.
Treating the roller.
I quite liked its little trim on the.
Yeah, like you say, it was like sweets or something, wasn't it? It had that like kind of pattern of.
Treated to a liquor paint. Bit of a spruce up.
There'll be a change of bowling. From Brian Stathman, Brooks into the attack. And he's met with a thumping pull shot from Keaton Jennings. A bit of a loosener from Brooks. Halfway down, no real pace on it. Jennings pulls that away into the leg side. Finds another boundary. That's his third of this innings. 34 for Lancashire.
Just looking around the country, there's not a lot of players that are about today. This is the only Division 2 game which has got any play. Finished for the day a little earlier on between Derbyshire and Glamorgan. There's a delay for rain in Bristol. They're not playing. In fact, they're closed for the day at Leicester.
Brooks in round the wicket. Jennings playing it into the offside for no run.
Nothing at the Oval. They've been a bit on and off today. Not for bad light there between Surrey and Nottinghamshire, the top two in Division 1. Surrey 66 without loss. Require 249 more runs to win, but they're off for bad light. Close of play Warwickshire Essex as well at Edgbaston. Yep, September proving to be a soggy start to these championship games.
Brooks in, that's a beauty. To Keaton Jennings, angling into the pads, hits the pitch and just straightens, beats the outside edge of the Lancashire opener.
Guess with a new ball, a pitch that's clearly offering quite a bit for the bowlers. We saw that yesterday, only 44 overs yesterday, but loads happened. You're going to need a bit of good fortune as an opening batter in this game, aren't you?
Yeah, you certainly are. September, a little bit chilly, green surface. Brooks in again. I think it's the inside edge this time of Keaton Jennings, who tries to slash that through the offside, tries to look for another boundary. Goes through to the wicket-keeper for no run.
It was a big booming drive attempted, wasn't it, by Jennings?
Yeah, we've seen a few of them from Jennings so far. He's certainly looking to score, certainly looking to play with a little bit more intent. It goes back to the point of, you know, there's going to be one with your name on it on this kind of wicket. He just misses out there on the hips of the Lancashire opener.
Yes, knocking on the door of 900 runs for the season is Keaton Jennings. Wells has passed 900 runs this season. Only one Lancashire player has got to 1,000. It was Marcus Harris, signing off last week in Canterbury with an unbeaten 50 to finish on 1,027 runs at an average of 60 this season for Lancashire.
Jennings this time not missing out. He thinks about a couple off his hips, but it's cut down to a single. Keeps the strike. It's 35 for none after 10.
So a fabulous return by Harris on his debut season with Lancashire. He'll be back again next year. Probably got 800 of those runs in the first 2 months of the season, didn't he? Got an absolute stack of runs in those first 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, he was excellent for Lancashire, wasn't he? In that middle number 4 spot, offering a lot of experience. A very calm figure when he's at the crease.
35 without loss. This might be the last over of the session. That little fiddle down the leg side. Harris fancies it. It's a good take by the keeper. Shake of the head from the umpire. But Cracknell doing well there with the gloves away to his right. Higgins thinking that maybe a little bit of a nibble on that from Keaton Jennings. So got the 3 slip catches. As Higgins sets off again. 35 without loss and just pulls away at the last moment. Something not feeling quite right for Higgins. There's quite a strong breeze just pushing into his right hand side, where that's just knocked him a little bit off his run. Not sure. See the flagpoles are getting a fair battering on the roof of the pavilion. Pushing Higgins into his right hand side as he tries again. For the wicket to Jennings, left. no run. So one. This might be the last over. I think it probably will be. It tees at 4:20, isn't it? So 4 balls left, and we'll have 23 remaining in the final session of this third day. Can't make up any time tomorrow, so what we've got tomorrow is what we've got to play with, even if we get a full day. Work down towards third man by Jennings with his hands almost tucked into his hip, just steering it off an open face in the bat, guiding it down to third man. Bringing George Franks, one of the fine photographers this side of the northwest. He's into action there with George Franks.
He'll tell us all about that in about 10 minutes.
Well, won't he? Surprised he's not got a picture of that. He's too busy having a wander around, concentrating on his job. At 39 without loss, Higgins to Jennings. Just dropped up into the offside. And again, there's no run.
That shape back in from Higgins, just keeping Jennings restricted. He looks like he's wanting to free up their arms. That previous delivery where he's got them 4. Looks like he's really wanted to wind up and go for a big drive, and then he's had to hold back. Similar on that delivery as well.
39 for no wicket. Higgins to Jennings. That's left. It actually hits the pads of the keeper. It deflects down towards the boundary, and Wells calls Jennings through. In the end, it's gone for 4 byes. There's the ball deflected off James Cracknell down towards the boundary to push Lancashire on to 43 for this opening pair between Wells and Jennings.
I think it's well done where he's not quite expected it as Cracknell. You thought Jennings might have played it at first.
Plays at that, Jennings. Just the front foot squeezing it away into the offside for a single. That's the over. That might be T. 44 without loss. 11 overs gone. It is. That is T. It's a pleasure, Kevin. So Wells on 17, Jennings on 21. We get to T on this third day. Lancashire replying to a Middlesex score of 211. They've negotiated 11 pretty tricky overs there, with the ball nibbling around all over the place, and a very good start by Higgins and by Roland Jones. And another day, I'm sure Middlesex could have had a wicket or 2 in that spell, but perhaps a bit of good fortune from time to time going in Lancashire's direction. We'll head off for tea then. 44 without loss. We've got 23 left to go today, and we'll catch you in about 20 minutes.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose Together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose Together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose Together.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the evening session on the third day, where Lancashire 44 without loss at the tea break. Good start by Keaton Jennings and by Luke Wells, and Middlesex well within within their rights. I think they could have had a wicket or two, but hey, got a right you look, I guess, haven't you? Especially when the pitch has been a pretty sporting one so far from what we've seen from up here. I spoke to Tom Bailey last night actually, and he was quite enjoying it. Quite enjoying bowling on this wicket yesterday, picking up 4 of those Middlesex wickets yesterday. If you missed it from a little bit earlier on, the Middlesex first innings 211 all out. So in the end, Bailey and Aspinwall both finishing with 4 wickets each. Bailey 4 for 68 and Aspinwall 4 for 62. Middlesex 211 all out, with a couple of 50s there for Josh DeCaries and for Ben Geddes. Zafar Gohar making 25 as well. And then Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings setting Lancashire off to a pretty solid start. 44 on the board for this opening pair. And see Dame Velas, the Middlesex interim head coach, on the edge of the boundary, chatting to some of the Middlesex lads. Nice to see Dame back at Emirates Old Trafford, a fabulous player and captain for Lancashire. Well, he was here at the Red Rose. Lancashire finishing runners-up in the Canada Championship, I think 3 times in the end, under Dane's captaincy. They've never been nearer to winning the county championship title since that 2011 season. Since really, that's at the year when they finished second to the winners, Warwickshire, with that magnificent game at Egbert against Hampshire, where Villas hit the winning runs to send Lancashire top with about a session of cricket to go in the season. Was kind of the pinnacle really of what was a fantastic time with the club. Of course, getting to Lancashire on finals days as well. Finished runners up in all 3 competitions in that season. Anyway, I'm going back to yesteryear, Callum. I'm harking back to Division 1 cricket, and when Lancashire were pushing for the title. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings are heading out to the middle for this final session. 23 overs to go in the day's play. And what do you reckon from what you've seen so far? Lancashire will be pleased that they've not lost any wickets, because that looked like a pretty tricky 11 overs.
Yeah, definitely. It'll have really frustrated Middlesex, I think, with the way they bowled. There was quite a few boundaries coming from edges, even just singles as well. And there was plenty of times where the Middlesex opening pair of Higgins and Roland Jones beat the outside edge on false shots, so it'll certainly have frustrated Middlesex. But they're just going to have to try and stay patient. They've not got a big enough score on the board where they can, where they can get too frustrated and keep conceding runs by then bowling bad deliveries. So Brooks going to start us off after tea, and Jennings just tucks that away into the onside and gets a single. But certainly a nice little session for Lancashire, wasn't it?
Yeah,
wrapped up the innings quickly, and then 44 for none after 11.
Where's this game heading, do we think? Let's assume there's no more rain, and let's assume nothing's kind of conjured up. Do we see any way that this is heading in a direction that doesn't involve a draw?
It's still got to be a miracle, hasn't it? Surely. Brooks round the wicket. Wells plays that nicely. Thickish edge, but controlled, and it's going to run away for 4. It does. The outfield just quickening up a little bit as it's drying out. It's a little bit slow to start off with today, as expected. That one's run away pretty nicely. And that's a boundary for Luke Wells after tea. Yeah, you still think It's got to be a miracle, hasn't it? If it produces a positive result for someone.
I think so. It probably, not that we're advocating this, but we probably would have needed Lancashire, and these Lancashire look to lose pretty quick wickets.
Yeah, to force the hand of Brooks in round the wicket, straight at that time to Wells, who defends back towards the bowler.
I noticed that Lancashire's Director of Cricket, head coach interim, Stephen Croft and Mark Johnson were out there looking at the pitch at the tea interval. Well, from up here and chatting to a couple of the lads yesterday, it feels like it's been a pretty decent wicket to play cricket on.
Yeah, it looks very 50-50 from today, doesn't it? As in, like, if you bowl well enough, that's Brooks in. Wells plays that nicely down the ground, doesn't time it, should pick up a couple. He gets 2 through mid-on. Yeah, it's that kind of wicket whereas if you put it in the right areas, you'll get your rewards. And, you know, he hasn't got the actual rewards of wickets as Higgins, but when he's put it in the right areas, it's caused some trouble to the Lancashire pair as they touch gloves. 50 partnership for Jennings and Wells, 51 coming off 11.4. Nice rate as well that these two are scoring at. I think a wicket like this should produce his positive batting as well, because as a batter you look at it a little bit green, it's doing a little bit. You probably are better to take the positive option. It's one of them where you speak as a batter, if you're going to go after it, make sure you fully go. Don't go half-hearted, don't regret sort of, not putting the full effort into the shot. And I think wickets like this, England speak about it, when it's doing a little bit, they play even more aggressive. Actually, it just frustrates the bowlers when they look at a wicket, it's doing a little bit, but they're still conceding runs. As Wells plays that into the offside for no run. That's the end of the first over after the tea break. 51 for none. Lancashire, Wells 23 and Jennings 22.
And just going forward and looking, obviously this is the last game here at Old Trafford this season, so kind of looking into next season. I know that this was actually mentioned, I think, 12 months ago. I think I remember chatting to Mark Johnson about it, about trying to find ways to try and win games here. And also it's not just, I suppose, the pitch, it's also about potentially the way you play, the way you maybe have to risk losing games as well to try and force matches here, force results.
And that's what the best teams in any sport do, don't they? You have to take the risk, like you say, to produce a positive result, whether it's in cricket, football, whatever sport. You have to take risk. If you're just going to, it's a bit of a cliche, but if you look to try and defend in cricket, you often, you might lose your wicket because you're going too defensive, and things like that fall into place when you take the negative option. But a wicket like this, I think, can only mean good things for Lancashire in terms of producing them home draws that we're so used to seeing here at Emirates Old Trafford, producing them to results.
Here's Sebastian Morgan for the first time in this match with the ball. I thought he bowled beautifully here in a one-day cup fixture a month or so back for Middlesex. I'll have to check through the scorecard. He may have picked up a wicket or two in that game against Lancashire, but he was standout performer with the ball. His second first-class game. He's only just turned 18 at the back end of August, playing his second first-class match. Morgan to Jennings on the walk. That's a cut away into the offside for a single to Jennings. He moves on to 23 and the score moves on to 52 without loss.
Yeah, I've heard good things about him as well. You see people discussing young talent on social media. It's been a name that's been spoken about. You won't bowl at too many better opening batters in the Division 2, so it'll be a nice little challenge, a nice little test for the youngster.
Into Wells this time. Nicely done. Left alone. They like that, didn't they, behind the stumps, did the keeper and the slips. The pace from young Morgan. It's 52 without loss. Played through the one-day cup competition for Middlesex, picking up it was 1 wicket here actually. Oh, he got runs in the game. So yeah, 61 with the bat and then picked up 1 for 30. So that, and Kevin was saying earlier that a very, very good batter, and has the potential to be a really good all-rounder. That's a bit of width there, an offer to Wells, and it's hammered away through the offside. Come back for 2. Through the course of the one-day cup campaign for Middlesex, picking up 2 for 37 against Hampshire, 1 for 30 against Lancashire, 1 for 39 against Northants, 3 for 62 against Kent, and 2 for 34 against Gloucestershire, and also play for England's under-19s this summer, including 3 for 54 against India's under-19s in a match at Worcester back in July. Into Wells down the leg side, tumbling take by Cracknell. There's a floodlight just crackle into life actually, so a bit of blue sky above us, but obviously out in the middle, maybe with a little bit of cloud cover around. It's a bit gloomier than what we
a couple of dark clouds just gathering in. I think they might just pass.
54 without loss is Morgan to complete his first over of the day. And off the front foot goes Wells, leans into it and steers the ball up towards wide mid-off for a single. And, gets through for 1. That's 4 coming off the over, so he's settled into his work so far. It's Sebastian Morgan, end of his first over. 13 gone. And Lancashire of 55 without loss. Wells on 26 and Jennings on 23.
Yeah, good start from Lancashire, looking to be positive. 55 for none after 13. Brooks round the wicket. Just a little bit of extra bounce on a length. Wells taking his bottom hand off the bat. Just indicating it's just bounced a little bit more than he expected.
It's about that area where
the groundsman,
there's a bit of luck going on, wasn't
there?
Yeah. A few glances down through the... Actually, it was before play resumed when we saw some of the Middlesex lads out there, didn't we, having a look at the pitch as well before play got underway at 3 o'clock.
2 slips and a gully for Brooks into Wells. He's again just pushing ahead of himself a little bit early, taking that bottom hand off the bat again into the offside for no run.
I mean, the ground staff all over the country do just the most magnificent job.
Yeah.
It's the most unforgiving role here because, I mean, at the ground like this, and it'd be the same obviously at Lords, when you've got so much cricket being played, then square takes an absolute battering, doesn't it? And producing wickets and trying to produce surfaces for so many games of cricket. There's a lot of stress on the ground here, isn't there?
Brooks in. Wells this time just waiting and waiting, just playing with nice soft hands into the offside. Yeah, there certainly isn't there, all the different formats.
Yep.
Men's and women's games, the double headers that they have now as well, and the Vitality Blast, and then the 100.
Yeah, it is a pretty relentless job, isn't it, to try and keep churning out pictures.
Brooks in, attacking the stumps. Wells tried to turn that into the leg side, doesn't quite time it.
Because you will have a second new ground, which they're hoping for some cricket of some description there next season at Farrington. I'm not so sure it'll be kind of senior professional cricket, but the fact that that is in place, so coming close to getting kind of online and getting some cricket there, which hopefully will help kind of ease the pressure on Old Trafford in the coming seasons.
Brooks in, aerial from Luke Wells, but never has any real chance of finding the fielder. Bounces just in front of mid-off, who's scoots round and cuts the single off. Yeah, it looks an incredible facility.
It's great,
the pictures, for anyone that hasn't seen online, there's going to be two ovals. I think the main ground is exactly measured the same as here as Emirates Old Trafford, so it's going to be the exact same size. Outdoor grass nets. There's a Brooks in down the leg side to Wells, who doesn't get any bat on it, but it's been called a no ball from the umpire. Yeah, they've got like a grand kind of government scheme of a dome, haven't they?
That's right.
That covers some nets, and that'll be something that'll be used, you know, all throughout the year for, I'm sure, for communities and the sort of Lancashire Foundation stuff, which will be excellent. But it looks an incredible facility. Brooks in, Wells forward, solidly in defence. It's a good over from Brooks, just the no ball coming from it.
Yeah, it does. It looks fantastic, and the dome. Is there two others in the country? There's one that's in Darwin, just outside Blackburn, and in Farrington. I think there's one in Luton. I think one in Bradford as well.
Yeah, they've got one at Bradford Park Avenue, haven't they?
At least there's plans for one in Luton as well as now one in Farrington. So there should be a great, facility.
Yeah, it'll be very good to watch some cricket.
It's Morgan to Jennings. Oh, he's tumbled over on his follow through as young Morgan. That's angled across the tall left-hand opening batter for Lancashire. Yeah, so that should be up and running kind of towards the end of next season. I say it might not. I don't think it will be for professional cricket just yet, but maybe the following year potentially.
Yeah, it'll have to have some kind of test, won't it, of a certain amount of games. See how it sort of wears and tears. More work for the Lancashire groundsman. Another ground.
Morgan into to Jennings. He's left again. .57 without loss. So you get to this stage of the season, and it's tough. Well, it's tough going all year, isn't it, for ground staff? Goodness me, but trying to produce pitches for 4-day games in September when you've had so much cricket being played. Morgan to Jennings, full, wide and left. I think he might just be struggling a little bit with his as he's landing his foot. He's tumbled over once. It looked like maybe just losing balance a little bit in the last couple of occasions.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to fight to keep himself up on his follow through. He kind of like jogs in and kind of takes off late. He really speeds up and whips that arm over. Real quickness in that shoulder.
In balls again, wide and left. It doesn't look too comfortable at the minute, does he? With I mean, you can see actually where the ball is running in from that Anderson end. You can see the kind of almost like the runway that they take off from all the footmarks. So the grass will be pretty soft, and he just feels like he's struggling a little bit to.
Yeah, he's going round the wicket as well now. Maybe whether it's like you say, it's the run up or the footings, but even the follow through, it's stopping quite sudden.
Change of line then around the wicket to Jennings, and he plays this one away off his back foot just upon to his toes and guides it out towards the offside for a single. Jennings moves on to 24, so 58 without loss. 1 ball left of the over. Bringing Wells on strike. He's done well there as Morgan. I mean, I know those deliveries to Jennings were too far wide, but just felt like he was struggling a little bit with either his approach or where he's landing. And there he is for the final ball of the over. And left by Wells, albeit like he was tempted to play. Pulled the bat away at the last moment. End of the 15th over of Lancashire's first innings. 58 for no wicket, Wells on 26, Jennings on 24. And we've got 19 overs left in the day's allocation. Quick update from the match in Southampton, where Georgia Adams has got Hampshire She is the captain of Hampshire. She got Hampshire on 186 for 5, 30 overs gone. She's unbeaten on 68. So Hampshire require 102 to win from 20 overs with 5 wickets remaining to beat Surrey and book their place in that final on Sunday against Lancashire.
Could be a good little finish installing that semi-final. Brooks round the wicket, 2 slips in a gully. Jennings just waiting on the back foot, plenty of time. Plays that into the offside for no run. .24 of 43 for Jennings. Played with some nice intent. A couple of boundaries off the outside edge and not quite timed, but Jennings advances this time, pushing into the offside again for no run.
Brilliant start from Lancashire, this. Kind of start that Middlesex and the neutral dreaded.
Yeah, it's been good from Lancashire. They wrapped up the Middlesex innings pretty quickly, and they've had a nice opening partnership so far.
Although that said, I suppose from a neutral perspective, you could look at it that Lancashire go big and put Middlesex under pressure in their 3rd innings, and that's the best way of a game happening tomorrow.
Brooks, fuller of a length. Jennings just prodding forward.
And actually,
no run.
From a Lancashire point of view, 58 without loss after 15.3, trailing by 153. You'd have to think that, actually, that, hold on a minute, this is a solid start here. Let's make sure, back it up, get out there again tomorrow. Still 18.3 overs to go tonight. Could well be halfway there. We did wonder if their scoring rate could match that of Middlesex's. It's not far off, and obviously they're not losing wickets.
Slowed down a little bit in the last few overs. Jennings tucks that off his hip, gets a single. Takes the score to 59. Yeah, how's this game gonna pan out? 18 overs remain after this one this evening, and fingers crossed for a full day's play tomorrow. Brooks in, short of a length. Wells rocked back nicely, just swivels on his back foot, finds the boundary. It's a nice shot from Luke Wells. He's not done too much wrong there as Brooks.
Yeah, it wasn't that short, was it? Just seeing the replay. To our left.
.63 now for Lancashire. His 3rd boundary for Luke Wells. Tucks that one off his legs, gets a single. 6 off it for Lancashire. 64 for none off 16. Wells 31. Jennings 25, trailing by 147.
Floodlights on, it's just got that gloom of the evening now as well, isn't it? The other thing that we have to take into account. There is a fair bit of cloud cover rolling in. Then you await the moment where the artificial light overtakes the natural. But let's hope not. A fair bit of breaking up in the distance as well, so some hope, I guess, that we'll be alright. Here's Morgan then, 64 without loss. Moves in towards our commentary position at the Statham end. His right arm around, bowls and up on his toes to that one. Wells defends into the onside. Impressive young Morgan, isn't he? Fine bat.
He looks like he has a strong action. Got a real snap of the shoulder as he
I was going to say,
hits the crease.
about him, isn't there?
He's not that tall, is he? As a fast bowler. But he hits the pitch well and gets some nice bounce.
He's midway through his run up, still around the wickets. Wells Bowles, and Wells looks to carve that one through the covers. Bottom edge of the bat trickles back up the track to Morgan. Slender of build still, but an elasticity about him which bodes well. Ah, the sun's back, look at that. Glorious. It just makes such a difference to everything, doesn't it? Your mood lifts.
Yeah.
Especially this stage of the season. We did have a fabulous start to the year, didn't we?
Yeah, we can't complain, can we?
Yeah. Here's Morgan Bowles, not that short, but whipped by Wells over square leg, and it has gone all the way. 6 runs it is. What a pickup that was. I mean, that was far from a short delivery, but he's just pulled that away off a length for a huge 6.
Yeah, very similar to the over before from Luke Wells. That kind of waist high delivery. He just helps it on its way and times it really well. He finds a boundary and he gets 6 runs. Brilliant shot from Luke Wells. Deep square, goes out now onto the boundary.
Morgan with 2 slips and a gully. Wide on the crease, bowls to Wells, who right over the top of a length ball drops a single into the offside. Some nice cricket from Wells. 71 without loss. 100 balls bowled. Good maths, that, isn't it?
It is. I wonder how you remembered that.
Deep square, deep backwards, deep point, deep backwards square, long leg. Morgan remaining around the wicket. Breeze blowing from his right shoulder to his left as his right arm around bowls, and through to the keeper that goes. Left alone by Jennings. The jet is being left in the stream of Wells. For 25 from 47 Jennings, 38 from 56 Wells. Leans over his bat, Jennings. And around the wicket comes Morgan again. Full outside the off stump, left alone.
Hasn't quite settled. Morgan, he's not bowling badly at all, but you can just tell from his body language and kind of how he's following through. He's just unhappy a little bit with whether it's the footholds, his rhythm, or the run-ups. Just looks like he's a little battle with himself out there just to find his natural rhythm.
I know that feeling.
Trying a little bit too hard.
Usually comes after 2 sessions watching it rain and oh, come on then.
Brooks to continue to Wells. Slip catches come out now into the leg side as deep square and long leg pushed out onto the boundary. Brooks just squares Wells up a little bit. Plays that down into the ground on the offside.
Yeah, Brooks back into the side. I'm sure you and Scott probably talked about it earlier, but no Stone recalled by Nottinghamshire. So Brooks reclaims his place.
Brooks round the wicket, full of a length.
Says he feels he's bowling well this year, and I wouldn't disagree. I think he's doing right, and it would have been a disappointment for him to lose his place like that. Lost his place. Had a slight niggle as well, he said, pre the One Day Cup, which accounted for him losing a few games there.
And Brooks comes, and that's nicely driven from Luke Wells. Overpitched, Wells waits for it, leans on the ball, times it nicely through wide mid-off. It's another boundary for Luke Wells. Takes the score onto 75 for none for Lancashire. Luke Wells just shifting the gears a little bit in these last few overs. Takes him into the 40s as well. 42 now for the left-handed opener as it pushes at that one. Not as full, just drops short of the extra cover fielder.
Chatter in the field. Keeping the pecker up, as you need to do, especially when you're wicketless.
It's been a little bit frustrating for Middlesex. They've deserved a couple of wickets, especially with the opening spells of Roland Jones and Higgins. As Brooks just hits Wells on the far yard. Again, just squaring him up a little bit. Yeah, it's not all been as cosy as the scoreboard reads for Lancashire.
No, that point was made when I popped down to grab a cup of tea by the press pack downstairs. But nonetheless, Middlesex will be disappointed not to have found that breakthrough. And perhaps just grouped a few more deliveries to build the pressure. But he's not doing much wrong here, is he, Brooks? Certainly in this over, I haven't seen anything that you could query.
No, he's in pretty decent rhythm. As Brooks just getting it to straighten off the surface again. And he gets it in the right areas. He's just squaring Luke Wells up. Just a 1-over pitch delivery in that over, which sadly for Brooks went for 4. But other than that, is another good challenging over from the Middlesex seamer.
Yeah, I'd say not much wrong from Brooks at all in this spell. Similarly, Morgan not doing a great deal wrong. It was a really good start from Higgins in particular, wasn't it? And how he didn't pick up a wicket in that spell. Sort of fair old chat with Brooks at the end of that over, Higgins. One of the real leader figures on this Middlesex side, alongside Roland Jones, the former skipper. Captaincy handing over to Deploy, who's a dynamic skipper. Oh, looking at the ball. Come on, handcuffs out. Not you, Callum. See if the ball will pass through.
A good old challenge of the ball. Will it go through? Sadly, it went straight through for Middlesex.
Get on with it. Almighty cry, get on with it yesterday when the sun was out and there was no play at Old Trafford. You just really wanted to go out and shout at the umpires today when they were coming off after an inspection and the rain started to fall. Get on with it! Some umpires would see the funny sides. Morgan begins the 19th over now, around the wicket, bowls, and this is left alone to Jennings. 25 from 49.
Which umpire are you least saying that to?
Ooh, which umpire am I least saying that to?
Which one's a definite no?
I reckon it's 50-50 on Rob Bailey. I reckon Bales will either give you a death stare or a bill. Morgan bowls, and this is full outside of the off stump through to the keeper. No, Rob would shout too. Rob would see the funny side. It's the younger umpires though, isn't it? They might be a little bit...
Yeah.
Hold on. Who said that? Jack Shantry. Get Shants out there. He'll be probably shouting more than that at him. Here's Morgan bowls, and that wraps on the pads, getting in behind it. It's Jennings up in the commentary box with us a few years back at Grace Road. New Road for 4 days. Fun time.
So such a unique bowling action, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That he had.
Off the wrong foot, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Was it the leap off the wrong foot?
Yeah, and it kind of like over the top of himself,
Yeah.
I think, with the arm.
Morgan in bowls, full outside of the off stump, that's left alone. Through it goes to the keeper again. Plenty of chatter of encouragement out there. Can they find this way through though? Full again, outside the off stump, left alone. Here he goes. Just working a channel is what they need him to do here, but a little tighter to that off stump, obviously.
I like this from Morgan. He's testing the patience of Keaton Jennings, who, experienced character. He has plenty of patience, but with some of the shots that he's played in this innings, he's gone search at them wider length deliveries. So.
Morgan bowls full outside the off stump, shaping away. A wide signalled. They're all about to pull away for the end of the over. The umpire, I don't know whether he almost fell away himself, but when he fell in the direction of the wind there, he signalled that one. Thought he was about to do a little pirouette with his arms out at his side. Umpire Pratt.
Never seen the signal either.
Hmm? He was on the walk as well.
Yeah, he was on the walk.
Well, he had to do it again because I do think he nearly fell over on the first attempt. Morgan, wide on the crease, he bowls outside of the off stump, that's left alone again by Jennings. Working up a good place, as I say, a decent line there, just the wide off the over, but a few too many leave balls outside off. 76 without loss after 19.
Yeah, he's just testing Keaton Jennings, wasn't he? That's a nice little smile back towards the young fast bowler at the end of that over. Experienced head first, the youngster. Brooks is going to change his approach here now to Wells. He's going to come back over the wicket. Just a different angle. See if we can find something from this approach. Slip in a gully. Brooks onto a nice line of length. Wells playing it into the offside. Gets no run. Still some swing and movement out there, so you should still need to be watchful. Middlesex just need to be patient. Just trailing by 135. Brooks in, back of a length. Wells plays that. Does well to play it down onto the ground.
Ominous for the last week of the season. My phone's just flashed up. Hurricane Gabrielle has just formed up mid-Atlantic. Which way is it going? That way or this? That's the last week of fixtures done as well then, isn't it?
Gabrielle's coming to spoil the party.
Maybe we should just stop playing cricket altogether. Is that the end game of it all?
Brooks in. Just finds a little bit of extra bounce. Wells gets a single. I think it's Higgins who does the fielding. Attempt to pick up and throw. No real attempt at a run out, but ends up throwing it in. Well, nowhere near the direction I think that he meant.
Yeah, it's been a miserable September so far, hasn't it? It could well be again next week by the looks of it. But this is the problem with so little cricket in August and July. All of a sudden you've got a 3-month cricket season, which is April, May and June.
Yeah. That one's played to the cover fielder from Keaton Jennings.
Still, at least they're not trying to reduce the schedule even further. That'd just be silly, wouldn't it?
It would.
mean, there's no way there's a single cricketer out there right now who's feeling like they've played too much in the last 3 months. What they will feel, I'm sure, is that they've done too much motorway stuff for white ball here, there and everywhere.
Yeah.
But we'll add a couple of one-day cup games next year.
Now, back of a length, Jennings plays nicely off his hip, pulls it out to Morgan at a deep square boundary, gets a single. Yeah, so that one changes next year, doesn't it? The Vitality Blast.
Well, the thought is that the Blast
North,
loses 2
Midlands
games, yeah.
and South, is it? So less travel.
It loses 2 games, but you do play one team from another group, so theoretically, Somerset could be away to Durham for a Blast game.
Yeah.
Or vice versa.
Brooks in again. Just hitting that length that's just popping a little bit. Finds the inside edge of Luke Wells, who then goes on to hit him on the fire guard and goes away into the leg side, gets a single. 79 for non-Lancashire after 20 overs. It's that stage where Middlesex are frustrated and maybe just go searching a little bit. Just need to stay patient. It's one of them kind of wickets, whereas if you get one, the second and third might come pretty soon after. Still doing enough. Still enough movement in the air and off the pitch.
It's not bad looking city centre over there now, is it? Over the back of
yeah, they just
the
keep
edge.
building on it. Just keep building them.
Morgan in bowls, a little dabble through to the keeper. Slip went up, but nobody else. That's the carries. What's it like around there at street level then? Is it like New York, looking up at all the big blocks? Because they look really close together here, but maybe they're well spread out when you get over there.
Yeah, they're not as close. I mean, I'm not too much of a Manchester goer. Don't know, man.
Oh, where'd you go?
No, living room and kitchen.
Morgan's in bowls. Wells is up on his toes to defend this one as it's worked to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I don't know Manchester too well. I'm not too clued up on the streets and the areas. But yeah, I don't think it's too clustered. But there is still plenty of buildings going up.
I reckon Reed's a Manchester goer, don't you?
I reckon he's got enough knowledge on it. Yeah.
Morgan bowls length ball punched out to deep point for a single. 80 without loss. Well on to 45 now. 69 faced.
Yeah, Bumble would be the one.
He'd be up those skyscrapers, will he, Bumble?
Yeah, to show you the pubs.
I'm sure he likes a rooftop pad, isn't he? Up at the top of one of those. Dirty martini in hand. He's Morgan around the wicket. He bowls and full straight and driven by Jennings to mid-off. No run. Come on, Morgie is the cry. Pretty famous Morgan that played for Middlesex not so long ago. Was lifting a World Cup. Whatever happened to him?
Could do with him back in that one-day team. England. In some kind of capacity.
Yeah, irreplaceable. Someone like Morgan, aren't they? Generational players, is that what they call them? I'll never forget. I'll never remember. I'll never forget. What was I saying again? A game here at Old Trafford actually was one of the first where the absolute brilliance of Owen Morgan first dawned on me. Sebastian Morgan's around the wicket here. He bowls and this is on a length, eased away into the offside just in front of backward point, no run. Robson running alongside it for a wee while, I think tempting in some ways. Although you're not actually allowed to do that, are you? But 80 without loss it remains. He used to have a shot. A few play it now. I guess Suryakumar Yadav plays it to some extent. But it's more of the kind of scoop pickup shot that he has. But Morgan used to roll. But I did see somebody do it the other day. Who was it now? He used to roll from leg stump to off on his back, and he'd scoop it over the keeper.
Oh, Harry Brook,
like a front
isn't
roll.
it?
Is it Brook that's doing it?
Yeah.
Here's Morgan in, bowls off the hip. It's turned away fine by Jennings for a single, and he moves 27, 81 with that loss. Yeah, it was Brooke the other day doing it, wasn't it? But Morgan was doing that. I mean, what would that have been now? That would have been
2009 was that T20. Was it 2009 in the T20 year when they won the...
I reckon he was doing that
Caribbean.
Because we were square on in the old press box here. Remember, it was a really... There was thunder and lightning all around. OSR, I think, had a good night that night as well for Middlesex in a day-night one-day cup game. But I remember Morgan lighting it up, that one. But yeah, I reckon it's probably around 2007, the year before Middlesex won the T20, 2008, because his recognition it had grown massively by then, and he was, you know, England was not far away at that point. Although, of course, he still had, was it 2009, the World Cup in the Caribbean for Ireland?
Yeah. England, wasn't it? Was it England?
Yeah, but wasn't he playing for Ireland still at that point?
No,
2009?
I think, because that's when England won it, wasn't they?
2009?
Was it? Oh, was it 2010, 11?
Okay.
I know they won it in the
Ireland
Caribbean,
beat West Indies,
they?
didn't they, in the Caribbean? Didn't Ireland beat England as well? Was Morgan playing for England by then? Blimey. Ah, maybe it was...
I always feel like, I mean, they haven't today, but I always feel like Ireland beat England in the big tournaments.
Yeah.
His captaincy was so good, it kind of overshadows his batting now, but...
Yeah, in the end it did, yeah.
He was, you know, him and alongside Kevin Peterson kind of changed the way England looked at sort of T20 and white ball cricket in terms of batting.
The white ball Brearley, as one brilliant scribe once wrote.
Higgins back into the attack. And that one's cut away nicely through the offside. It's a long chase. It ends up finding the boundary. 4 from Keaton Jennings. Welcome back into the attack, Higgins.
You were all very slow on that. Yes, I wrote that for the cricketer once. The white ball Brearley.
Such a brilliant batter, though, in his own right. Some of the scoops and the reverse sweeps. Higgins. Again, wide of a length, similar shot from Jennings, played through the offside this time, not finding the boundary, picks up a couple, 2 slips and a gully with a deep point on the boundary, cover and a mid off, mid on, deep square and a long leg. Higgins bowls, wraps Jennings on the pad, but he's so far down the track, advancing, taking a couple of steps. There's never any serious shouts of an appeal. I think Cracknell might just have warned the 12th man for the helmet. It's going to come over the wicket now. Higgins, change the angle. Jennings onto the back foot, trying to pull that away into the leg side. Doesn't get all of it, gets a single. Takes himself onto 34. Luke Wells on 45. 1, 2, 3. Lancashire trail by. Higgins in over the wicket again to Wells, and that one's played nicely through the offside. Will it run away for 4? Yes, it does. Nice shot from Wells. He's not quite found his length as Higgins from the Brian Statham end. His first spell was from the James Anderson end. Swapping ends this time of year, he's just not quite found his length. Been a bit too full, too wide. And Luke Wells in this kind of form doesn't need a second invitation. .49 for the Lancashire opener. Higgins in, and that'll be his 50 for Luke Wells. Tucked into the leg side, gets an easy single. And it's a brilliant knock from Luke Wells. Just a start that Lancashire would have wanted. It's 50 coming off 71 deliveries. 5 4s and 2 6s. It's part of a 93 stand with his partner, Keaton Jennings.
Being run out for the keeper, Joe Cracknell. Is it helmet? Up he goes. It's Zafar Gohar. There he is, appearing from behind Keaton Jennings. So a bit of spin at Old Trafford for Gohar. They've got the carries. They've got Holman to turn to as well. Giving a fair go on the seam, haven't they? None for 15 off 5 from Morgan. Again, didn't do much wrong, but probably just not tight enough to the off stump overall, I guess. Be one observation. And similarly, Brooks probably was tight enough to the off stump, but didn't get the reward. And as it goes, you bowl at the stumps, you get hit for runs. He was more expensive than Morgan. All that wider channel, it's a cheaper channel to bowl. Slip and a short leg. In place for Gohar. Deep gully, deep cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a backward square leg. Gohar around the wicket to begin his spell then. Left arm finger spinner he bowls. Forward goes Wells, plunging forward, pushing back into the offside. Top ball to begin. What that call was, but
under the lights, was it?
Yeah, something about
something
under the lights.
Higgy.
And then something exactly that. Yeah, that was why I paused just to see if I could figure out what the Higgins reference was in the Gohar over. As down the track comes Wells to Gohar and lifts him back over his head for 6. Well, there we go. Statement of intent: 56 for Wells, 99 without loss. Lancashire.
Yeah, Wells will look to be positive against the spin. He sweeps well. Then with his long levers as well and his footwork, he likes to go down the ground, so he'll look to put the pressure on straight away. Against Gohar.
The response be as a word with mid off. Elias deploy. A catch here for Higgy. That was what it would have been, because Higgins is the slip fielder when the spinners are bowling. That's what it would have been. Gohar's in. Bowls and that goes through everything. Wow. Pushing at that ball. Well, Wells looks bemused, befuddled as he stands there, having plunged forwards. Head tilted to one side. How did that get through? Pushed quite hard at it as well outside the off stump, didn't he? But missing the off stump. Gohar again, bowls. So there's a little bit of grip there for the finger spinner as this is defended to points off the front foot.
Yeah, that shot previous is exactly what Middlesex want Wells to do. There's no cover. There's just a cover point on the boundary. So there's a big gap there for an easy single, but it's playing against the spin, so that can open up chances for Middlesex.
Gohar bowls, and that slapped hard out to deep cover for a single by Wells. 100 up. End of the 23rd over in there. In fact, one ball to come at the 23rd over is the 100 partnership for the first wicket. And it feels quite vital this now, because where we were talking about this could just be a shootout across, you know, a 50 over innings aside match. It's that kind of feel about it. Well, actually 23 overs in and 100 on the board. They're virtually halfway there to the Middlesex total. Gohar around the wicket now, bowls, and this is driven by the left-handed Jennings to mid-off. That is the end of the 23rd over, 100 without loss, Lancashire. flags are still well extended on the far side of the ground, aren't they? Strong breeze still blowing across. Actually, it's a pretty attractive skyline up above the pavilion now, isn't it? Whiffs of cloud in the distance, but some heavier stuff in the foreground.
Hopefully no more rain clouds over us for this evening.
We've got 11 overs tonight. Middlesex would probably happily come off at this point because it feels at this stage as though there's more damage that could be done to Middlesex than they could do to Lancashire. But then one ball changes everything, doesn't it? You break the partnership and all of a sudden the energy goes up. Not that it's down in the field, they've been chipper out there, haven't they? But
You've pegged back one of the batters and a new batter in as well. And then you start to rebuild some pressure. Higgins back over the wicket to Wells, who just allows that one through to Cracknell with the gloves. Just a one slip in a gully. Catching extra cover as well. Higgins in onto the pads of Wells, who gets an easy single into the leg side. Brings Jennings on strike, 34 off 64 for Jennings. Different angle to Jennings round the wicket. So that one just straightens. A little bit of movement in the air. Jennings advancing and playing into the offside for no run. Will the keeper potentially put the helmet on? Come up to the stumps? You might think about it if Jennings stays on strike. Higgins in, full wide. Jennings plays that to the cover point boundary, gets a single. (102) Lancashire. Higgins into Wells. Nice delivery, which Wells just lets through. Good line, good length. Wells just showing it. Still wobbling a little bit to his partner, just signalling with his hands.
Good century partnership, this, isn't it, between Wells and Jennings?
Yeah,
to see them both batting nicely at the top.
I like the tempo as well. You know, Jennings was going hard early on, and now he's just settled in as he's got used to the pace of the ball. That one's played nicely from Wells. Late, trying to beat that cover point fielder to his right, who does very well to stop the boundary. Keeps it down to a couple.
Talk about there's not maybe kind of, well, there isn't in terms of Lancashire's season on this game, but I suppose individual there is, isn't there? Individual things you kind of look at, trying to end the season well. I mean, there's obviously this week and next week to go. There's still a possibility for both these batters to get to 1,000 runs. And good performance in this game, and can get runs next week in Cardiff. So there's always something out there, isn't there, for kind of either the team or for individuals to try and look at between now and the end of the campaign. And this is a pretty good start. It's been a funny old season, really, hasn't it? I mean, we started the season with Wells batting at 6 and Jennings and Jones opening the batting, wasn't it, for Lancashire in that first game when these two sides met at Lord's back in April. But as things have developed and as things change and adapt through the course of a pretty long season, Wells eventually went back up to the more familiar position as an opening batter. It's looks set to be the case to end the season as well for Luke Wells alongside Jennings. It's go hard to Jennings, Just nudge back towards him, and there's no run.
Yeah, it didn't work, but I understood the logic of what Lancashire were trying to do. They just signed Michael Jones, they're in Division 2, a younger player, let's try and give him some experience.
Go on in, a bit quicker this time with the back foot. Pushed him in off for no run.
Could be, you know, I'm sure they signed him thinking he's a potential long-term opener for Lancashire. It just didn't quite work out at the start of the year for Jones. So obviously Lancashire.
Go hard to Jennings. Pace off this time. Just waits for it and taps it out towards mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, Lancashire decided to go back to the comfortable and experienced duo of Wells and Jennings, who do complement each other's games. You know, so nice.
Go on in, Jennings forward. Turns it to mid-wicket for no run.
You know, Luke Wells is more the aggressor, where Jennings will just accumulate his runs. When he bats a certain amount of time, Jennings, he just looks nailed on for 100. You know, once he gets past a certain amount of time. And
go on bowling to Jennings, forward in defence, no run.
But yeah, you could understand why they did it. I think for Jones, just didn't quite happen at the start of the year. You know, naturally he's quite an attacking player. I think I would have liked to have seen him come out and play his shots early on.
Final ball of the over. Single taken through cover. Jennings keeps the strike, 105. Yeah, I think you were with us, weren't you, for that Somerset match? I think when Wells got a ton, didn't he, batting at 6?
This kind of time last year, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, right at the end of the season.
Yeah.
So that kind of helped with that decision to keep him in the middle and Harris at 4. He kind of had 2 opening batters in positions that they don't normally occupy at 4 and 6.
And it was kind of spreading the experience, wasn't it? Because you had Jennings at 1 at the start of the year, Jennings at 1, Bohannon 3, Harris 4, and then Wells at 6. And you've got your Matty Hirsch, your Baldersons and your Jones, them kind of players around the experienced bunch.
Yeah, you can certainly see the logic in it. That they've kind of gravitated back to their natural positions. In the batting lineup, as you can see, it's got a little bit too dark for us to be playing some cricket. So the umpires had a brief chat and then spoke to the Middlesex captain. I wonder whether it might be a case of to stay out you might need spin from both ends.
It looked that way, didn't it? It looked like he got offered the chance to bowl spin from both ends, or which, you know, you can completely understand that Middlesex don't want to. It's a little bit green. The ball's still, you know, we can't quite get a sight of it, but it still had a bit of lacquer on it. It was still pretty fresh. Still some movement there for the seamers, so you can understand why they don't want to bowl spin with that kind of ball. And the only way they get back into it is by taking wickets, and they probably think bowling spin at this stage of a hard ball probably isn't quite the way to go.
So, as a result of that, players are off, heading back towards the dressing rooms. We shall take a little break. Off for bad light. 105 without loss. Wells on 60.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Driven by Taylor, slightly upper sleeve. It will go out The sweeper on the offside doesn't seem to have affected her too much with that shot. Takes Taylor to 47. Hampshire need another 36 to win. Could do this in one over, Phil. I don't think they will, but
well, there's only 4 balls left in this one, so I don't think they're going to do it here.
Georgia Adams back on strike. She's 85 not out. Played a really composed innings to get Hampshire out of trouble early doors. Here's Monaghan. This one's clipped by Adams.
That's a great
shot. That's well timed. That could go for 4. No, it's really well fielded actually. I think that's Danny Gregory out there. Done really well at backward square to stop that one. Keep it a couple of runs. Adam keeps the strike. Moves to 87. 34 now needed for Hampshire. Monaghan running towards us from the pavilion past the umpire. Bowls. This one's defended by Adams. And there's still time to respect the good balls. No need to force
absolutely.
anything.
They've earned the right to be able to do that by getting ahead of the run rate. I'll still say, repeating myself, I'm surprised Surrey aren't at least appearing to attack more. They have to take wickets and they have to gamble a little bit, I think.
Surrey just need to break this partnership at this point as Monaghan is in. This one's clipped off the legs by Adams. Ball's going out to the deep mid-wicket fielder. It'll just be a single. All good work there. There's Taylor back on strike, the last ball of the over. Can she bring it per 50? Just 3 runs away. She's never scored a List A 50 before. Got 2 in T20s. She got an 80 for Vipers Academy in 2022. That 100 I mentioned earlier. Or 110 against South East Stars. Second 11 in 2022. Here's Monaghan. To Taylor. Works this fine down the leg side. Don't think it will go for 4, no. Dreamer Spence does the fielding down there. It'll be a single, so Taylor keeps the strike into the 42nd over. Hampshire need another 32 runs to win. They're 256 for 6. And I think we're going to have a change. Phil Green is heading off for a bit. Amelia Clark coming back in shortly. But what a partnership this has been from Georgia Adams and Mary Taylor. We have 68 between these two. Well, 70 now, it's just ticked over. Mary Taylor's got 48 of those, been much the aggressor in this duo, but Adams the mainstay. 88 not out off 87, a proper captain's innings, and she wants to be there at the end to get her side over the line and into Sunday's final. Welcome back, Amelia.
Thank you very much, Wes. Yeah, thank you. And good evening to everyone. Hampshire 256 for 6. They need 32 or 48. The rain has been light but steady all day, I would say. There are times where it's got just that little bit thicker, but Georgia Adams and Mary Taylor have put in quite the partnership. They created a partnership of 70, which I think is now one of the biggest of the day. Stonehouse is going to come in from the hotel end. She bowls round the wicket. And this is driven by Taylor. No run. Yeah, it's been done off 69 balls, so won a ball, you know, of some, which sounds like not a lot, but there's been some great boundaries and all sorts have been going on during this innings for these two in this partnership. Mary Taylor still waiting to try and get her first List A half century. Stonehouse comes in, short ball, worked off the hips by Taylor, and that's, they're only going to get 1 for it, but it does bring Adams on strike. Takes the score to 256. They need 32 or 48. Got 8 overs, or just under 8 overs left. I think it's now Mary Taylor who's having some trouble with mud on the shoe, as Stonehouse actually helped her out there, which was awfully nice. I think she just used the bail.
The bails off, yeah. No, I've seen that done before.
Well, I suppose, you know, it's a long pointy thing, and just get him in between the spikes.
Does
it
the
makes
job.
sense. It's like footballers and getting a twig or something. So Adams on strike. Adams 88 of 87. Stonehouse is in. Adams just works off the hips. They go for 1. quite happy to keep rotating the strike.
There's Mary Taylor back on strike, 49 or 49.
Yeah, it's a one ball, but she's had some lovely boundaries and defended well and come in at a crucial moment, really. Well, the whole thing's been a crucial moment, but a truly crucial moment to help Adams rebuild this innings as Stonehouse comes in. Taylor on strike. She works that away and she's going to run away and she's going to get her first List A 50 for Mary Taylor. An understated celebration. She walks back to the middle and waves her bat in the air as she's just, I think, realised herself. There's a little fist bump and a tap on the back by by Georgia Adams, but she knows the job is by far over yet. Hampshire 259 for 6. She did it with 6 fours, no 6s. Stonehouse once more. Shorter ball worked away very nicely by Adams down to the fielder, so they'll only get the 1 for it. Adams herself now moves on to 90. 260, they need 28 off 43. What an innings and partnership this has been. I mean, quite incredible, really. At times you thought Hampshire were almost down and out, that Surrey were very much on top, but it just shows the resilience. There's been some key innings and partnerships and knocks that have really pushed this back into a winning position and defended nicely by Taylor. Surrey, you put down a great score of 288. I think we all thought that was it was a hard, in these conditions, a hard one to chase. We know Surrey have got the bowlers to defend that well. I think the weather has played a part. It's been, as I say, a light but steady rain throughout the day, sort of in the air. At times a bit of a heavier drizzle, but it has just meant that the ball's been slippy. There's been mistakes from both sides in the field. I think Georgia Adams is
they're
still
both at one
having,
end. They're both sort of leaning in the same sort of...
The umpire is helping Georgia Adams.
Doing the pads up or tying your laces, I think.
I think.
Right, the news from Emirates Old Trafford is that play has been abandoned for the day. So we'll try again tomorrow. What's the score? Anybody know what the score is? 100 and something, isn't it? 105 without loss after 25 overs. So a good start by Lancashire's opening batters, Keaton Jennings, who's on 36, and Luke Wells, who's unbeaten on 60. All this in reply to a Middlesex score of 211 all out. It looks like Hampshire are heading for victory in their semi-final against Surrey. You can follow that stream and coverage from the Utility Bowl or listen on the BBC Sport website and app. It would be Hampshire-Lancashire in Sunday's final in that Metrobank One Day Cup. So, close of play here. We'll catch you again, all being well, on time from 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.